Hello, everybody, and welcome to Turn to Page Season 7, Book 4 of Steve Jackson's Sorcery, The Crown of Kings. Are you ready for this exciting new fantasy adventure in which you become the hero?
I think I might well be. Are you?
I think so. I mean, this is book number 4. It'd be weird if it was like, I'm not quite ready for this. I don't know if I'm ready for a book like this. It's kind of nerdy. And that's something I'm afraid of, surely.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to finish this series in case people think I'm... I can't watch the final episode of Star Trek, because then people think I'm a nerd.
Oh, you finished
I'll watch every other episode 5 times, though.
Yeah. When people say, did you watch... I watched every episode of Star Trek, and you'll be like, I didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Nerd.
Just going to Star Trek conventions in full cosplay to make fun of other people.
What a cool person.
Do you
that
recognize
must be.
me? Nerd.
That's a good character. Oh, I hate them. Okay. So yeah, Steve Jackson's Sorcery. It's the final book. Hey, if you're starting here, I don't know, maybe don't.
Yeah, seems like a bad idea.
Bad
Big
start,
mistake, buddy.
Big mistake. Go at least start at the beginning of Sorcery. Otherwise, some things that we say are going to make no sense.
Turn to podcast 1 of season 7.
Steven Jackson 7. Book 4 of Sorcery is what we're on. Go to Steven Jackson 7, book 1. There we go. So we should probably start. We don't have anything that we can go to for like a easy breezy beautiful beginning. However, in the last book, there was like a certain amount of serpents for us to slay. There were different outcomes based off of how many you have slewn. And I don't remember, we got 5 out of 7? Is that right?
Yes. We got 5 out of 7, giving us the ability to refill our stamina, which was sorely needed at the time.
Yeah.
Takes us back up to 23 from 5.
So yeah, thinking about entering this whole book, I guess I don't know how this is going to start, but the thought of entering the book almost dead seems not great. So I'm glad we at least got 5. I'm sure there were better things for actually we know there were better things for higher outcomes, but there were also legitimate penalties going to this book with less. So
we could have less skill than we currently do. We have been knocked down to 8 from our initial starting of 9, but we could have 7.
Yeah, we could have 7, which is bad. All right, let us begin the book. Like a gigantic claw clutching at the sky, the Mampang fortress is a foreboding image etched into your mind. Although it is the goal of your mission, its appearance in the distance gives you no sense of relief at the approach of your journey's end. The feeling is rather one of apprehension and danger as you pick your way towards the great castle on high, which partly is obscured by billowing clouds which shroud the uppermost peaks of the Zanzunus. The going becomes harder as your trail climbs through low Zaman. The Zanzunu foothills are evidently little used by creatures on foot, and the path is indistinct. Where the way is muddy, you can make out hoof marks along the trail. They are days, if not weeks old, but what sort of creature has made them? The sun fades behind the dense clouds, and the sky darkens. Perhaps a storm is brewing. A deep, distant rumbling from the heavens confirms your suspicion. You'd better prepare yourself. It's already late in the evening, so perhaps it would be wise for you to find a suitable place to camp for the night. There's plenty of shelter under the vegetation to avoid the rain, but you would feel safer in the cave of some sort if you're going to get some kind of sleep. You pause to consider which way would offer you the best chance of shelter. To the east and west, leaving the trail, the undergrowth would make the going heavy, with no real cover, which you would be happy to sleep under. No, the path ahead to the north is really your only way forwards. Your eyes follow it a few hundred meters ahead. It turns to the right, around a rocky ridge. With a bit of luck, there may be a nook of some sort in the side of the ridge which you can take shelter in, so you press on. When you reach the bend in the path, you are able to see what lies ahead. To your right, you see exactly what you were looking for. Not 1, but 3 caves, all set into the rock. The nearest one has the smallest entrance, which probably opens to quite a shallow cave. The central cave looks large enough for you to light a fire inside, although the cave could be quite deep and therefore dangerous. The third is of a similar size, but looking at the trail, you notice the hoof prints lead into this cave. Which cave will you try for shelter? Smallest, middle, or far?
A fire is good for keeping us safe. I imagine we might get a nighttime ambush without a fire.
Probably.
probably what the smallest would offer. The far, I mean, I feel like they're really trying to make us scared of these hoof prints, but we know that from the previous book, we know that the serpents that manage to retreat can fly. So
True.
were they riding horses to get back to the fortress of Mampang? Well, probably not.
Snakes on horses.
Doesn't feel like that would really blend especially well. Maybe it's like some friendly centaurs? I don't know.
Could be some Angie centaurs.
Could be as well. To be fair, that has been the vibe of this series so far. I know, I am kind of going off of the fact that we were given some information in the previous book.
Yes.
From a couple of prophecies and questions that we got to ask some of the serpents. And one of them is that we should respect Nugamente. And one of them is that we shouldn't use blood candles when exploring an area. Now, I think the blood candles were specifically with respect to in the fortress. True. But I wonder if this might be like where we find Nugamente.
Okay. You think that's...
So I'm kind of...
the far cave?
That's my lean.
You think that might be in the far cave. Okay. I am happy to respect the lean.
Hell yeah.
534 of this extremely large book. You approach the cave with due caution, pausing by the entrance to check how fresh the hoof marks are. To your relief, it seems that there are no recent prints. But whatever type of creature made the marks, 2 or 3 of them visited the cave, judging by the number of trails leading in and out. You peer into the entrance, and the cave appears to be quite deep, but empty as far as you can make out. Clutching your weapon, you step inside. Just inside the mouth of the cave, a shape makes you stop quickly. Sitting on a rock a little further back is a figure leaning against the wall. It's human-like and naked, but it's making no movements. A long mane of hair sweeps down its back, which is thankfully towards you. Otherwise, you surely would have been spotted by now. Will you call out to attract the attention of this creature, rush in and attack before it has the chance to react, or will you leave well alone and look for somewhere else to take shelter?
So there's 2 options here.
Yeah. Have at thee, sleeping fool. Dare sleep in front of me?
Would have been a completely different movie.
You think you can fall asleep around me? You think I'm weak, huh? You think I couldn't attack? You think I couldn't attack a sleeping woman? I could.
No. It's easy, actually. It's easier.
It's easier, you fool. Oh, wait a minute.
I think we've got to call out. I think we've got to see. Like, we have the ability to, turn around the chair and rap with this one.
Yeah. 309.
Mm-hmm.
You call out to hail whoever it is that is sitting in the cave. There's no reaction, and again you try and the response is the same. Either this person is totally deaf, or there's something strange going on here. You decide to investigate, keeping your hand on your weapon. Your hand reaches out to touch his shoulder, and as it does so, you jump. Turn to 62. The creature's flesh is cold. The body rocks on its seat and falls over backwards. This corpse is quite dead. Well, I mean, many corpses are. And
I'm not going to go so far as to say all of them. I haven't met all of them.
I have not met... I can't speak for every corpse. Most are quite dead, at least. And another surprise is in store. The body is not that of a man, but a female of some sort. And although the torso is human, its legs are hairy and end in hooves. Its face is a strange blend of human and goat-like features with 2 horns on its forehead. You quickly recover from the shock and compose yourself. The rest of the cave seems to be empty, and there is more than enough space to make yourself comfortable. If you wish to bed down for the night here, perhaps eat some provisions, turn to 293, or if you want to just try a different cave, 419.
I feel quite certain that we've avoided... I feel like we've got the middle route. Like, there's one of them that's bad, one of them that's slightly positive, and this one is just nothing. How do you feel? I've been marching us from room to room so far.
Well, yeah. You really marched us through all of those one decisions. How dare you? How dare you?
I also decided that we wouldn't attack a corpse, so...
Okay, fair. Now I want to know what happens if we did whatever.
Yeah, I almost wonder if we just, dent our weapon on the rock or something. Like, it has to be negative.
Yeah. Or maybe we'd be like, oh, we killed it. And then we'd feel bad or something.
We lose the blessing of Libra?
Maybe. Well, we don't have provisions. That we know. We've not in many moons had provisions.
No, not since book 1.
The one thing I will say is, you're comfortable with the fact that there is a corpse here and we don't know how it died. And we should just be like, yeah, that's fine.
Oh, truth. That's right. We don't see, like, the character is at least not brought to our attention any grievous bodily injuries that would make it clear why this character has died. Is it possible they got bit by a spider in this cave or something like that and petrified? Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Don't know.
So, okay, I'm seeing the possibility of that as well.
It's not, yeah. Tough choices. Tough choice already. Because, I mean, I guess there's a chance we could check out another cave and change our mind there too, you know? Because this is giving us the option to be like, a different cave.
I'm more than happy to give that a go.
Now I'm not sure, because maybe the other ones don't give us an option. Maybe the fact that this one's giving us an option is try, double bluff, triple bluff, quadruple bluff. Let's sleep here with a corpse. Let's do it. Let's do it.
293.
Surely nothing bad will happen. You find a comfortable area to bed down for the night. If you have any provisions, you may now eat a meal. Nope. Soon darkness comes, and with it the rumble of thunder in the distance. You settle down for the night, turn to 384. The storm breaks during the night, waking you several times. You're thankful for the shelter your cave affords. Rain pelts down, and muddy puddles in the cave entrance. Muddy puddles form in the cave entrance even. But by morning, the rain has stopped, and the sun is fighting its way through the low-hanging clouds. You rise early and prepare yourself for the day. Judging the distance as best you can, you should reach the fortress by the end of the day. If your stamina is below its initial level, you may add 2 stamina points. For the rest, if you did not eat at all yesterday, you must deduct 3 stamina points. Do you know if we did? I assume we didn't.
Yeah, I have a question. We didn't. Do both of these triggers occur at the same time, or are they sequential? Like, do we try and heal, fail, and then lose 3 health? Or do we get
I see what you're
-1?
saying. Huh. I guess it probably is a net negative of 1, but maybe I'm just looking at it like, yeah. I've got a question about the mechanics of the book here. Are these triggers, can you explain the stack?
Steve.
Steve, can you explain the stack of these effects, please? I need to know, are these simultaneous triggers or is it sequential? Please. I don't know. I could see it going either way.
So could I.
So
I'm just gonna say it's going one way. It's net negative of 1. That's
right.
the decision that I have decided.
All right. I have a feeling
it's totally unrelated to the fact that we died. It's totally unrelated to the fact that our stamina seems quite precious. It was actually a mechanical decision that I made there.
Okay. All right. I'm not gonna fight anything. If you wish, you may take with you some stone dust and 3 small pebbles from the cave. Yeah? Isn't there? There's a spell that needs stone dust, right? And the pebbles are also for the pop rocks, whatever the heck.
Precisely. Pebbles are for pop. They turn into little explosives that we can throw. And the stone dust is for petrifying someone.
That's actually really nice. You'd think that we'd be able to find stone dust and pebbles, like, at many points throughout our journey. But hey, I'm glad we found
These are
some
the first pebbles we've located.
These are the first stone dust and pebbles that we've seen in my whole life. Wow.
Sorry, everything else has been cobblestones.
Yeah.
There's been a little fragment of quartz. There's been some silica. There's been some rock formations.
There's been pebbles,
some escarpments.
But they're not small. These are tiny pebbles, and then there's like slightly small pebbles, but they need to be small. They're not the right circumference.
I saw a tiny boulder once, but it...
I saw an extremely small boulder, but it's not...
Just categorically wrong. I can't cast it. It'd be a different spell to turn a boulder into a bomb.
Yep. Now you must leave your cave and set off on your journey. As you climb through the foothills of Low Zaman, you notice how few animals are about. Certainly animals would hide from you, but there are no signs of wildlife. Perhaps the terrain is too treacherous. The going is undoubtedly becoming harder, and by the late morning, you're climbing steeply. Ahead, the narrow trail splits to offer you up 2 ways onwards. To the right, the path continues to wind up the mountainside, while to the left, a narrow rope bridge spans a gully and joins another path. Both lead upwards in the direction you're heading. Which do you choose, the right or the left?
Burrito?
Yeah. What do you want from me?
Do you have a lean?
Let's see. Okay. To the right, it continues to wind up the mountainside. Left, a narrow rope bridge. I mean, I'll say if this was real life, I would not take the bridge. I am not a
Of
narrow.
course.
I'm not a narrow rope bridge kind of guy.
Mm-hmm. Do you find you lock up over heights?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
I would just be terrified that I would get halfway through and
Yep.
like, you know, people are chanting from both sides like, just keep going, and I'm like, no, my muscles won't move. Like I am now in the most dangerous position possible because I
know.
can't leave here.
Yep. I'm the same way. I can't. I'm bad. I'm very bad with heights and rope bridges
Mhm.
and gullies. I'm not a great gully spanner.
Oh, you know one of the gully stompers?
No,
That
no,
subreddit's
sir.
popping off.
No siree. Okay. But that being said, is it a mislead then? Because one of the bridge, the narrow rope bridge, is clearly the more dangerous proposition,
Precisely, yeah.
and therefore it's like, does it come with a reward because it's the clearly more dangerous proposition? And my hunch is like, for some reason, it does. So
I agree, and I
Oh.
also think we have additional capability for it because in the last book, we were given the opportunity to take a casting reagent for any spell in particular.
True.
The casting reagent we chose was the Ring of Green Metal, which is for teleporting across gaps.
Oh, you're so right. 298.
We've got if it doesn't give us the ability to use zip here, I'm gonna be sad.
All right. We'll see.
Left is the narrow bridge.
All right. You follow the path along to the rope bridge. Examining it, you find it looks strong enough to hold you, but it sways about dangerously as you step on it. The gully that it spans is deep, and a fall from the bridge would certainly kill you. Test your luck. Okay. All right. We don't get to do the spell.
I will inform you.
Yeah.
Our luck is currently 7, which I should also very quickly check the mechanics as to whether or not rolling the exact luck is a success or not. But secondarily, we do have a luck stone if we need
To
to
replenish
crack
to
that.
full.
Yes. Roll to equal or
Yep.
less, you will be lucky. So you're looking for a 7 or lower, 7 being the most common result on 2d6.
I've got good news. I rolled a 7.
I have bad news. Our luck is now 6.
Yeah, we might consider using the lucky stone later then. But for now, to 117. You manage to hold on as the bridge sways under your weight. When you reach the other side, you breathe a sigh of relief and continue along the trail on 380. The reward is that we just don't die. Okay.
Yeah, pretty lucky.
The trail winds up the mountainside, and you follow it until a sight ahead makes you stop. To the left, higher up the rocky cliffs, is a strange structure made out of twigs, branches, and moss. It looks like a huge bird's nest, perched on a ledge. Do you want to climb up to the side of the mountain to investigate it, or ignore it and continue along the path?
I think we have to go up there and perform a specific emote to get taken to Undead Bird.
Yeah.
So...
I was gonna say. I don't know. I'm a sucker for big bird's nest.
Oh, hell yeah. As soon as we got the ability to talk to animals, every animal encounter became on board.
That is true. Yeah, 5:30.
It might not always give us the opportunity to do so.
Yeah,
but the
like
fact
when-
is
yeah.
that like it's always possible.
Yeah, a possibility to talk to an animal is something that I absolutely want to do. There is no trail leading up to the great nest. You must climb up the rock face, taking care not to let your belongings fall. A couple of times your foot slips and sends a cascade of small pebbles. No, we could use those! Down to the path below, and eventually you reach the ledge. As it seemed earlier, the nest is like a huge eyrie?
Mhm.
But with nooks and crannies where objects could be hidden. Do you want to investigate these possible hiding places? Or would it be prudent not to think not so much about possible treasures, but more about what may live in the giant nest and climb back down to the path? Climb all the way up here for no reason?
Yeah, exactly. We were already in the nest.
I'm already here. We already did the stupid thing. Like, it's 477. You climb into the nest and start your search. Something glinting in the sunlight catches your attention. From underneath a small pile of twigs, you pull a shimmering mirror with a golden back. Hastily, you place this in your backpack and look around for more treasures. But you're preoccupied with your search that you do not notice that danger is approaching. Finally, the flurry of flapping wings makes you spin around. Standing on the edge of the nest, casting a shadow across where you are, is 3 man-sized creatures with long feathered wings. Their hair is wild and sharp. Their hair is wild, and sharp, hooked beaks project from their faces. Vicious talons protrude from their hands and feet. Birdmen! In all caps. You curse silently. You should have recognized the signs. Zamin birdmen are among the most hated and feared creatures known in the Zanzunus. Okay, rude. One of them beats his wings and springs into the air. The others follow suit. Together they descend on you before you have a chance to react. The sharp talons dig into your flesh and they lift you into the air. With a loud call, they drop you onto the path. From this height, your death is certain, and the pain from your shoulder makes it impossible for you to concentrate on the spell. You die.
I guess Libra doesn't give a dang about us anymore. Like,
no, she don't care.
All right. I guess I'm glad that this wasn't just one of those checks that like takes our Libra blessing away. It instead had the honor to just goddamn kill us.
That is true. It doesn't remove a skill from us permanently or something. It's just doesn't steal all of our loot. It just kills us. That plus
I will
one
say,
death.
as soon as it I marked it off the tally. As soon as it gave us an item that we already had, I was like, all right.
You don't want to be here anyway. It's like, even if this was successful, we don't need a gold back mirror. We already got one.
Exactly. We had so many opportunities to get one as well.
Yeah, it's like the most frequent thing that we've come across. So I guess we're just going back down on the path on 36. We mark off a death, and we pretend that we started the book and just did everything the same.
Yeah, I just had like a Raven Simone vision of the future.
Yeah.
I think this is actually a nest of the Zanzunu Birdmen.
Oh, we hate those.
Exactly.
Everyone
They're the most
freaking
scared
hates
creatures
them.
in all of the realm.
Yeah, everyone freaking hates them, man. They suck. They stink.
Just anytime they come up to you, they're like, "What are you listening to recently?" And it's like, I'm getting into a lot of like open mic Eagles work recently, and they're like, "Actually, that's bad, and you should be listening to only AC/DC on a hi-fi system." Like they suck. Every time you're excited about something, they just poop all over it. These goddamn Birdmen.
It's the biggest fear is to open up about an interest of yours and someone says, "That's stupid."
Oh, yeah.
It's the scariest thing.
Oh.
Terrible. Terrible.
Seeing someone crush someone else's enthusiasm in the moment is what, like, there's a couple things in my life that, like, if I see a person do it, it immediately gives me, like, the full body ick for that person. It's being cruel, and tied into that is, like, crushing someone's enthusiasm for something.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear it. I'm with it.
And these Birdmen are both!
Yeah, they're both, probably. You continue along the path, which winds along the side of the mountain past two more similar giant nests, and thankfully there are still no signs of whatever lives in them. But your relief is short-lived, for a flickering shadow appears around you. You look up towards the sun and can make out a large shape hovering in the air with two great wings that are beating to keep the creature aloft. You shield your eyes from the sun and are able to see more clearly what is watching you. A human shape is held in the air by huge feathery wings. Its mouth is a sharp, hooked beak with wild black hair blowing in the wind. Its arms and legs are all ending in sharp talons, and the creature is watching you intently. Of course, this is the land of the Birdmen, in all caps. These creatures are among the most hated and feared in all the Zanzunus. The Zamin Birdmen were responsible for your mission in the first place, as it were they who stole the crown of kings from the court in Analand. Do you want to seek shelter behind the bushy shrub in the side of the path on 513, or instead try and hail the creature and talk to it? I'm pretty sure, while we can talk to animals, I'm pretty sure it said it couldn't be humanoids.
Yeah, I do believe that to be the case.
So,
well, actually, hang on. No, there is a spell for talking to animals and a spell for talking to humanoids.
True. Do we have the spell for talking to humanoids?
It's Yap and Rap. I think Rap is for animals. Yap is for people. No, Rap is for people. The Yap is for animals.
And they both use the green-haired wig?
Same casting reagent for both of them. My concern would be, like, we hail the creature, and he's like, okay, picks it up with talons and drops us on the ground. Like, it does not care.
What would make you think that it would do that?
Oh, I'm just...
Yeah.
Just getting a vision of the future. It feels apocalyptic. I'm seeing myself plummet towards the ground, and then I'm seeing the image of an egg cracking open.
Yeah.
I can't really decipher what that might be.
Man.
That is the future that I can see.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, I'll let you take this one.
Let's give it a go. If he kills us again, whatever. It's another tally. It's 338.
Yeah. I want to talk to this thing. The Birdman looks down at you as you try a few pleasantries. It opens its mouth to speak, but instead of a reply, a piercing call comes from the creature, and it drops from the sky towards you, talons poised to strike. You leap aside to avoid the attack, but it catches your shoulder and takes your flesh, tears your flesh. I mean, takes your flesh is scarier, but lose 2 stamina points for the wound. It seems that the Birdman is not interested in conversation, and you will have to fight it. You can either draw your weapon or cast a spell, one of which... Oh, Rap isn't here.
Maybe I misremembered and Yappa's the one that we're looking for?
I think you're right, though. I distinctly remember the picture of Yap in the spell book talking to like a rat.
I have a similar specific, the opposite of my mental image for Rap has always been a youth counselor like turning the chair around and sitting down to talk to a kid, and the kid was a goblin.
Okay. So the spells that we have are as follows from Raps.
We have Yap, which is talk to animals. Well, I don't know if this would count in that way. I imagine not. Hot, Fireball. Fix, use the sapling that we don't have to affix the enemy within the air. Zen. Is this the one where you have to have a pearl amulet and you can float?
Oh, maybe. Do we have that?
We don't have the pearl amulet, so it wouldn't be relevant.
Okay.
I think it is that, and then Sap is the final one, which I honestly can't remember.
I think that like it like demoralizes them.
That makes sense.
So I think it makes combat easier or something.
Do we want to try yapping to see if the book will be like, this is an animal? Or do we want to just sap it and fight it? Those seem like the two clear paths to me.
I agree with the thought that that's the case. Just like, I just see them going, that's not a bird. It's not a bird. It's a bird man. That doesn't work. I mean, I just don't think it's going to work.
I agree. It seems like if that was going to work, maybe that would have been a possibility in an alternative path that we haven't seen.
But it's the fact that it specifically says the Birdman is not interested in conversation. That's my lean. Otherwise, I would give it a shot, I think. But it specifically says he's not interested in conversation. If you're like, hey, that probably doesn't mean anything. You want to chat? We would certainly get smacked for it. So I'm down to Sap. I'm down to go for Sap on 716.
Let's do it.
Deduct 2 stamina points. You cast your spell, and the Birdman stops mid-attack. It looks at you, then looks around complacently. It seems like it lost its desire to continue this battle. If you could reach it, now would be a good time to finish it off, but it hangs in the air as if wondering what to do next. It flies off, and you can just continue along the trail on 441. Okay.
Okay. I really wish that, because it didn't even just debuff them for the battle, it made them not want to battle in the first place. I really wish there was then the opportunity of like, if you'd like to, you can now cast.
Yeah.
Rap.
That would have been cute.
Alas. 441.
The trail continues to climb upwards into the mountains. In the distance, the dark shape of Mampang Fortress is becoming larger and larger by the hour. You will certainly reach its gates by nightfall. You come to a little sheltered alcove where you may rest and take provisions if you want. If you have no provisions, or you do not wish to stop, turn to 539.
That is a strange way for them. It's usually, if you don't want to stop, do this.
Yes,
but if you have no provisions, or do not wish to stop.
My hunch is that it's something that would steal our excess provisions. Like they did before.
I guess that would make sense. What excess provisions game? What?
you can have them. You can have provisions. So I mean, it doesn't sound like we have a choice.
Exactly. Yeah. If anything came along to steal our provisions at this point, we would have more provisions for the presence of something trying to steal from us.
Yeah, pretty much. So 539.
Mm-hmm.
You follow the path, and it takes you downhill for a short distance, then across a rocky plateau. It disappears around a corner, and you follow it through a short tunnel in the rock. When you come out the other side of the tunnel, you can see 2 ways onwards. The trail itself continues straight ahead, and if you wish to follow, turn to 59. To your other left, another trail leads down to the ledge. The ledge faces another similar ledge across a narrow crevasse. It is just too wide safely to jump across. It is too wide safely to jump across. Phrasing seems weird there. I'm gonna read it in the way that I need to. It is too wide to safely jump across. I feel uncomfortable leaving it that way. But there is another way of crossing. A length of rope is hanging down from a ledge from a rock. Presumably this is for foot travelers such as yourself to swing across. If you wish to investigate this, turn to 323.
It does say investigate, not swing.
That is true.
Because I got to admit, I am suspect. And I would love the opportunity for us to suss. Like, if we get the ability to investigate this and then suss it out for a trap, because I suspect this is one of those situations of, like, all of the people who come and visit me legitimately can fly. So if you have to use this, it's built to break. Like, this is a moat filled with alligators kind of situation.
Yeah. All right, 323 then. You pull down the rope, and it seems to be strong enough to take your weight. You may either swing across the crevasse on the rope, turning to 165, or cast a spell, which are as follows.
We have Pep, which is use Potion of Firewater to gain additional strength, I think. We have How, which is querying how we should approach a situation like this, how we could proceed. We have Doc, which is use a potion to heal from any non-death. We have Kin, which is summon nothing in this instance. I guess we could summon a dupe of ourselves, maybe, but we would have to fight it to the death. And then finally, Huff, use the gale horn to blow a force of wind. I can only really see How being useful here.
Yeah, pretty much. It's that or just go for it. Those are the two, pretty much, in my eyes. Do you know how much stamina How takes?
It's going to be 1 or 2. It doesn't have a casting reagent. Actually, it doesn't have a casting reagent, so it'll probably be 2 then.
Do you have a lean?
I want to use How because we haven't gotten to use it yet.
Let's do it. 785. Deduct 2 stamina points. You cast your spell and wait for some indication of whether the rope is safe or not. You begin to feel a strange sensation. The hand which is gripping the rope begins to glow with a peculiar heat. At first, you think you may be imagining things, but eventually you're certain the spell is trying to tell you something. But what? If you wish to swing across the rope, turn to 165. If you want to leave it and continue along the trail, go to 59.
I mean, that's as clear as possible.
That seems
without
bad.
Like, yeah. I think I clocked it. I think this is absolutely a trap.
Yeah.
It is strange though that it gave us How rather than Sus, which is literally about traps. But
yeah. Oh well. Okay. All right. -2 stam. On to 59. The trail curls along behind a large boulder and continues. You're a little concerned about the fact that it's leading you round the side of the mountain, concealing the fortress. A crevasse is preventing you from heading down on towards Mampang. You must find a way across it. A short while further on, you do find what may be your answer. A wooden bridge spanning the 2 sides of the crevasse. Will you try crossing it on 183 or just continue along the trail? One day we'll be able to blink across the gap, right?
One day. Would they even give us the option if we go to 183, or they're just going to be like, you're crossing the bridge, and now you got to accosted by the Zanzunu Birdman again to tell you how Weezer is the best band of all time and always will be.
I mean, I'm down to try, but we have tried a bridge already, and I guess it didn't go poorly. We succeeded a luck check, I guess. And this one doesn't even say it's not sturdy.
Exactly. It'll be fine.
Surely. The wooden bridge seems to be quite strong. Great. But you're not one to trust appearances and will not risk the bridge without first testing it carefully. You put a foot on it, and then your whole weight holding tightly onto the rope handrail. As your weight is taken by the wooden links of the bridge, a strange sound seems to come from it.
Ooh.
The soft moan makes you jump back onto the ground. What was that? As soon as you step off the bridge, the noise ceases. Again, you try stepping on it, and again the groaning sound comes. Trying a few steps towards the middle of the bridge, the sound is quite disturbing.
Ooh. Ah. Ooh.
Although the moaning is somewhat unnerving, the bridge itself seems strong enough to take your weight. If you want to try crossing it, turn to 424. If you want to try another way across, you may either return to the swing rope on 323, follow along the trail and see if there's another way across on 257.
Why did they make a moaning bridge?
I don't know. I don't No.
This feels like late stage, like Mad Emperor stuff. This feels like my Department of Defense is going to be run by a horse, and all of the bridges will moan.
Yeah, I don't. Call me crazy. I don't trust a moaning bridge.
You know what? Crazy.
Ah.
You asked me to.
Okay.
I don't either, to be fair. I don't want to go back to 323 as well.
Yeah, let's go to
257, just
I guess.
something else. It is the least interesting because it's literally like just not these, please. Something else.
Yeah. Continuing around the side of the mountain, you walk for another 10 minutes or so. Your hopes sink as you see that the rock covered the trail between two great boulders. A rock fall, there we go, has covered the trail between two great boulders. The way ahead is blocked. You've been rock blocked. But you may be able to climb over the rock fall, and if you do so, turn to 228. On the other hand, if you prefer to turn back and try the crevasse, on the swing rope, the wooden bridge, it really wants us to do that. But, like, I feel like we already said no, so I feel like we should go to 228.
Yeah.
You scramble up the rock pile to view what lies ahead. On your way up, your foot slips, you twist your ankle, and lose a stamina point. Okay, fine. But on the other side of the rock fall, it's an even more welcome sight than you'd hoped for. The landslip has occurred at a point where the crevasse had become narrower, and the fallen rocks now form a sturdy bridge towards Mampang. You scramble across to the other side of the crevasse with no incident, and you're now in Mampang itself and are very close to your goal. Turn to 551.
I mean, I do feel like this is probably the least penalty that we could have gotten. Just one stamina.
Yeah, it seems fine. Surely. You follow the rock path back along the crevasse. But now you are on the fortress side. A rumbling noise stops you in your tracks and you look around. There's nothing in front of you, nothing behind, but your blood chills as you look up to your right. From somewhere on high, further up the mountain, stones are breaking loose. You're directly beneath an imminent landslide. You have to decide quickly what to do. Will you rush on ahead and try and beat the landslide on 368? Pluck up your courage and leap across the crevasse to your left, returning back to your original trail. Or cast a spell, but if you do so, you'll not have time to escape should your spell fail. There are
the spells that we have are Nif, just in case we want to make the area smell bad.
Yes.
Huff, in case we want to blow on the gale horn. I don't know if wind would oppose falling rocks very well.
I would assume no.
We finally have it. Boo, 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 boo. Zip! Unlocked! Zip! We can use the Ring of Green Metal to teleport. That seems like it might be useful. Wall, which is one of the expensive spells to create a wall of force between us and the other thing, would cost 4 stamina points. We're on 15 at the moment. And Rock, finally, which I believe is sprinkle the stone dust in order to petrify things. I'm pretty sure these rocks are already rocks. I'm almost certain about
I think
that.
so. Yeah, I think we should use the thing that we, traded for. I think that makes sense.
Absolutely.
6.
And I do love the idea that we traded for it as well, because we just flicked him a goblin tooth and went on our way.
Deduct a stamina points. Do you have the ring of green metal with you? If not, you're showered. Well, okay. If you have such a ring, you may place it on your finger, cast your spell. As it takes effect, you quickly fade and reappear a short distance away. The spell has worked, but to your horror, you've been transported even nearer to the path of the landslide. What? Why? Your only means of escape is to leap over the crevasse. Turn to 400. Are you kidding me?
If you cast a spell, you won't have any time to do anything else. You cast a spell and get even more trouble. Now, do you want to leap away?
Yeah, let's turn to 400. You swallow hard and race for the crevasse. Taking a great leap off the edge towards the far side, your jump was strong, but no human jump could span this distance. Your fingers clutch at the side of the rock, and as you plunge down, down, down to your death, you died.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I guess I don't have a way to span gaps.
Yeah, it's almost like...
Oh.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, well, that's another...
Well, do we think huffing the gale horn will do it?
I'm almost thinking that, like, I guess I would assume no. I would assume, if anything, the wall would work.
The wall will definitely work. It will, however,
so
be quite expensive.
Mm.
I mean, hey, if we're just racking up death tally, I think we should maybe give something else a chance before we just accept 4. Specifically, because we'll be on 10 stamina after casting a 4, which is just more deaths in the future.
Sure. I'm willing to give it a
I'm
try.
so glad that healing and damage apply at the exact same time. It's a good mechanic they put in this game and outlined at the very front.
All right. So you want to try and use the gale horn to blow the rocks away. Okay.
Oh,
All right. 731. 731 for that. Deduct a stamina point. Do you have a gale horn with you? Yes. You cast your spell and blow, creating a raging gale which blows up against the falling rocks. The force is tremendous, but it cannot hold back a landslide. Your only means of escape now is to go to page 400. Yeah.
Escape straight into death.
Yeah. Which we know is that's the page that killed us.
Absolutely. Well.
I think we got to try the wall.
Is there any other option? Rush on ahead and try and beat it literally just like we teleported last time and it wasn't enough.
I did not even think for a second that we could just try and run past. I mean, I assume. But the thing is we teleported closer to the problem. So what if we just maybe we should have just tried the door basically. But
maybe it's unlocked on 368. Maybe like our casting time for the spell of teleporting is like 4.5 seconds, and by the time we'd cast it, everything was bad. But if we just ignore that and run,
you run as fast as you're able to. Ahead is a large boulder which should afford at least some shelter behind it from the landslide.
Hell yeah.
You race forwards and squat down behind it, panting hard. Above you, the landslide is picking up momentum, and the rocks are crashing around you, and several smaller ones bounce painfully off of your head and back. Ow. A creaking noise raises the alarm, but you're too late to react to prevent fate from taking your life. The creaking you heard was the boulder rolling back towards the crevasse as the landslide beats it into motion. You manage to avoid being crushed to death as it rolls away from you, but it only leaves you exposed to the landslide, and you die if you didn't figure it.
Okay, that's not the optimal outcome, I don't think.
Can we try the wall now, Reps?
Let's try the wall. Let's survive this time, actually. 751.
Deduct 4 stamina points. Oof. You cast your spell and create an invisible barrier along the side of the trail such that the falling rocks will smash into it and pile up. Your creation shudders as the weight builds up, and you decide it is best to run ahead quickly before the spell wears off. You pass the landslide safely, and further along the trail you come to a wide crack in the rock, which is spanned by a narrow bridge on 411. Wow. So this is
I really felt like the teleporting should have done it.
You would think so, wouldn't you? Sorry, you
I
teleport
guess maybe we
backwards.
should. Yeah, actually, you teleport backwards. You can unclip it from the game's internal velocity limiter. So we should have turned around and then teleported backwards. That's our mistake.
Yeah. All right, we are back. What's up, MTV Cribs? This is the Mampang Fortress. There we go. That's we're outside of the Mampang Fortress.
Do you think we can get them to invite us inside just by conjuring up the illusion of an MTV camera and just explaining that we're from Cribs? Show us your best stuff. Come on.
Yeah.
Where do you keep all of your innocence and the crown of kings?
They never asked that enough on that show.
I know, like only 3 times, and it didn't really make sense to ask it to Seth MacFarlane.
I know. Anywho, the bridge is solid and barely responds to your weight as you cross over. You pick up the path which leads south round the rim of the mountain, and the fortress itself is set inside of a volcano-like peak. That's not very safe. Inside the rim is a flat plateau which forms an ideal base for the stronghold. The fence is made easy by the surrounding rock. There's only one pass through to the fortress. All you have to do is find it. You presume that the trail leads towards a pass and follow around it. The sky is darkening now as the sun is setting. It's been a long, tiring day, and ahead you see what you're looking for. The path widens and turns into the rock. You creep forward cautiously. The pass is doubtless defended by guards. With each step, you can see a little further round the inner plateau. When you stand directly in front of the pass, your jaw drops in awe. It's the Mampang Fortress, y'all. Spellbound by its presence, your eyes follow its lines. Gnarled spires twist upwards towards the sky as if agonized prayers to the heavens. Are you flirting with me? Sharp angles and jagged points protrude everywhere.
They absolutely are.
Buy me a drink first. Demonic gargoyles line the outside walls. Whew. The sight is enough to break the courage of many a brave soldier. and its effect on you is similar. Deduct a skill point until you are inside the fortress. Ooh.
Oof.
There may be guards in the pass, but you cannot see any. But standing in the open as you are, anyone inside could certainly see you. Will you creep forward cautiously looking out for guards, or will you run to get through the pass before you're spotted? So, I mean, we have intel.
We do indeed. In the previous book, we would get... Actually, it wasn't even the previous book. I believe it was 2 books ago at this point.
Yeah, I think that might be true, isn't it?
That we were told that there are 4 guards to the Fortress of Mampang. So I think we should keep a lookout for them and make sure that we work our way through 4 of them before approaching.
Yeah, I think that probably is how that information could be useful. Otherwise, I would be upset if it was misleading. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
So 139. You watch both of the sides of the pass as you approach, keeping your eyes peeled for signs of life. You stop when you hear a rasping noise ahead, and slumped on the floor the right-hand side of the passage are 2 heavily armored guards. They are not moving and appear to be asleep. One of them is gripping an upturned wine flagon in his hand, and the contents are seeping out. They are drunk. You may try creeping past them, test your luck. If you are lucky, turn to 342. If you're unlucky, turn to 264.
We have to make a consideration here, and that is that our luck is currently 6, which means on the balance of probability, we will roll 7 or above. More than half of the time we're unlucky here, unless we pop the lucky charm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the time in which it makes sense to do, which is
great,
annoying, but true.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Like, you want to get as much out of it as you possibly can, but at the same rate, like, the last 5 rolls that we make in order to expend all of our luck will almost guaranteed be failures.
Yes.
So we'll use our lucky charm there. We're back up to 11.
Yeah. All right.
Absolutely.
I'll go ahead and do a little roll. And I got a 9, so we made a good call.
Under 10 luck.
All right. 342. Safely inside, you consider your best plan. Night is coming and you feel tired. You better find a sheltered spot to bed down for the night and get some rest. You explore the inside rim of the mountain and find a suitable small cave which appears to be empty. You may eat Come on with the provisions. Provisions this, provisions that.
Mm-hmm.
You may eat provisions here before you get some sleep. If you do so, you may add 2 stamina points, or whatever. Then you settle down to sleep. You dream. Your dreams that night are vivid and frightening. Perhaps this is the influence of Mampang. Several times you awaken in a cold sweat, and you toss and turn constantly. Are you still faithful to your goddess Libra? If so, turn to 439. If you have chosen or been forced to renounce your faith, turn to 10.
Yes, in the city we could have been forced to take on a different god had we lost, I think, a game of dice.
My.
Thankfully, we have not done so. We are still faithful to our goddess Libra. So, wait, there are 4 guards. 2 of them were drunk, then we moved. I guess there must be 4 guards on the inside as well. Because, like, I was expecting we were going to be given the opportunity to be wary of additional guards.
Yeah.
432. Was it 432 or 439?
439. Thankfully, one calming dream interrupts your nightmares. The reassuring face of Libra, your goddess, appears and speaks softly.
My loyal devotee, the end of your arduous journey is in sight. The dangers you will face in the Mampang Fortress are many, but you have so far proven yourself a worthy choice for this mission. I've watched your progress with interest and, at times, I admit with fear for your life. But at each stage of the journey, you've been successful, and with little help from me.
Sure.
I bring you this final message. You would be dead multiple times if it weren't for me. I should just... Why don't you go home? I'll take care of this. If it weren't for the fact that this may be the last help I can give you, for the netherworld deities which oversee Mampang are powerful enough to keep even me out of their stronghold. If you would know the truth, I'm in danger as we speak. I cannot help you while you're inside the fortress. Because the netherworld gods protect Mampang, little is known of its secrets, but I will tell you this. A generation ago, another of my followers escaped the fortress through a secret passage. He discovered the password which will even open its hidden door. I will whisper this to you.
She speaks a word softly in your ear. If you wish to use this password at some time during your adventure, deduct 92 from the reference you are on at the time when you wish to use it and turn to the new reference. If you're using it correctly, the new reference will make sense and take you through the secret door. I'm assuming that will be something near the end. And
I'm assuming as well. It'll be relatively clear to us at some point. Like, well, all we could do right now is find a secret exit.
yeah. I mean, they escaped through a suit. I mean, unless if, bold strategy. What if it's right now and we're using it to sneak in?
Just immediately negative 92 from here.
Like, you know, what if, right?
I suspect that's not the case, but we could check on 331.
I mean, there's nothing saying we can't, right? Like, it's mechanically. Wait, what are we subtracting?
92, so it would be 331.
It would be 347.
I can't count then?
You find the secret exits, and you get in and kill the big bed, and the journey is over.
Damn, we did it! Woo!
No, not unsurprisingly, no, that is not, you know, it's like one of those video game secrets where it's like, oh yeah, but if you actually just go, if you just wait here for 10 minutes at the beginning, you actually just end credits. You just roll credits.
Yeah.
Like, 2 video
If you
game
just
brains.
sit down when they ask you to sit down and wait at the start of Far Cry 4, that kind of thing?
Yeah, that kind of thing. Exactly that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Take the pill at the start of We Happy Few.
Yeah. Did you spend the last night in the cave with the hoof prints outside? If so, turn to 147. We did, didn't we?
Yeah, because
I'm pretty sure we.
We did, I believe, because the hoof prints were outside the one that we were looking for people, right? And we found the dead creature. This is probably about that creature, if I had to guess. Which page are we headed to?
147. I don't like this. Libra continues.
I must also tell you some bad news, which may affect the success of your mission. Last night, you spent the entire night in the same cave as a carrier of the trembling disease.
She then goes on to describe the effects of the disease. Turn to 247. The dead creature you encountered in the cave was a she-satyr. It died from an extremely contagious disease, which, through spending the night in the cave, you picked it up. It's an unpleasant malady called the trembling disease. So, the ailment takes a full day to take effect, but so as long as you remain uncured, it will take effect on you in 2 ways. First, from now on, you may not regain any stamina points. The disease prevents the body from recovering strength, and secondly, it befuddles the brain pressure, making concentration difficult. From now on, you may only, if you wish to choose a spell from the options given in the text, you must throw a die. Imagine the options are numbered 1 through 5, and you can only choose the spell on the number you roll. Oh boy. You're calling for more concentration than your mind can cope under the effects of the trembling disease, and the results are unpredictable. If it is a 6, you may ignore the instructions, choose whatever spell you want. You'd be well advised to seek a cure for the trembling disease. Now turn to 113. So, Raps.
Yeah.
One of the things that Libra can do is cleanse disease, right?
It's absolutely. Libra is capable of either refilling all of our statistics, cleansing disease on us, or escaping a location for us.
So she can't help us in the fortress.
She has so far suggested that she will not be able to give us any assistance in the fortress, yes.
She suggested that and said, so my hunch, metagaming a little bit, my hunch is that we're going to be in a position where it's going to ask, like, if we want assistance from Libra to escape the situation, because we know that that's one of the things she can do, but if we were to try that, it would say she cannot help you here, and instead, what we were supposed to do is, on that page, take an exit, the exit she told us. That's my educated guess, which leads me to believe that we should try to maybe cleanse. This is this disease is it's terrible.
It is. It's awful. Stamina not being able to be regained, like, especially considering we did just rest. So it's possible the next passage begins with regain 3 stamina and then lose 3 stamina for not eating. So we'll lose 3 and gain nothing.
Yes.
Which would be pretty sad. We can use it, like, literally at instant speed at a moment's notice. So I think we can hold on to it until we encounter a situation that it would change and then decide to use it then.
I think
will also
that's
offer,
true. Yes.
There is if I were to design something like this, I know that I would also include something like, there is a way to cure it that isn't using Libra, and if you still have Libra's blessing by the very end, it does something else.
True.
So I could see something like that. I don't think it's as likely as what you've laid out being literally exactly what they're doing. I think that's very, very likely. So let's hold on to that and just, like, effectively have it trigger at when we would first gain stamina or have to cast a spell.
Okay. So we'll see how long that takes. Let's go to 113.
Yeah, exactly.
The dawn has not quite broken. You rise to continue your journey. You have not yet formulated your plans for entering the fortress, but you are sure it will not be easy. You may add pause, instant cast speed.
Libra, please, come on, cure my disease!
Two
Done.
stamina
No more trampling
points
disease.
for last night's rest.
Perfect.
But if you ate
We're
nothing,
all the way up to 13.
yeah, if you ate nothing, you must deduct 3 stam. Yeah.
Make that
Pack your
10.
things. And set off for the gate. Huge wooden gate towers above you as you approach. You are apprehensive about being spotted, but until the sun rises, this would be highly unlikely. The silhouetted outline of the fortress against the early morning sky is a haunting image, and you cannot help but feel puny and helpless in comparison with its size. You step up to a small door set into the gate. Will you knock on the door, knowing this will attract the guards? If so, turn to 304, or you can cast a spell, which are...
Mud, which is sprinkle sand on the ground and then make a quicksand.
I think so.
There's de-opening spell, DOP, for de-opening D-doors. Zen, which is the jewel-studded medallion, and it allows you to float. There's Yap, which is conversation with animals. And then there's Yaz. Yaz is the one that I least remember, but I do think it's the Pearl Ring. And we don't have the Pearl Ring, so I don't even think we could cast it if we wanted to.
Yeah, I don't remember Yaz at all. Doesn't mean it's not a spell. I just don't remember it. It's
So a small door set into a gate. If you knock on the door, it'll attract the guards. We could start a full offensive here. Try and trap the guards in quicksand. I don't see that being especially helpful.
I think
Yeah,
we just
there's no
use-
animals to talk to.
I think we just use the opening spell, right?
Is that
Ooh.
does the opening spell de-lock the doors and we use it to do that?
I thought so, right? What else does it do then? Opens a door for you?
I thought it was just opening. I thought it opened locked doors. Surely we would want to lock this door if they're on the other side.
Oh,
right?
I see what you're saying.
Huge wooden gate towers above
Well-
you. Small door set into the gate. Okay, no, so we
But how do we
still
get
need to
in?
get through this one. This is,
I mean-
yeah.
Yeah, we have to get in somehow. Yeah, there might be guards there, but
Yeah, the opening spell. It's the only one that makes any sort of sense to me.
and then just for science, I want to roll a d6 to see if we would have been able to cast the opening spell. We'd have to yap.
Would you roll? Ugh.
Or wait, that'd be Yaz. Doesn't matter. 643. Deduct 2 stamina points. Focusing your spell on the gate, you cast it and wait for the door to open, but nothing happens. Your spell is not powerful enough to open the entrance to the Mampang Fortress. Turn to 304. Okay.
My bad. I didn't consider whether or not it was going to be powerful enough to do it.
I didn't realize it was a powerful door.
Mm-hmm. It's at a small door set into the gate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the next one that I think is probably most likely to be useful would be setting up a quicksand trap, I guess.
Well, it's worth noting that 304 does not take us back to that page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You consider how you may be able to gain entrance to the fortress. There are a number of bushes scattered around which you could hide behind if the guards could be enticed out. There's also another possible plan. Above the small door is a thick metal band on the gate. You decide quickly that you'll rap on the door, perch up on the metal band, and when the guard comes out, you'll drop down and nip through the door. It could work. You try out the perch. You'll take some strength to support yourself while waiting for the guard, but you may be able to do it. Position yourself and thump on the door with your foot. Okay, interesting. Seconds later, the door opens and a spiked helmet pokes out below you, and a dark, hairy face grunts. The guard is surprised at finding no one about. He opens the door and steps outside. Should you drop on him and attack? No, this is probably not a good idea, as the guard looks to be a powerful creature. The wind rustles one of the bushes, and the guard goes over to investigate. He growls something loudly and looks around, but he hasn't seen you yet. Will you drop from your perch and nip inside the door, or wait to see what the guard does?
Well, I do. There are 4 guards, but
There
I
are
am
4 guards.
over-focusing on that, perhaps, because what? Like, if we wait to see what he does, I imagine he steps like 5 steps out. He turns around and is like, "You up there!" and throws a spear through our stomach. Like, it's.
Or if we
what are
wait,
we
does
waiting
this-
for?
Or does another one...
Yeah. Do they all fight? Like, do they all charge out in single file, and then we drop down behind the final one?
Maybe.
I could see it. Let's wait and see what he does, because I do want to do that. It's just I'm also like terrified that he's just going to turn around and kill us instantly, and we'll be back on this page in a second.
Yeah. I think that I'm looking through the lens of this right here is how I could see us utilizing the fact that we know there's 4 guards. This is how. You remind me of what I really am. The guard beats the bushes with a sword. He looking for some clues as to who or what has knocked on the door. He finds nothing, but the commotion has attracted the attention of another guard, and a second creature appears through the door. The two grunt at each other, quietly look into the distance. Now is your chance. Will you drop quietly to the ground and step through the doorway, or will you wait and see if there are any more guards? So that we know that there's not.
Well, there can't be any more guards, right? There's 2 of them right there, and there's 4 guards, because we went to sleep since the last time we saw the drunk guards, so I imagine they're sober up and about. So I think this is them testing us again, like, oh, well, you did it. You waited for the extra guard. Do you think there's another one?
I see. Yes. Because we slept. Yep. That got me. The fact that we slept, I was like, oh, surely they're sleeping too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 364. Your decision was wise. A third guard appears moments later and calls out gruffly to the other 2. The first guard makes a noise like a knocking sound on a door and points into the distance. Perhaps they're wondering why there seems to be no activity from the area of the pass. One of them staggers about comically, imitating a drunkard, and the other 2 laugh. While their attention is away from you, you nip inside. Wait. You consider whether it's the opportune time to drop down and nip inside. Your muscles are tiring rapidly. Will you sneak through the doorway now or wait? We shall wait one more time on 432.
Now, do we wait one more time? I'm keen to wait one more time, but I wonder if what they're intimating is, hey, where's the 4th guard? He's drunk. I think that's possible, but I'm more keen to wait.
Let's do it.
432.
When their laughter has died down, one of the guards steps apart from the rest and looks out of the pass. He seems to have noticed that all is not well and shades his eyes with his hands to see better. In fact, in the early morning gloom, you doubt whether this would make any difference, but something has caught his attention. He barks at the other 2 and shouts louder to attract a 4th guard who comes out of the door and joins them. The 4 of them look out of the pass, pointing and snorting. Do you feel safe enough to try dropping to the ground yet, or do you have another plan?
Negative 92 on the page. Let's go. That's my other plan. I do think this is the drop to the ground and run, unless
it sure sounds like it if that information we got earlier is supposed to just be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
You drop to the ground quietly and looks towards the guards. They're still wrapped up in their investigation of the pass, and the way ahead is clear, and you step through the doorway into the fortress. Turn to 129. You quickly close the door in the gate behind you and step forwards. You're in a wide archway inside the main gate, and the way ahead is blocked by another gate, almost as large as the main entrance. It's a large double door with a heavy brass handle and a lock. To your left and right are 2 smaller doorways which may open into rooms in the main wall surrounding the fortress, which is several meters thick. Which way do you proceed? Will you try the door on the left, the door on your right, or the double doors ahead?
could be any of them.
Yeah? We don't have any information on this, do we?
Not at all.
I wonder if we could have got information on this.
Yeah, I mean, there are other serpents we didn't get to query. Also, there's like an alternative start to this book that we didn't get as well.
That's very true.
Process of elimination, left to right?
Yeah. Let's do it. Door on the left, 206. The door is not locked, but its hinges are rusty, and as you inch it open, it makes a creaking sound. Will you burst through it, weapon at the ready, and surprise whatever's on the inside, or would you prefer a more cautious approach and continue inching the door open, trying to keep the noise at a minimum? I do feel like sometimes that just makes it worse with a creaky door.
Mm-hmm. It'll announce your entrance regardless.
But, like, maybe, is that how you feel too, or?
I do feel like... I feel like bursting inside holding a weapon immediately is probably a really good way to, like, get a bad situation to start.
I think so too. I think despite, I think we try to be silent still. I agree. 311. Test your luck. Okay. If you're lucky, turn to 280. What do we need?
A 10 or below.
I got an 8.
Perfect.
All right. Turn to 280. The door continues to creak as it opens, but you manage to keep the noise minimal. Through it, you can see a short passage, and there is a door on the right of the passage, which you may investigate by turning to 307. the end of the passage, there is another door which you may investigate by turning to 144, but only if you have not investigated it previously.
I mean, that would assume that would tend to suggest that you can come back here after going to 144.
Yeah. Interesting.
Maybe we should head to 144 first. Then.
I think so, right? Like, if that's enticing. There are voices coming from within the room. You step up to the door and press your ear close to hear what is going on and to discover how many of them are inside the room. There's probably only a couple of creatures inside, but you can hear two voices. But suddenly the door swings open. Before you can react, you're grabbed by the wrist and yanked into the room,
I thought I heard something.
says a tall black elf to the two others sitting round a table.
An ugly human creature. Look at its ears! Ugh, horrible. Imagine having ears like those!
The other two laugh, and all three of them look at you. Will you laugh with them and try and befriend them, challenge them for daring to insult you, or try and run away?
I got to admit, I do feel like this is a possible situation where, like, you've got to walk in and go, well, look at you, you big ugly mother hobbit. You know, like, that's the kind of, like, the vibe, possibly. Like, they're all doing laughing in kind of thing.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm with it.
But, like, is that best done by laughing with them and trying to befriend them, or by challenging them?
I don't know. Like, I don't like being challenged by people. No, thank you. But I don't know if they feel the same way. They think our ears suck.
Maybe we can laugh along with them.
All right.
Yeah,
my ears, they suck.
Yeah, I don't like him either. I'll cut him off if you want.
You quip something like, well,
At least glasses hold on to mine.
there's a pregnant silence as you speak. Then one of the elves bursts out laughing. The other two join in, and you breathe a sigh of relief. Following up on your success, you ask how the creatures keep from losing their glasses. The creatures fall silent. Evidently, they don't find your little joke too amusing. You can either
We got him on side, and then we pushed a little too hard.
you can either back off towards the door and try and exit from the room, or you can try and keep a conversation going with them. And if you wish to do this, test your luck. If you're lucky,
I mean, this is what we were looking for.
yeah,
Can you roll me a 9 or lower?
I can. Yep, I can roll you a 9 or lower. I rolled a 9.
Perfect.
It's so good that we refilled our luck. All right, 191. You apologize for your blunder and explain that it was just a little human joke. You'll have to remember to be careful with the elves, as their sense of humor does not include being able to laugh at themselves. Well, but they did for a little bit. They calm down and you're able to speak to them. Do you want to ask them how to get further into the fortress, or whether they know anything that will help you find the Crown of Kings? These are both, please? Both, please.
Simply both.
Actually, just both, thank you. Get further into the fortress, or anything that will help you find the Crown of Kings.
We have no information about the location of the Crown of Kings. I do imagine that, like, it's going to be pretty clear how to get deeper into the fortress. We keep moving.
Yeah, I feel like, but like, isn't if we break in? Isn't it suspicious to be like, hey, where's the most priceless artifact here? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know.
Where do you keep your highest ratio of value when sold to security not having items, please?
It's like, so
Where's your most purloinable item?
I feel a little bit, not that I don't want to know the answer to both these questions, but I feel like it's safer for us to ask the first one. Like, I'm lost.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm lost. You explain that you're having a little trouble getting inside the fortress proper and wonder whether they may not be able to help you.
Nah, you'll never get through.
Says one.
Not if you expect to just walk through the Throman doors. You'll have to find a key for this one.
He motions outside.
But if you're charming enough to the guards across the way...
The other two glare at their companion, whose tongue has been a little bit too loose. The three of them start to argue in their own language, and you decide that this would be a suitable time for you to leave. Turn to 566.
Charming enough to the guards across the way. So on the left door of the original exit, because we took the right door and then down the passage to get here.
I assume so. You'll have to find a key for this one if you're charming enough to the guards across the way. maybe they'll give us the key to this one, is the implication.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also why they probably care about if we've been to that door or not already.
Oh, I've jumped across to 566 for the next direction, and it will help clarify for us.
Okay, great. Perfect. You die. Oh, yeah, it does.
Very clear. Full stop.
You continue along the passageway, through the door and out into the archway. Will you turn left and approach the 2 double doors ahead, or will you try instead the doors across the way? Turn to 493. So it's implying that we need to try the doors across the way and be nice to the guards.
Yes, exactly.
And then come back. 493.
They keep the same phrasing to make it clear.
Yeah. The timber door is a few centimeters ajar, and as you approach, you can hear gruff voices talking inside. Guards, as you creep closer, you hear a chair move, and one of them stands up. You must decide quickly. Will you burst into the room and surprise whoever's inside? Stay and listen at the doorway. Hide trying the doorway opposite. Quickly go for the large double doors.
So I'm trying to think of which of these is
the
like
most
the
charming.
most charming. Yeah, exactly.
Surprise!
The only one that really comes to mind is like occasionally I'll find myself on the outside of a conversation, and the conversation circle works in a way where one person is speaking, 2 people are kind of responding, but like there's a larger audience. But if you want to involve yourself, you need to speak, and the best way to do so is to wait for a good opportunity. Stay, listen, hear, and then tell a joke, and then welcome to the conversation, Ryan. So I think stay to listen at the doorway and wait for a good opportunity for a punchline.
I like that. I like that. Oops. Which page is that?
330.
330. You stand on one side of the door and listen, hoping that whoever's just stood up is not planning to leave the room.
Varak has heard about the Night's Watch,
says a rasping voice.
The Samaritans of Shin. That's what he thinks. But me, I'm not so sure. Those damn Samaritans. This isn't their style. They don't need to worry about guards. Not unless they're armed with arrows, that's for sure. But even so, it's worrying. There's a dozen of these.
Good lord. That's why you drink water before you start doing a raspy voice.
There's a dozen of these blasted birdmen around here. How do you know which ones you can trust? I'd kill them all if it were up to me. Anyway, I'm away to check the gate. I thought young Hyungi was right. I heard a knock as well.
Footsteps from the room head towards the door. Will you wait until they're close, then smash the door open into whoever's coming, leap inside the room to surprise them, or try and hide quickly on 396? What's the most charming? Is smashing the door into them charming?
Well, I think this person we don't want to talk to.
I think
same.
Like,
we want this person to leave because he's not trusting and he'd kill them all if it were up to him. So we let him leave the room and then go in and talk to the other guards. That's
I like that. I like that a lot, in fact.
Let's try and hide on 396 quite quickly then.
I like it so much that I would do that. Wait, it was 396?
It was, yes.
Oh, interesting. There's no suitable cover in the archway for you to hide. The door is beginning to move, so you quickly step behind the door as it opens, and a heavy-set guard steps out. You wait with bated breath. The guard sniffs the air and stops. Something is not quite right. To your dismay, he grabs the door and swings it closed, leaving you exposed. He snarls at you and draws a sword. You have no time to cast a spell, and you must fight him. The guard has a skill of 8 and stamina of 6. That's not good.
Well, that's not good at all. I'm gonna very quickly roll for our chakram.
That would be great.
I rolled a 10. We have to roll below our skill, if I recall correctly, to use the chakra correctly. 2d6, lower than skill? Yep.
Okay.
Skill 7 as well against this enemy. I wonder, we don't have time to cast spells. There's instant spells we could theoretically try and cast, but even then, I don't know if they're going to be worth the stamina cost of even casting them.
Yeah. I think we just have to do it, basically.
Yep. Oh, boy.
Just roll a good smile. They have 6 stamina, 8 skill. So we need 3 successes.
Mm-hmm. They need 4. That is 16.
Got great news for this first one. Is only 11. Got a 3.
Woo.
So that's 1.
17?
Okay, 15. Perhaps we might be
2.
fine.
We might not even lose any health.
Don't say that yet. 14.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. 14.
Oh, it's a push.
Which is just a new round of combat.
Yep. 14.
12?
14 again.
Yeah.
Okay.
14?
12.
It was a 14 again on you?
12. We're good.
No? 12. Great.
some pretty bad rolls, which is really, really thankful that happened. Which
Yeah.
is thankful I am.
Because he has a skill higher than us, which is
Yeah.
pretty threatening. Most things do at this point.
Oh no. As the guard slumps to the ground, you stand back to recover from this fight. But again, the door opens and another guard steps out towards you, sword in hand, that you must fight. Second guard with 7 skills, 7 stamina. Okay. If you defeat the guard, you may open the door and look around the room inside, or you may decide it best to leave and head towards the double doors. Okay, well, first things first, let's try this out. He has lower skill, but we need to get more successes. 1 more success, technically. Unless we test our luck.
I have great news, though. We don't need an additional success. He gets hit
Ooh,
by the
chakram.
chakram at the start of the fight.
That
for
does
2
1?
damage.
2 damage. Okay. And I got good news. The good news keeps on rolling. I just got a 12. That's not too bad.
Oh, yeah, especially compared to a 18.
Okay. Down to 3 stamina then.
Mm-hmm. If we really wanted to, we could try. I don't know if we should because we do only have 8 luck now.
I know what you. Yeah. I don't think we should.
We could short this around. 12?
11. I knew it. I was waiting.
Hell yeah!
I was waiting. These are some good rolls on my end, and by that I mean they're bad rolls.
Ideal. Spoke too soon because this is 13 on my side.
10.
Oh. Oh, no health loss. I actually wrote on your side. I immediately marked that we'd lost health.
Yeah. Acting. I did it.
Acting.
If you defeat the guard, I mean, hey, getting through 2 guards with no damage feels great.
Mm-hmm.
If you defeat this guard, you may either open the door and look around the room inside on 44, or go to the double doors that we know we can't open. So I guess we're supposed to just go inside. Like, we need the keys. We know that.
I hope there is still like a guard in here that we are capable of charming.
I just killed your friends. You want to...
I didn't like him anyway. Do you want a key?
Yeah. The room is undecorated and dirty. The only furniture is a table and 2 chairs. And there's nothing particularly unusual about them. The table does, however, have a drawer in it, and you open the drawer and inside you find a single large key on a ring. You may take this with you and leave the room. The double doors at the end of the archway have a strong lock, and your hope is that this key will open said lock. Making sure that there are no close sounds on the far side of the doors, you try the key, and it fits. The lock turns, and you are able to open the doors wide enough to get through. Turn to 467.
The inner sanctum.
We are back, sorcery style. And we are in the freaking keep, right? We're in the keep, the fortress.
We're in.
Oh my.
We have opened the 2 double doors and gotten into the main courtyard.
Oh my goodness. Well, Raps, I got something to tell you, though. The scene inside the doors is encouraging. That's what it says. I feel like that's very out of place. Just like, that's nice.
Yeah. Everything else has been foreboding, dreading of doom, etc.
It's nice here.
Welcoming.
The scene inside the doors is encouraging. There's a large courtyard before you, and in the early morning light, groups of the fortress's inhabitants are coming to life. This is encouraging because you will probably be able to mingle with these groups and make your way in inconspicuously. You close the door behind you and walk into the courtyard. Okay, well, it's encouraging because there's a bunch of undead creatures being raised. Okay. Different interpretations of encouraging, but okay.
Yeah, exactly. The different strokes for different folks.
Yeah. Trying your best to act naturally, you advance towards the far side of the courtyard where it seems that the entrance to the main keep will be. You are aware that you may be the only human in the courtyard, and the fact that may arouse some suspicions, so you steer round to the right. One group some distance ahead of you starts to take an uncomfortable interest in your progress, making you feel a little uneasy. One of them points at you and the others look in your direction. You cannot tell whether their intentions are malevolent or not. Will you ignore this and continue towards them, or will you instead take a route tending to the left, heading towards a pillory? Or will you pass on the left side of the group, even though this is steering you towards another group of creatures, onto 109? I mean, I wouldn't assume that they're nice, but maybe that's...
I also wouldn't assume they're nice.
But maybe they're nice. What if they're just nice guys?
They're pointing us out and looking in our direction. They're taking uncomfortable interest in our progress. I mean, I do feel like this has to be malevolent, which makes me think maybe it's not. You know, that's the key of these kinds of books. Like, why would Why wouldn't it be malevolent? Oh, well, I mean, let's give it a go because it'd be really interesting if it weren't.
Yeah.
Route tending to the left, heading towards a pillory.
And I know exactly what a pillory is, too.
Good. Because I certainly didn't Google it on the other screen and find out that it's akin to the stocks.
Like the market?
Similar to a bazaar, yeah. No, the stocks is in the
Yes.
thing what you put your hands and head through.
Okay. A shirt.
Exactly. Extra large. It's got a Billabong pattern on the front.
Yep. I've donned my
A Rip
finest
Curl pattern on the
pillory.
back.
Yep.
Two completely different companies. They collaborated on this shirt. Ed Hardy did the label. I also can't see why heading towards the pillory would be a good idea.
I mean, I think that the presumption would be like, oh, the enemy of my enemy, like someone they have locked up, would be, you know, wanting to get vengeance.
I don't know how you feel about this.
Mixed, very mixed. Part of me,
Yeah.
it's one of those things where it's taking me back to Goosebumps, where I'm like, is this one of those situations where we do the thing that seems super stupid because why would they assume we would do it, and that's why they're actually secretly putting something good there? Because
Exactly.
why would they give us the option to go and see these people pointing at us? I'm so interested in these.
Are you
weirdos.
interested enough to join me on page 325?
I'm gonna do it. I'm exactly that interested. No more, no less. You walk determinedly across the courtyard. As you get closer to the group ahead, you recognize their shapes. Sight Masters! Their large eyes are a sure giveaway, but what are Sight Masters doing here? You remember the Sight Master Sergeant's good wishes as you left the outpost settlement. These creatures with powers of ultravision are closely allied to the Aniline Crowned. You are astonished to see them in a place such as this. Could they be spies set to infiltrate Mampang, or are they traitors aligned to the powers of darkness? They seem to have recognized your origins too, and no doubt you're both thinking along the same lines. You eye them suspiciously as you approach. One of them beckons you over. Will you approach as he wishes, or ignore them and continue walking? I mean...
Imagine someone, like, you're walking down the street, someone's off in the distance, it's a bit too far to resolve who they actually are, but they're waving in your direction like they fully understand who you are, and then you approach, you get close enough to recognize them, and then you turn heel and walk away. Like, oh, that's the end of a relationship right there. If they weren't traitors before, they are now.
I do have social anxiety, you're right. This does make sense.
Well, the thing is, the key is to turn heel as soon as they wave in the first instance, but we decided to come to 325 as we're a bold adventurer at the moment.
I have an advantage. If somebody sees me out in the wild, I just gotta like take off my glasses and clean them, and then just not put them back on. Like, oh, I can't see. Sorry. I don't have my glasses on. I'm cleaning them.
Someone comes over. It's like, "Hi, Rito. It's very lovely to be able to speak to you again.
Please don't talk to me without my glasses.
English teacher. I can't hear you without my glasses.
Please don't talk to me until I've had my glasses." Okay. What was going on? Of course we have to. It'd be weird to not just
all the way.
Yeah. They beckon you over excitedly, and you quicken your pace. There are 3 Sight Masters in the group, and you feel curiously at ease with them. At home, Sight Masters are stationed along the borders of Aniland, their tremendous powers of vision making them perfect garrison troops. But caution returns as you once more wonder why they're here in Mampang. One of the Sight Masters pulls you to the group.
We recognized you as you came through the Throban door,
He says.
Don't you know you're expected here, Analander? Since the return of the first serpent, the Archmage has been waiting for you. We can help disguise you, though. Here, put on this tunic.
He offers you a heavy-looking coat, which is held together by thick ties. Will you accept his offer and put on the tunic? Does your caution forbid you from accepting help? Hey, hold on, man. Like, I didn't need to be interrogated like this, okay? I'm just having a nice time reading a book with my friend. You don't need to you don't need to cut that deep right now, okay? The answer is yes. But like
I'm inherently suspicious, of course.
Yeah, or will you attack them quickly? All right, okay. We don't have to cut that deep. Just because I attack people who point at me, like this is getting a little personal, don't we think?
It doesn't feel like the options should be fight or flight. Like, it doesn't feel like they should be as directly fight or flight as they are.
It's literally. It's like, yeah.
I have to tell you, I have a suspicion. Sorry, it's just like,
Oh no, I feel like maybe are we on the same wavelength that
why
they're
don't you tell me what I'm suspecting? Because I believe
because
we are.
they're in disguise. Maybe they're
I
in
think
disguise.
the sorcerer is disguised. I think this would be a very easy trap to lay. Like, I'm from your homeland. Why don't you just put this jacket on? And then the final part is, I don't know if this is meta, but they do include the images. And the image on the left that shows these 3 sight-masters shows a jacket on the ground that appears to be a straitjacket.
That is, you know what? That is.
It's
little-
got too many belts and buckles. This is not a pilgrim
No,
outfit.
it's from-
This is a straitjacket.
It's from Hot Topic. You wouldn't get it.
Ah, right. My apologies. It's from the new metal era, right? 2000s. Yeah. I was there, but like, that's a lot of belts. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Not all of them are functional. They're never all functional in that. You can't tie them all up.
Yeah. I think that you're
On
right.
the hot topic one.
I think you're very
It's-
right, and I feel
Yeah.
like we have to. I feel like we have to just attack. I guess.
I think so. Honestly, like we've got 6 stamina and we've got 8 blocks. So like if we
shoot.
attack them, it's totally possible we end up bouncing back to this page quite quickly.
That's very true.
But if we forbid to accept their help, I wonder if they'll just get the drop on us immediately. Like, you spotted the trap. Now die.
That is my fear. All right. Well, fine. Let's just go to 90.
I think we should kill them for trying to dress us in such an old, outdated fashion. Like that's not even vintage yet.
The progression of how I've been convinced is so funny at this one. Yeah, let's kill him. You know what? Yeah, let's kill him.
Do I recognize that guy? I do recognize
I
that guy.
do.
I will murder this man.
What grade did you teach? Well, then perish. Sorry, didn't like that year. Okay. With swords drawn, the 3 sightmasters are ready for battle. That's just cutting right to the chase, huh? Will you draw your own weapon on 110 or cast a spell? If you have a hardwood spear that was blessed by a holy man, you may try using it on 313. What?
Good lord. I would love to have that.
I wish I had a hardwood spear blessed by a holy man right now.
Yeah. Instead of only having the choices of Fog 6, Mage, Tell, or Nip, Fog, I think, might be our most impactful one here. Fog being the one that we've not gotten to use so far, but if you are in an entirely enclosed space,
Are we
it
in a
darkens
courtyard?
the entire area to pitch black.
Are we not in a courtyard?
We are. The courtyard would be open, yes. Okay, so we won't be able to use that. We've got six of us. Magic Shield, Tell, Telepathy. No, the Telepathy I think is a command, but we also don't have the cloth cap for casting it, I don't believe.
Okay.
And then finally, Nip, which would be using our yellow powder to give us additional speed, which I imagine would be for running away.
Yeah. I don't love these.
Neither. We could fight with 6, or we could try and get out of here with Nip. I think are probably the two most obvious.
Yeah. Because I feel like we die if we just fight with our weapon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. 3 Sightmasters. They'll be all rolling at the same time. We still have... Wait, no. That -1 to our skill is gone because we're inside the
We
fortress.
are inside the fortress, yes.
Yeah. So we're back to 8 skill.
Oh, you take this one. I feel like
I think we should 6. I think, like, even if we nip, we might still have to fight just at, like, faster speed or something like that. But 6 might give us the opportunity to actually just overwhelm the enemy with numbers.
Yeah, I hear you. Deduct 2 stamina points. You cast your spell and images of yourself surround you. As one, you step into battle with the creatures, hoping that they will be fooled into attacking the illusions. But alas, they are not. Perhaps this is a feature of their powerful vision. Perhaps I remember something from last week.
Yep.
We were told our spells don't work in the castle.
Wait.
No, we were
told our spells don't work? No,
we were told
God
that we
can't
couldn't
help
talk.
us in the castle.
God can't save you here. That's right. You're right.
Yeah. If you die in real life, you die in real life.
Yeah. I don't know about it. We'll see. One of them steps in and grazes your arm with a blow. Deduct 2 extra stamina points. This is -4 stamina points for even bothering to cast a spell that would help us.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So go to 110 and we can just freaking die, I guess.
I suspect so. With our current 2 stamina points, I believe this battle on 110 will kill us. Ah!
The sight masters surround you and attack together. Each attack round, you must choose which of the 3 you will fight. Conduct your battle against one as normal. Roll for the other's attack strength the normal way. If either attack is higher than your own, you will take a wound. Otherwise, you will avoid their blows. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we, try to roll dice.
I think we do.
I suppose.
I'll be targeting the first sight master, who has 7 skill and only 4 stamina, hoping to hit them. Whoa, hang on, before we do anything. Chakram against each of them, I believe. Is it against each of them or just one? I believe
That I
it could
don't know.
hit multiple targets.
I don't remember.
I'm gonna say it can hit multiple targets. We're pretty high behind the 8 ball, and I'm pretty sure that's how that worked. Anyway, 2d6 less than skill. I rolled snake eyes. All of them lose 2 HP.
Oh, cool. Great. Good. Love it.
First strike against the first sight master. Oh, how's a 13 fare against the first sight master, and then against the second and third?
Well, the first one is 12.
Okay.
The second one is 15.
Okay, we die.
Okay.
Good. Okay.
And the next one's only 10. So we just die.
Oh, sick. So we survived that one, but we are still dead.
All that happens is we just die.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Man, the chakrams were good.
Yeah. But I guess back to God, do we go back to 90 then? Do we try and
I think that's I don't think we should be locked into having to approach that fight with 2 HP because we use 6 again.
Oh yeah. So the question is
I
if we
think-
wanted to do anything else.
I think Nip makes a lot of sense because, if it does speed us up, we can either run away or possibly act twice as fast in combat.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and do it then. Yeah. Let's do it.
627.
27. Deduct a stamina point. Do you have any yellow powder with you? Yes. If not, whatever. Okay. If you have any yellow powder, you may sniff a little before you cast your spell. The effect is to enable you to move at incredible speed. You may use this either to escape from the sight masters on 135 or to fight. If you choose the latter, turn to 110, but you can add 3 points to your attack strength for the battle?
That'll make it pretty hard to lose.
That's really good.
We'll have 11 skill versus their 7 and 6 and 6.
That seems really good. And we have
It
to
does.
And we have to roll under our skill for the chakram?
Yep, under our skill. 3
Yeah,
points
I
to your
guess.
attack
You're
strength.
right. I want to kill.
Let's do it.
I want to kill these guys for trying to dress me. How dare you? All right.
Don't you know who I? Oh, okay, that's actually part of the problem.
Yeah.
All right,
Chakram.
chakram number 2. You wouldn't believe it, but I rolled 6, and that is less than 8. Every time I've counted, that's been
Wow.
less than 8.
Let me try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 6.
No!
Sorry,
I'm
Rat.
so certain.
I just checked. I'm sorry. I just checked.
I'm gonna have to retract so many scientific papers, Rito.
Raps, I'm bankrupt based off of that. I've invested so much into stocks because I was like, oh my goodness. And
Dude, I told you not to bet that hard on 6.
Yeah. All right, so they all take 2 damage.
They all take 2.
Go ahead.
The
roll plus 11.
chakram swings around through the air, slices each of them on the middle.
Ow, my middle.
Their guts start to spill out a little bit because it is representing half of their health.
Ow.
They've got to be pretty poorly done by this.
You hit me in my
let's see
middle
if we
and my
can-
guts. Ow.
Let's see if we can grab an exposed intestine here and choke someone with
Jesus
it.
Christ.
They're mean. They were mean to me first.
They literally weren't.
They tried to give me a jacket.
Yeah. Okay.
Plus 3 for this battle, so that is 11 plus 7, 18. Best of
Okay.
luck.
13, 11, 14.
First Sight Master is dead. We'll round to the second Sight Master, who is now terrified, having seen what happened to the first one. That's a Snake Eyes. But Snake
Oh.
Eyes plus 11 is 13.
Okay. This is an 11 and a 12. Yeah, Snake Eyes still wins it. Yeah, I think we made the right call to fight these people.
Yeah. We'll clear that second Sightmaster as well, who was only one hit from death after the Chakram. 3 health remain on the third Sightmaster, who I
Yeah.
imagine is going to be trivial. Yeah, that's a 19.
9,
Mm.
1 and a 2 plus 6.
And for the final round of combat, we have a 5, 11, 16.
We do have a 15. They put up a fight for the final round of combat, but they
They
very
really
much
didn't want to go
died.
the way of the others.
Yeah. No! Actually, you
Sorry,
cut
friend?
him in the middle.
Join your compatriots.
In hell.
All right. Your first concern is the battle may have attracted the attention of the other creatures in the courtyard. Yeah, probably. You look around, some interest has been aroused, but skirmishes such as this are commonplace in Mampang. The inhabitants of the courtyard resume their activities. You search through the pockets of the Sightmasters and find their ill-gotten gains. 20 gold pieces, plus your own 3 if you handed them over. We did not.
We didn't get rumbled.
Raps. Raps!
Mhm.
One of them carries a backpack, and in it you find 2 pouches. One containing a vial of sand, the other containing a vial of glue. The backpack also contains enough provisions for 3 meals.
Immediately we eat all of it. Rito, we can't let it.
No raccoon
Rito,
will
there's
take
no-
this.
Oh, absolutely. You'll have to take it from my cold, dead stomach.
And a glint of green on one of their fingers reveals a ring of green metal. Do we have that? Is that the one we have?
That is unfortunately the one that we specifically traded for, yes.
Oh, now we have 2. So, most of these possessions have no doubt come from hoodwinked travelers, seeming to imply we did kill people that were bad, and not just nice people, because they never confirmed that.
Yeah, that's true. I guess like the closest is ill-gotten gains.
Ill-gotten gains and hoodwinked. Like, we just knew, I guess, because, like, hold on.
Mhm. I mean, legitimately, it's that straitjacket. Like, because putting ourselves in the mind of the
Yeah.
character, they visually inspect the scene. That image is totally fair as part of their visual inspection of the screen, of the scene rather, and that is just a straitjacket through and through.
Yeah, we had a little bit of an advantage based off of the picture that they chose to show us.
Mm-hmm.
You are approaching the far side of the courtyard. 2 large wooden doors loom upwards to progress into the keep. Wait, are we not in the keep? I guess we're not in the keep.
Which
Whatever.
means we would have had a push on one of those final rolls, but like literally we were still plus,
Here, I'll roll
plus
again.
4 over the top of him.
Yeah, I rolled again and I rolled bad, so there we go.
Yeah, I think the 20 will beat that.
Yeah. All right. A few yards in front of the doors, a peculiar shaped metal post as tall as 2 men has been driven into a mound of earth. To the left is nothing. To the right, a smaller wooden door is set into a wall. Will you step up to the double doors and see whether you may be able to get through? Or do you want to investigate the metal pole or walk over to the door in the corner of the wall?
I honestly have an equal lean towards all of these. I guess slightly more towards the metal pole.
Why?
I'm magnetic, you see.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a lean there. Yep, I got you. All right. I mean, why fight it, right? 502?
Mm-hmm.
Your curiosity is aroused by wait a minute. 502. Wrong thing.
Yes.
The pole is covered with ornate markings. All manner of faces and symbols are cast into it. Your eyes widen as you see at the base of the pole 2 swords and an axe. These might be useful weapons, but there's something strange about the way they're lying. Although arranged around the foot of the pole, they are leaning unnaturally, as if they were glued to it. Will you step forward to investigate the weapons, or will you ignore them and head for the wooden double doors, or cast a spell?
Our spells include sussing out the situation, trying to figure out if there is a trap. Doc, using a normal healing potion in order to perform extreme feats of medical engineering. Tell, using a cloth cap in order to telepath, read into the mind of another person. I believe you can actually slightly control their actions with that as well. Huff the gale horn, blow the horn, and force wind to gust through the area. And then finally Pep, which I believe is... Do we even have fire water? I believe we have to drink fire water, and it gives us additional strength. We
I think
do
so,
not
too.
have that,
We do not.
so we can't cast Pep.
I mean, it just like it really is saying these are a trap is basically what it's saying, right?
Pretty much. Like, if I had to guess, metal pole, something strange about the way they're lying. They appear to be leaning unnaturally as though glued to it. If I had to guess, I would say that they are magnetized and that Pep would give us the ability to tear like a weapon off. Sus might give us the ability to figure out how to demagnetize it, or if we could take one of the weapons despite the magnetism. But also, there is a little theory in me that's like, this drives into the ground, right? So like below the ground, this is electrified. If I touch any of these weapons, I get fried.
You know, that does make sense.
In which case, could Huff work? Can you blow hard enough that it beats magnetism?
I don't think so.
I imagine not, but like
Maybe.
I'm open.
I see what
thinking.
you're saying though. Yeah, it is. Yeah, well, it's a real consideration actually, because it's magical wind. So
It is. I will say I'm definitely down to Sus as well, because like I don't think we immediately have to act on what information we get from Sus.
yeah, but it costs energy, right? It costs stamina.
Yes, 1 stamina.
And
for
how much
Sus, I
stamina do
believe.
we have right now? Don't we have like none?
5.
I don't. We can't, right?
I mean, we can also just walk away from this. We could just cut our losses.
I don't know how to do such a thing.
I mean, why don't you tell me what we cut?
Oh, I don't know. What are the spells again? Last time. Sus.
Sus.
Doc. I mean, Doc is nothing.
Figure it out. Doc, nothing. Tell, nothing. And we also don't have the casting reagent. Pep for it, nothing. Huff, blow the gale horn for the wind. So it's literally just like, I don't know, figure out the situation. Like that seems to be what the Sus spell is. Although it's also not especially clear, but we have seen Sus outline that this is a trap before.
Yes.
And it was by making it feel hot.
I have a feeling that if we walk towards it, it's a big magnet and it's going to take our weapon. That's my guess. So
Oh, so it was accumulating those weapons. I see it. I see it. I
That's-
see it.
that's-
100%. Yeah.
that's my guess.
You're right. You are correct, sir. Now, what do we want to do about it?
Leave? Probably just leave, I guess.
Okay.
That's my guess. 397. You continue and reach the wall of the courtyard, stopping in front of the 2 large double doors. Another creature is shuffling along the wall from the right-handed corner of the courtyard. It is a slow, bulky creature with dark, rubbery skin. It's about the size of a bear, and you decide to hold back to see what it'll do at the gate before approaching. You watch as it presses its mouth close to the handle and then grasp and turn the handle. Oh, he thinks he's people. The right-hand door opens and then it steps through. Now you must decide what to do. Will you copy the creature, pressing your mouth to the door on 483, or will you leave the door and instead try following the right-hand wall to the corner of the courtyard, or will you cast a spell?
Pop, make pebbles explode. Huff, Galehorn, still, zap. Would almost kill us to do a lightning bolt. Big. I'll let you guess what big does. And
Big.
the opening spell. The opens the door.
I mean, that seems like the thing, but also it sounds like it's just, I just don't trust any of this.
I also don't really trust any of this, and I also do remember that like one of the only times we used the opening spell, it was like, door's extra locked, buddy. You can't do it. Like what?
Yeah,
it
that
doesn't
is
seem
true.
reliable in here.
I know. I just don't. Yeah, I feel like no to. I feel like no to just going up there and copying it for sure. That seems stupid. What would Pop do? I mean, just like I don't. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? De-opening or
Like,
just
I think-
say screw it and go
I
to the
think-
other door?
I think like Pop, Huff, and Zap are all just like causing a distraction, kind of.
I guess.
And I think Big might actually be part of the way to open the door, because this creature seems to be bulky. Like
True.
it's got a lot of strength and it's using its mouth and then turning the handle. Like, what if we can't do that? But also de-opening spell, does that work? I mean, it's Big or de-opening spell in my mind.
I think that is definitely true. I think it's got to be one of the two.
I'll tell you, I think Big costs 2 and de-opening spell costs 1, if that makes any difference.
Yeah, it does. It makes me want to do the more expensive. No, that makes a difference to me. I'm down. I'm down. De-open.
632, de-opening spell. I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Deduct 2 stamina points. You cast your spell on the lock and wait to hear the familiar click of the tumblers turning to open the door, but you hear nothing. Has your spell worked or not? If you wish to try turning the handle, turn to 344, otherwise go back to 397 and just make another choice. At this point, we just
I mean, we got to try it.
like,
344.
let's
Can it?
we would want it to have us die, honestly, at this to get our 2 stamina back.
Yeah, pretty much.
You reach forwards and grasp the handle. You feel a tingle pass briefly through your body, but feel no other ill effects. You look at your hand. You know what? You can say these. The italics.
What are you doing this for?
You step backwards and look around the courtyard.
Where are you? What are you doing? Who are you?
You puzzle over these strange thoughts, trying desperately to find the answers, but you'll never solve these mysteries. For the Throbin door you have just tried to enter has its own defense against intruders. Any unauthorized person trying to enter is subject to the same treatments.
Your mind has been wiped.
All knowledge of yourself and your mission has been erased for good. Your quest has ended. Sorry,
Oh, sick. Good ending.
ending to what?
Sorry?
Who are you?
I
This is awkward.
was hoping you could tell me that because I
Yeesh.
haven't really been able to figure that out so far.
You're Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. That sounds right.
and
And that makes you
Matt
Ben
Damon.
Affleck.
no, I'm Matt Damon.
Ah,
too.
Matt Damon too. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
We're like 2 stunt doubles for Matt Damon.
That's so good. Yes.
Oh my god! The full screenplay has come into
Yes,
mind.
okay,
It is
hit me.
2 stunt doubles for the same actor. Let's make it Matt Damon, who are performing a stunt. Unfortunately, things go wrong in terms of the safety of the stunt. Both of them end up with a concussive injury that gives them temporary amnesia, and they both have to navigate the fact that they are both duplicates of the same person. Like, why do you look like why? And
Yep. And the name of the movie?
I guess we're Matt Damon.
The name of the movie? The Layman's Damon.
That's too good of a title. Now I have to write it. Now I have to go to Starbucks. I have to
See
order
you
a
later.
venti cappuccino, and I need to write it.
Okay. All right. What did we do here? We did the de-opening spell? No, we did the de-opening spell and it just didn't work.
We did the opening spell, but like it was de-open. It was also just trapped as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Zap. I mean, any of these could work, but if the opening spell is the opening spell has like a 50% hit rate on opening doors. It's
Mhm.
crazy. Raps, what next? Take me on a journey.
Honestly, what if it's Huff?
I thought the same thing. I was like, what if we just blow the house down?
Let's do it. Which page does that?
618. Deduct a stamina points. Do you have the Gale Horn? Yes. Even if you have the Gale Horn, the tremendous blast that is capable of is not strong enough to open or budge the doors. You may now step up and copy the creature's actions, or head to the door in the corner of the courtyard.
Well, at least it only costs us 1 stamina to blow the horn. It's clear that like there's some ritual trick to this, and he kissed the door and then opened the handle. Maybe we have to do the same.
Yeah. So what is that? 483? Is that the same page?
Copy its actions on 483.
All right. Without touching the door, you place your lips against the handle as you saw the creature do before you, and nothing happens. You reach forward, grasp the handle, and tingle briefly through your body with no other ill effects. You look at your hand. What are you doing this for? You step backwards. Who are you? The layman's Damon, etc., etc. It's this.
All the rest of this plays out the same, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's the same result on a different page. Okay, well, hey, we got our stamina back, and we're dead again.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should throw some explosive pebbles.
I mean, what?
You know, maybe we do just go to the other door. Maybe.
Well,
this is
now
just a
I'm
trick
like,
through
maybe
and
it
through.
is. Yeah, maybe it's just a full-on trick. I am also just so curious now. What if you are supposed to just zap the door? I'm just being convinced by all the stupid ones now. What if maybe he has an electric mouth? You know, maybe he has an electric mouth.
Yeah, maybe it short circuits the curse.
Yeah. So I'd say it's either big or just go big or go home.
I mean, but it doesn't seem like bigness is really going to make a difference here. I mean, we can check
It
out
doesn't-
what it would do, but like
it does
we'll
not
just be
seem like
big
it. Let's
when
just
we
go to the
forget
other-
what we are.
We come back. I'm Big Damon. I'm the Matt Damon that the other Matt Damon in the movie Downsizing that I didn't see. I'm the little version of Matt Damon looking at a big version of Matt Damon.
Oh man, that's my favorite movie not to watch on a flight. I can't think of a flight I've watched it on. I've succeeded every time not to watch it so far.
Here's hoping. Let's just leave.
Let's do it.
519, right? Wait, oh, shoot. Well, too late. We're just going there anyways, regardless if it makes sense. You follow the wall along the corner of the courtyard. A small wooden door is set into the wall, and you open it carefully. Suddenly, the door swings wide open, and a short, stocky creature stands in the doorway and demands to know your business.
Well,
He asks,
what do you want in here? Come to torment the mucilytics, I expect? Come on, where's your courage? I won't bite. Oh, there's, through there on the left. Hurry up.
You tell him you have no intention of tormenting the mucilytics. He raises an eyebrow.
No? Then what in Throff's name do you want here? You can't be wanting to meet the spiny ones. What do you want?
Inside is a small room with 2 doorways. Will you tell him you want to pass through the door on the left, or demand that he stand aside and let you pass through the door on the right? What was the thing about the mucilytics that we were supposed to...
Beware the breath of the mucilytics. I believe it is a deadly agent.
Okay. So we don't know which... Pass through the
I
door
mean, if
on
we
the
head
left?
through the door on the left, that's towards the mucilytics. But like, are we going to have an option to, avoid their breath when we meet them, or will we meet them and they breathe and we die?
I mean, there's a quick way to find out, because it is also...
We could chalk up another tally and head over to 18.
Yeah, I'm down. Because I want to know. I don't know what they are, but I'm just immediately, I like them. I don't know why.
The fact that there are multiple of them and like the bad people are saying that like a thing they like to do is torment them, like that to me feels like, oh, these are like small critter coded.
Yeah. All right, 18.
Up you go then.
He says, stepping aside to allow you into the room. You walk over to the left and open the door. There's a short passageway which ends at another door, and you open this one next. The room inside is a disgusting scene. Broken wood, weapons, bones, and glass are scattered around the floor, and thick slime lies everywhere. Slumped in one corner is a bulky creature with blubbery skin. Its head is hideous, with a short trunk-like snout in the middle of its face. Your arrival has startled it, and it climbs slowly to its feet. 2 doors lead from the room, one directly opposite and the other wall to your left. The creature is now standing on its feet. It's the size of a bear, and it is holding one hand up to its ear, as if to hear what you are saying. But so far, you have said nothing. Will you ignore it and rush towards one of the doors, or will you pause and talk to it?
This is interesting. Slumped in one corner is a bulky creature with blubbery skin. It's got a snout, and it's size of a bear. This was one of the creatures that went through the Throban door, I think.
Theoretically. I mean, like, I feel like talking to it. Is this not the mucilytic?
This is, one assumes, the mucilytic. I wonder if talking to it, it'll be like, come closer, and we'll be like, nope. Or if talking to it will literally be enough for us to be near it breath. I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like it would be, but let's do it. I think that you might be right. As in, we might have the option. Let's find out. Let's give it a shot. I want to be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
You hold up your hand and offer a word of greeting. The creature strains hard, pushing its ear with its hand. It seems to not be able to hear you. You shout the same message and it stops. From its expression, you would assume that it has heard you. But this creature must be either deaf or stupid. Okay. For your greeting was almost a bellow. A sound comes from its throat. You cock your head to one side. It sounded like a sentence rather than an animal sound. The effect is immediate. If this creature is capable of speaking, you cannot help but sympathize with it being locked inside such a grotesque body. Okay. I just met you. Like, just chill. Again, the faint sound comes from its mouth, but it's still too faint for you to hear. It motions that it would like to whisper in your ear. Will you allow it to come closer and give you its message, or warn it to keep its distance while you cross the room on 515? Well, that kind of is pretty clear with what we've learned, right?
Yeah. I think we've reached the junction where we can utilize the information. No, we need to beware your breath. You can't whisper in my ear. I'm sorry.
Yeah. As you step forwards, the creature lumbers towards you. It's not impressed with your manners and swipes at you with a large, blubbery arm. Will you draw your sword and attack it, or will you cast a spell? And what are the spells?
We have Kin using our Goldback Mirror in order to summon a copy of it. We have Dim, which will effectively daze the enemy, make them a little bit more suggestible as well. We have Doze, which will daze the enemy, making them slower. We have Rap, which uses the green head wig in order to turn around a seat and have a little bit of a conversation with them. And then we have Nif, which that's the awful
stink.
smell, although I imagine it won't be concerned with that.
Probably.
I think
boy.
Rap and Dim both come to mind here because Rap gives us the ability to talk to them telepathically, I believe. So maybe we won't need to. But it's a creature, but it said that it didn't make an animal sound. It made a sentence, so maybe Rap wouldn't even work. Kin would be for the fight. Like, we can just get it to fight itself.
Yeah, I mean, like, it always is. It's difficult for me to want to not try and talk to it, but I think that there's no way that it's not a bad idea, right? There's no way. This is not a time for friendship, unfortunately, I think.
Is it not?
If you want to, but we were told about its breath, and I feel like talking. I mean, well, it's on you. Up to you. I'll do what you want.
It can't just be here as a trap. It can't just be here as a trap, right? Like, I talk to it. I want to talk to it. I want to
All right,
rap.
780. Let me hear your rap then.
My name is. Oh, do we even have a name in this book?
My name is John Sorcery.
And I'm here to say I'm gonna cast spells in a sorcery way.
10 out of 10. Deduct a stamina
He
point.
immediately kills us.
Deduct 10 stamina points. Deduct a stamina point. Do you have a green-haired wig with you? Yes. If you have such a wig, you may place it on your head, cast your spell, and try and talk to the blubbery Hulk. Recognizing something of your message, it cocks its head to one side and stares at you intently. Turn to 386. Okay. The creature steps slowly forwards, holding its hands as if to indicate it means you no harm. You stop it a few feet away and turn your ear towards it to hear what it has to say. It speaks. You can now make out the words of its message, but as it breathes, you catch a whiff of its breath, and the smell is horrendous. You cough and choke. Its breath is like a poison gas. In fact, the mucilytic's breath is a form of poison gas, and you take it a lungful and a fatal dose at that. You crash to the ground dead at the creature's feet.
I just didn't think that was gonna if we were already wary of its breath, I just did not think that talking to it would be like, okay, and now come up and breathe in my lungs. Like,
How do you talk to people?
That's true. My apologies. I am always breathing down someone's throat, breathing down someone's neck. That's the line.
Yeah, I kind of want to try the sniff, the niff. I don't know why.
Yeah, see if making it smelly. I mean, we haven't gotten to use that.
It's
spell
got a
super
big
effectively
nose.
before. Okay, very, very susceptible. I like it. Where's Nif take us?
665. Deduct a stamina point. You cast your spell and wait as a horrendous stink fills the room. Do you have any nose plugs with you? Do we? Oh. If you don't have any nose plugs, you're affected by this, which makes you vomit violently, deducting 3 stamina points.
We are dead.
But whatever you think of the smell, the creature's reaction is worse. Oh, and okay. Well, we don't have the stamina to do this option then.
Mm-hmm.
That's concerning because this kills the thing. Oh, boy.
Did we cast, because after we had 5 upstairs, did we cast the Gale Horn? Because like I have 5 minus 1 takes us to 4. But like I don't remember
No,
a
we didn't
spell
cast
that we
the Gale.
cast upstairs that
On that
if
path,
that got,
we did not. On that path, we died.
if that got retcons, then we have 5, in which case we would be on 1 right now.
I wish we had nose plugs. I mean, we could also try. I guess Doze could work too. Then who knows?
Those would just be fighting, I have to imagine.
Oh wait, that's the one that slows them down. It doesn't make them actually go to sleep.
Halves their speed in combat, yeah.
Oh. And Dim. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Oh man. Going down to 1 stand. There's no way. There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
How do we eat our freaking rations? Scarf them down. It's the first time we actually finally had them. This is stinky.
I am concerned because I know that, like, basically, if we run into any more stamina checks, we are going to die. And then it's going to be difficult to decide when to jump back to because, like, do we jump back to when we had 1 HP and just take every path to see which of them takes none of ours?
Yeah, that seems rough. Blah. Well, I mean, I'm down to do the stink cloud and see.
I think we should, yeah.
Yeah. Let's do the stink cloud and see and bring ourselves down to 1 stamina point. Whatever you think of the smell, the creature's reaction is worse. Unable to avoid the stench, the creature has fallen to the ground in the corner of the room and seems to be having a fit of some sort. Its convulsions finally stops and it settles back motionless, dead. Oh, I feel bad now.
Yep.
443. Okay. Before continuing, you look through the debris littering the floor of the room. A rusty sword lies in one corner. If you have no weapon, you may take this with you. It's not much of a weapon. Doesn't matter. We have one. If you have this, okay, now I really think that was a magnet, the solar weapon.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a weapon, you may only take this sword if you leave behind one of your other possessions that's not gold or provisions.
So we have like a surprising amount of sand. We have some dupes, exactly.
We have 2 green rings. Well, I guess
we have 2 rings of green metal. We are about to get a second copy of the bone bracelet. I mean, we could even leave the silver ring, the silver serpent's ring from book 2. We don't need it anymore.
I mean, we should leave a dupe before we leave that, just in case we see the serpent again.
Maybe the bone bracelet then.
Sure. So we take the rusted sword, I guess probably just in case we have our weapon stolen or whatever. We at least have one.
Mm-hmm.
We fight it.
I also think there is a
skill.
Possibility. I think there is a possibility that someone will be like, "Oh my god, you found my sword!"
True. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it being a rusty sword, maybe. Who knows? I'm weak to rust. Oh no. I don't know.
The only thing that can defeat me, traveler, is the thin patina of iron oxide or the
No. Curse my ever plentiful weakness. Which way will you continue? Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Small string of bones fashioned into a bracelet hidden under a wooden plank. You may also take with you 2 goblin teeth and 5 gold pieces, which you find on the floor. Which way will you continue? Do you want to head through the door opposite the one you entered through, or try the door on the other wall? Which one lets us stop and take a nap?
Mm-hmm. The one we entered through is just going to get us back to that first guy, so I imagine the door on the other wall is probably Aline.
I think that's probably the case. 547. The door is locked. You decide to leave it and try the other one. Turn to 263.
Now, it doesn't even offer us the ability to use the opening spell.
It knows
but we
that
would die.
Yeah. It's like, that spell doesn't work. Don't worry about it. You leave the room and step out into the passageway behind the door. You wonder whether the commotion will have alerted the stocky little creature who let you in. But then you remember his words about tormenting the mucolytics. Perhaps this sort of thing is quite commonplace. From where you are, you can see 2 options. To the left is an empty room with no door. Empty, that is, except for a table and chair. Looks like a suitable place for a rest and perhaps eat some provisions. But the raised portcullis above the doorway is a little bit worrying. Ahead is another door, which above is a sign. I mean, what does it say?
Enter only those who will pay the price.
Where will you go next? Into the empty room to rest or ahead to try the door? I feel like we have to try, right?
We have to.
We've never had provisions to eat. It's been like 3 books since we've had provisions that we can eat.
Mm-hmm.
We have to try. 167. Incredible. You sit down and at the table and rest. If you have any provisions with you, you may eat a meal. If you do so, you can add 2 stamina points. And if this is the first time you're... Yeah. Okay, so we get 2 stamina points. Have you visited anyone called Shadrach on your travels? If so, turn to 77, otherwise 306. Have we?
I don't remember anyone named Shadrach. Oh, wait. He's the hermit.
Oh. Well, okay. So yes.
Yes. He's the hermit who spoke to us on the 7 serpents in the backland. Yes, so we have met Shadrach.
Okay. All right.
In fact, he gave us the warning about a couple of these.
Okay, well then 77. Yes, we have. You're standing to leave the table when a voice speaks your name.
Do not be so hasty to leave, my friend. Allow me to speak to you.
The voice is familiar. Not that familiar. You look all around you but see no one. But gradually the image forms in midair. The ghostly image is familiar, but it is not until it's fully formed that you recognize it. It's Shadrach, the guy that you definitely remembered. You ask him what he's doing here.
Have you forgotten my powers?
He laughs. You remember the face in the tree.
I may be where I wish, when I wish. But this distance is greater than I've traveled before, and it is very tiring to me. My stay will be brief. You have survived many dangers and proved yourself a worthy champion of the kingdom. I, for one, wish your mission to be successful, and there are further dangers you must face. The Throban doors must be opened, and their secrets are held by the most cunning of the Archmage's followers, Valigna the Miser, Nagamente the Torture Master, and one other. But I am unable to discover who is last. Your allies are few, but seek out the Samaritans of Shin, for like you, they seek an end to the Archmage's ambitions of power.
You thank Shadrach for his warnings and advice and ask him why he has traveled so far to give you this message.
2 nights ago, the Archmage's guards arrived at my cave. Their ways, with the power of pain, are persuasive. I am an old man, and I could not resist their torture. I was forced to tell them what I knew of your journey, or providing an information. They have rewarded me well. I have been staked on a cross outside my own cave since. My body gave up its life this morning. How else could I revenge myself upon these torturers of old men? My spirit can travel much farther than their horses. I have arrived before them to aid you however I can.
Shadrach's image begins to fade, and his powers are weakening. As he disappears, you vow to your revenge on the murderers of the hermits. You stand up to leave. Will you storm back out of this place to the courtyard, or will you turn left and head for the room with the message over the door?
The message over the door being, of course, enter only those who wish to pay the price. I mean, we do. It's
it
never
gold?
it's never this, but we do have 38 gold.
Maybe it's just that.
It's the most gold we've ever had.
That's true. I was like, why did we get gold in
Yeah.
the courtyard? Personally,
Although I could totally see a situation where in the fortress there is just like one shopkeep who's like, I'll sell you pretty much all of the magic materials you don't have. Like I could see that being the case, and I could also see like going into that room, you are immediately all of your gold is gone. Like we get provisioned again, but it's gold this time.
yeah.
That said, my curiosity won't allow me to leave stones unturned. So, is that where the Samaritans of Shin are?
That's also a good point. Let's do it. Surely we can't be punished. Surely that's not allowed.
Exactly, never punished.
You step up to the door.
28.
Your hand reaches out for the handle, but before you can touch it, a gruff voice calls from inside. What? What is it?
Inside! But do not waste my time unless you carry gold.
You step inside. The room is elegantly laid out with ornaments and drapes. Sitting behind a fine table is a large brown-skinned man wearing a turban perched atop a large perched on top. He's fat. It says, okay.
It's tripping over itself to describe
It's yeah. He's big.
Oh!
He laughs.
And what have we here? Not much finery, certainly not a merchant. Perhaps a fortune hunter. Do you hide wealth under those tawdry rags? The price to enter this room is 1 gold piece, and we like our payment in advance, don't we, Hashi?
He looks down and strokes a large black jaguar sitting under the table. Will you throw him 1 gold piece as he wishes for information? Ask him his name and what he's doing here, or will you tell him that he looks as though he could do with a hired sword to protect his possessions?
I mean, I think Hashi rather, is his hired sword to protect his possessions.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, like, gold. Who cares about 1 gold? The question is
flip
like
him a
that
gold
seems
piece.
low.
I feel like he's gonna nickel and dime us. Like we flip him a gold piece and he tells us half a sentence. And he's like,
I couldn't possibly tell you more without another gold piece, friend.
Yeah. All right. The man's eyes light up as you open your pouch and you take out 1 gold piece and hand it to him.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Now, where were we?
You begin to question him about the fortress, but he holds up his hand.
Before we talk, perhaps a little tea?
Do you want to drink tea with him on 238, or tell him you're not thirsty? Classic poison. Poison in the
100% the
drinking.
classic poison.
Classic poison.
Like, his
Technique.
eyes lit up as we opened our pouch. Like, immediately he's like, oh, I can get more gold. I just give him a little poison. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to guess this isn't the sorcerer disguised. I do want to know who this is because I think it's entirely possible that it'd be like, wait, it's not going to be the Torture Master Nagamente. Who was
yeah.
the other one that it mentioned? It might be the other named character from that.
I don't
Can't recall
remember.
his name.
Well, what do you want? Yes or
Alright.
no?
It's absolutely going to be poison. So, like, it's will
It
the
has
next
to be.
stage be distract him and swap the cups? Like, what's happening? I don't know. I am gonna lean on the side of politeness and drink tea. 2:38.
All right, 2:38. The man snaps his fingers, and from behind a curtain in the corner emerges a slim girl with flowing black hair, her face half covered with silky veil as she carries a tray. On the tray are a silver teapot and 2 silver cups. The servant girl pours 2 cups and leaves the room, and the man offers you 1. You accept, and the 2 of you drink your tea. A little caution would have been wise here. Perhaps the clue was that the tea was ready for your arrival. For the tea you have just finished was drugged. The greedy miser wants your gold at any cost, and after you've lost consciousness, you will be robbed, killed, and dumped outside the fortress. Your mission has ended. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like, it's kind of what makes
To
sense.
be expected, yeah.
To be expected. I guess 292.
Not thirsty? Then perhaps you would prefer a little nourishment.
He claps his hands, and the curtains in the corner of the room rustle. A serving girl with long flowing black hair steps out of the room carrying a silver tray. On the tray is a bowl of hot soup, and she brings it over to you with the aroma of the soup reaching your nostrils as your mouth waters. The spicy smell is delicious, and the soup tastes as it smells as you slurp it down quickly,
There, that's more like it.
smiles the man.
Now we shall have our little talk.
You sit down next to him to talk, but something's not quite right. Your head begins to spin. The soup has been drugged. Your host smiles again, for the miser wants one thing from you, your gold. He wants one thing, and it's disgusting, and it's your money. In a moment or two, you will lose consciousness. They will rob you. He will rob you, kill you, dump your body inside the fortress. Your journey is over. This room is just a trap. There's just nothing else here.
I've got it, Rita. I've solved it.
Drink the tea.
We ask him to poison us.
Yes.
You ready for a free meal?
Yes, please. I mean, we said the soup was good. He said it was good. He just said it was also poison.
Literally to die for.
Yeah.
Are those the only 2 pages we can go to from that?
Yes.
So literally all encounters with this man kill us? Surely we could ask his name, like go back to like before.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Sure. 42. Ask him his name and what he's doing here.
My name is Valigna,
Oh. He starts.
first assistant to the Lord Treasurer of Mampang. I collect taxes, I collect gold. May I now have my gold piece?
He's becoming impatient, and the jaguar growls underneath the table. Will you give him the gold piece he's asking for, or continue to refuse? Well, 542
542
is the one that we
yeah.
were just at, so the only thing that's new in
Gotta
Pro
refuse,
is
yeah.
refusing. But isn't that one of the names?
Yeah, Valigna. That was the first of the names of the 3 lieutenants that were mentioned by Shadrach.
All right. You have a bargain in mind that if he helps you into the inner keep, you'd be willing to give him his gold piece. If you wish to do this, you will find that he's a bargaining man, and you have to strike a deal. You may offer him 1, 2, or 3 gold pieces. Choose your final offer. Roll a die. If you offer him 1 gold piece, you must roll a 5 or 6. 2, you can roll a 3 through 6. 3, 2 through 6. If he accepts, turn to 20. I mean, that's just 3 gold, right?
3 gold, not a problem. Down to 35 for us, but we can roll anything except a 1.
I rolled
Can I
a
ask
6.
you to roll that for us?
I rolled a 6.
That'll do it.
That's-
Oh, we gotta give him 1 gold piece.
Shoot. He's a bargaining man. I will offer you 1. You drive
Deal.
a hard bargain. Deal. Okay, so we lose 3 gold, but he accepts.
Mm-hmm.
You give him the gold as you promise, and he fingers it greedily.
Very well. Since you kept up your side of the bargain, I will now keep mine. Step up to the large double throwing doors, head into the inner keep, and whisper, Alara Lama Latana. And all turn, make any mistake with that password, though, and your mind will be lost.
You thank him for his advice and leave the room. So we probably have to mark that down because I bet you it's going to be
I'm
like,
gonna write the word.
is it this, or that? You know,
100%.
Alara Lamalatana. Alara Lamalatana.
What a wonderful phrase.
What does it mean? No worries?
I have no clue.
Oh.
Because I forgot to say it correctly when I kissed the Throban door.
Oh, no. And we are back. You didn't know we were gone, but we are back 2 weeks later. Gee, why is this season taking so long to come out? Oh,
Who could possibly
episode.
know?
Yeah, episode. What is it? It doesn't matter. 4. There we go. We're on page 141. We got the secret password for the Throban door. But alas, you pass along the hallway and through the Mucilytics room. At the end of the next passageway, you can hear voices in the room beyond. You open the door.
There you are! I told you! The Analander! And when you capture the dog, remember to tell our master that it was I, Rid the Gnome, who gave you this information!
You curse. The little gnome has summoned guards to capture you. In his room are at least a dozen armed guards, and they rush towards you. Do you have a blessed hardwood spear with you? If so, turn to 17. Otherwise, turn to 266. I don't like the sound of that at all.
It wouldn't happen to be in disguise as a rusted sword, would it?
Probably would be.
I think the Blessed Hardwood Spear might have been one of the pickups that we could have made in the very first book, and never since then.
Interesting. So, 266 we go?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. You fumble with your weapon to defend yourself, but it's too late. The guards surround you and pin your arms back behind your back. You swear at the miserable little gnome, now beaming proudly as you are frog marched out of the room. You've been captured, and you will now not be able to succeed in your mission. So, it's an interesting way to come back.
Well, that's fun. So, as I understand it, you're looking at the leaf diagram directly in front of you. As I understand it, we don't have a single different decision we could make that would still get us to go and meet the merchant and get this password that doesn't result in death. Am I correct?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, so we've taken a little bit of time and a little bit of sleuthing since last you've heard us. Rid the gnome really kind of knocked us on our butts. He wants a hardwood spear that we don't have access to. Otherwise, we die. All of the encounters that run through Valignia end up running to Rid the gnome, so we either have the hardwood spear or die, which tells us that we must have made a wrong decision a little bit earlier. Perhaps
A lot
if we
earlier.
remember correctly, actually. Rio, when we left the cave, we went to the left, right? We were supposed to go to the right.
Yep. Sure, that's where we misplayed. We misplayed by going left instead of going to the right. That was our big misplay. So
we picked the wrong direction.
We picked the wrong direction, and therefore we got screwed out of having a possible win condition. So we are, I guess, doing a little bit of a flashback sequence to back when we were leaving the cave and choosing left or right. This will be like a retconned reality that actually happened, because it's the only way that we can logically do this without like fully redoing everything. So
what happened in the original timeline? That was a lie. That was a hallucination. That didn't actually happen. That was a gas leak. That was a pipe dream. What actually happened is the following.
yes.
As we leave to the right.
Yes, we went to the right. I remember it vividly, like it was 3 weeks ago.
Could you describe us perhaps a picture or a passage that would elucidate this scene for the people?
Like on page 384? That's probably a good idea.
Almost exactly.
Yes. The storm breaks during the night, waking you several times. You are thankful for the shelter your cave affords. Rain pelts down and muddy puddles form in the cave entrance, but by morning the rain has stopped and the sun is fighting its way through the low-hanging clouds. You rise early and prepare yourself for the day, judging the distance the best you can. You should reach the fortress by the end of the day. If your stamina is below the initial level, you may add 2 stamina points for the rest. If you did not eat at all, you may... You leave the cave and set off on your journey. As you climb through the foothills of Lozaman, you notice how few animals are about. Certainly animals would hide from you, but there is no signs of wildlife. Perhaps the terrain is too treacherous, going undoubtedly becoming is going is undoubtedly becoming harder, and by the late morning you are climbing steeply. Ahead, the narrow trail splits to offer you in two ways onwards. To the right, a great, wonderful path that continues to wind up the mountainside, while to the left there's a stinky, narrow rope bridge that spans a gully and joins another path, both leading upwards in the direction you are heading. Reps, I don't want to go on that rope bridge. That's too obviously the wrong direction.
Sounds like an awful time to me. You know, I've always hated gullies. I would never go in that direction.
So to the right we go. You pick your way along the rocky path, which is now rising steeply, and at times you have to climb rather than walk along it. The journey is extremely tiring, and you must stop to rest several times along the trail. One thing is a little worrying. You seem to have picked up the hoof marks again, but this time they are fresh, recently trodden into the fresh mud after the storm. Mountain goats, perhaps? The Mampang fortress in the distance at first sight does not seem to be getting any closer, but you are definitely getting nearer. You round a narrow bend and stop dead in your tracks as a missile whizzes past you and bounces off a rock, and instinctively you drop down to shelter by a boulder. What was that? In a moment, your question is answered. Standing above you are two tall creatures holding wooden spears at the ready. Long, shaggy hair falls from their heads down to their waists. Their torsos are human and female. From what you can see of their faces, they appear to be a bizarre hybrid of a human and a goat, with two stumpy horns protruding from their foreheads. Their lower bodies confirm this view. Their legs are goat-like and hooved. The hoof prints. Each holds a wooden spear. Have you come across any of these creatures before? If so, turn to 378. Otherwise, turn to 522. We have.
I'm pretty sure
rats.
these things remind me of the body in the cave we just slept in literally seconds ago.
Literally seconds ago. Literally mere moments ago.
I remember it like it was yesterday, which actually, it was.
Yes. You remember the dead creature in the cave. These two are similar. This knowledge may be of some help if they have lost their comrade, or then again, maybe you should keep quiet, as your sleeping place may have been a sacred tomb of some sort. Do you want to call your two attackers and tell them of your find, or will you keep quiet and wait and see how they react to you first? I think we should tell them.
I think we should
my
absolutely
vibe.
flag them down.
That is my vibe.
Seems relevant to them.
It does seem relevant. You tell the two creatures of your night in the cave and the body you found inside. At first, they become excited when you tell them of the news, but then later, when you explain that their comrade is dead, you should have led with that.
I found your friend! Dead.
I found your friend. I slept in the cave
Corpse.
overnight. Your friend is a corpse, right? Oh, shoot. When you explain to them that their comrade is dead, their expressions turn to despair.
This is not good news for us, but it's not entirely unexpected.
Says one of the creatures.
Shimbly disappeared 2 nights ago. It's customary with our race, when one is expecting to die, to venture off alone and find an unused cave in which to expire. Then she is no burden on her family, and her comrades live in constant hope that she simply lost her way and may return to the village at any time. However, Shimbly has been fevered for some days. I think we all knew the truth. But in any case, we thank you for the news.
It's customary that we get to keep hope because we don't know if they're dead or not. They're dead. Oh, thank you.
Thanks anyway.
Thanks, though. They invite you to go with them to their village to tell the others of the news and to eat and rest. If you wish to go with them, turn to 545. If you would rather decline the invitation, be on your way, turn to 441. Food is good. I like the idea of food.
Food incredible. The idea that we could maybe restore some of our stamina and avoid some of the losses to it.
Yeah. After climbing for perhaps 20 minutes, the two she-satyrs pause to allow you to catch up with them. With their goat-like legs, they are more nimble than you are, and they watch bemusedly as you arrive panting. One of them points forwards as you can see your goal. A wide ledge on the side of the mountain is evidently the center of their village. Half a dozen other she-satyrs are watching from the entrances to several caves which tunnel into the rock. In the center of the rock face is the largest cave, towards which your guardians are taking you. As you approach the entrance, two she-satyrs are standing at their sentry posts. That's a tongue twister. Step forwards, but one of your own escorts, whom you have learned has called Shahrazad waves her away.
This is a nomad, a world traveler who must see Shahori.
The guard allows you to pass, and you enter a large cave, which is well lit with torches. A number of smaller caves lead off in the main opening, and from one of these, an older-looking she-satyr steps out. Will you tell her all she wants to know about your journey in the world outside of Zaman? Tell her about Shihimbli, which you may only do so if you even know who Shihimbli is, or wait to see what she might ask of you.
I mean, it seems most relevant to tell her about Giambly because that's like why we're here in the first place.
Yeah, that's why we're like even allowed to be here, basically.
Yeah, exactly. That's like it's kind of like calling someone up and then just waiting for them to speak. It's like, no. You called me. You tell me what we're doing here.
Yeah. All right, 354. You tell Shahuri of your encounter with Shahimbli the previous day in the cave. She nods her head,
I think we all suspected as much.
says Shahuri grimly.
Shahimbli was cursed with a dire trembling disease when she was last seen in the village. Knowing how contagious it is, she did the honorable thing by leaving the village to die in a private place. Such is the way of our race. We thank you for the news. I fear we have some bad news for you. The trembling disease is very contagious. If you spent the night in her cave, I'm sure you will have gotten it.
Did you spend the night in the cave? If so, turn to 174. Otherwise, turn to 277. About that. I guess let's probably see what happens if we tell the truth first.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I think we have to. I'm concerned, but
If you have spent some time in contact with the trembling disease, then you will no doubt start to feel its effects soon.
continues Shahuri gravely.
But all is not lost. Word has just reached us that Colitus, the holy man, is able to heal the disease. This is the tragedy of the situation. Had we known just 2 days earlier, then we could have saved the life of poor Shihimbli. Nevertheless, stranger, he's not an easy man to find, although he has been seen on the way to that fortress. If you discover Colitus's whereabouts, you may summon him thus.
She cups her hand to her mouth and makes a whistling sound. If at some time in the future you think you know where the holy man is, repeat this sound by deducting 30 from the number of the reference you are at and turning to the new reference. If Colitus is there, he'll appear to you. Shahuri continues.
And we thank you for news of our sister.
The she-satyrs want to give you some gift for the news you have brought. Shahuri first tells you about the Mampang fortress, the end of your journey.
You must beware of the fortress,
She starts.
for it is a chaotic place. Keep your eyes open and in front and behind if you wish to survive in there. The way through the fortress takes you through 4 Throban doors. They're a large set of double doors, yet much more to those who try to pass through. Do not mistakenly believe that they are not protected. They are deadly to all who try to open them unawares. Appear as heavy double doors, but nothing about their appearance gives any clue as to their real purpose.
She's noticed that you're listening intently and is glad to have been able to give you some information of interest. As you stand to leave, she motions to one of the other creatures who rushes off to return later with a leather bag. Within the bag are several items which may be of use. She will allow you to take any items with you in the bag, but for each you must exchange one item of your equipment, but not food or gold. If you're playing as a warrior, turn to 564. If you're playing as a wizard, turn to 435. So yes, 435, I guess. That's just us.
Mm-hmm.
Your eyes widen as you look inside the bag. Inside are several artifacts for use with your spells. You may take as many or as few of these artifacts as you want, but for each you must leave behind an item from your equipment list, not food or gold. Inside the bag, you find a potion of firewater, a sun jewel, a pearl ring, a pair of nose plugs, orange powder, orb of crystal, and a brass pendulum.
So out of these, the only ones that we do not already have are a pearl ring, a brass pendulum,
Mm-hmm.
and a pair of nose plugs.
We don't have firewater, do we?
No, you're right. We also don't have firewater.
So do we have enough crap?
3 items, not artifacts, items, not spellcasting items, but items from your equipment list, not food or gold. We did just pick up 3 pebbles. We literally picked up 3 pebbles right before we came here. There is no reason to believe that we can't give them 3 pebbles or 3 ape's teeth if we really wanted to.
I guess that's technically, yeah. You must leave behind one item from your equipment list. I mean, Yeah, I guess you're right.
What do we think? 3 apes' teeth?
2 apes' teeth and a pebble.
2 apes' teeth and a pebble. Gotcha. 2 pebbles left and 1 ape's tooth.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So then we go to 441.
With our new Pearl Ring. And Pearl Ring, just for reiteration, I believe is invisibility. Nose plugs will save us HP against the mucolytic later. If we encounter one in the future, possibly, who knows? And the brass pendulum is for... it's a hypnotizing. I think it's for putting them to sleep, even.
I think so.
Wait, hang on. Pearl Ring, nose plug, brass pendulum, and the fire water as well. Okay, so
2 and 2.
One more pebble.
Keep the change.
You filthy animal.
Okay, so that brings us back to 441,
Mhm.
which I believe is probably... Is that a page we've been on before? Wait,
No, because this is
No, we
continuing
have
up into the
not.
mountains. We went down into the lowlands.
Yeah, okay. The trail continues to climb upwards into the mountains. In the distance, the dark shape of the Mampang fortress is becoming larger by the hour. You'll certainly reach its gates by nightfall. Come to a little sheltered alcove where you may rest and take provisions if you want. If you have no provisions or do not wish to stop, turn to 539. I don't think we have any at this point, do we?
We don't.
539.
I think something has gone wrong
Why?
because this is not. We do not appear to have a spear that we should have.
Yes. Interesting. I was wondering if maybe we needed to meet that person and...
Colidus.
Yeah. I do wonder what would happen if we didn't... If we didn't sleep in the cave? Is that like... I don't know.
I think we might need to look at one of the other options for talking to the chief.
So where was that other... Yeah, where was that other option? Where was the last one?
Just trying to find that now.
Yeah.
That's page 5. So yeah, telling them more of our journey gets us to page 5.
Okay, wait. When did we get this option?
554.
All right.
Oh, no, we don't get an option to go to 554. 554 is having the conversation with her in the first place. We told her about Schmibbly, and that ended the line. Maybe we tell her other lines instead first.
Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, 5...
Wait, hang on.
Okay, yeah, 545. Okay. Time jump again. Because we really screwed ourselves, I guess, by being polite and mentioning their dead tribe member. We were supposed to not tell them about them, I guess.
Yeah. The
a rude
hostess
thing.
with the mostess gets a little less generous when you tell her more information about her kin, more information about her kin, her people. She actually doesn't give you a spear in that instance. Whereas if you instead tell her about your journey,
We'll find out. You begin your story at Kare and tell her how the guards took you captive. You search for the 4 spell lines. Your search for the 4 spell lines fascinates her, and the other she satyrs sit and listen to your tales. For 2 hours, you keep them. 2 hours? You keep them enthralled. They're horrified as you tell encounters with the 7 serpents and are sad at the death of Tek Kramin, the boatman of Lake Klala. As a character, he was infamous through Kakabad. When you finally tire of telling your stories, the she-satyrs are disappointed.
we must not weary our friend.
Says Shahuri. You explain that you have enjoyed the meeting, but must be on your way towards the fortress.
I cannot understand your wish to visit that place.
Shahuri continues.
It's lawless and dangerous. Keep. It's a wonder that even one so as powerful as the Archmage can survive in Mampang. But it is said that he's protected from the chaotic rabble surrounding him. 4 strong doorways close the way to the inner keep, the Throban Doors. None but his most trusted servants may pass through them. If you're planning to visit the Archmage himself, you must beware the Throban Doors, as they're deadly to those who know not of their existence. They appear as heavy double doors, but nothing of their aspect gives any real clue as to their purpose.
She's noticed that you're listening intently and is glad to have been able to give you some information of interest, and as you stand to leave, she motions to one of the other creatures, who rushes off and returns with a spear and a leather bag. Both are handed to you,
This is a fine hardwood spear,
announces Shahuri.
which I believe you will find helpful on your travels. It will be doubly so if you're able to find Colidus, the holy man, and persuade him to bless it.
If you discover Colidus's whereabouts, you may summon him thus.
She claps her hand to her mouth, makes a whistling sound. If at some time in the future you think you know where the holy man is, repeat this sound by deducting 30 from the number of the reference. And if Colidus is there, he'll appear to you. Shohuri continues.
Colidus will persuade you not to try to reach the fortress, as he curses its evil. Tell him you're planning to destroy it, and he'll agree to help. Also, in this bag are some things that might help you. But our possessions are few. We ask that you give us, I don't know, pebbles or teeth of apes in exchange for anything that you want to own for yourself.
All right, and then it takes us to that other thing. So, literally just the same exact thing, but we get the freaking spear because we didn't, because we were rude. That is so, yeah, that is so goofy.
Mm-hmm. Which means we're still leaving the village without telling them about that. We told the people that gave us the entrance to the village, but no one there.
Yeah, they'll pass along the info. It's fine. It's weird, but it's
please tell us of our missing friend. Tell us where they are. All right, so where do I start? I woke up on Monday, and then the crown was stolen, and then there were serpents.
Yeah, ooh. Tell me more about Tek Kramin, the boatman of Lake Klala. Okay, so how on earth do we now even figure out where Colidus is? Did we have some kind of information about where to find him later?
No. We gotta figure out which of these to deduct 30 from.
All right. Well, I guess we'll find it. Let's take some time to find that out. We're geniuses, and we got this. We are going to follow this path, Raps. That's what I would like to do. Would you like to do that?
Hell yeah.
We have been here before, but, this is the first, actually, no, this is the first time because the way that time works, whatever. Okay. Mm-hmm. You follow the path. It takes you downhill for a short distance, then you across a rocky plateau. It disappears around a corner, and you follow it through a short tunnel in the rock. When you come out of the other side of the tunnel, you see 2 ways onwards. The trail itself continues straight ahead, and if you wish to follow it, turn to 59. I would like to. Would you like to?
I'll meet you there.
The trail curls behind a large boulder and continues. You're a little concerned about the fact that this is now leading you around the side of the mountain, concealing the fortress. A crevasse is preventing you from heading on towards Mampang. You must find some other way across it. A short while further, you find what may be your answer, a wooden bridge spanning the 2 sides of the crevasse. Will you try crossing this bridge, or will you prefer to cross along the trail?
Cross the bridge! Cross the bridge! Cross the bridge!
Cross the bridge. So we have done this. We have done this. Now.
Yes.
Now the first time. Okay, no, we've done it before. This is the Ua bridge.
Mm-hmm.
It was strange. So the wooden bridge seems to be quite strong, but you are not one to trust appearances and will not risk the bridge without first testing it carefully. You put a foot on it, then your whole weight, holding tightly on the rope handrail. As your weight has been taken from the wooden links of the bridge, a strange sound seems to come from it. Ooh, the soft moan makes you jump back to the ground. What was that? As soon as you step off the bridge, the noise ceases. Again, you try stepping on it, and the groaning sound comes. Trying a few steps towards the middle of the bridge, the sound is quite disturbing. Ooh, ah, ooh. Although the moaning is somewhat unnerving, the bridge itself seems strong enough to take your weight. If you want to try crossing it, turn to 424. If you want to try another way across, you may return to the swing rope and try that, or continue further along. So the ooh ah is probably not coming from the bridge.
Possibly.
Seems to be
maybe.
Seems to be the implication.
Seems to be the possible implication. I think that we don't really have many hints as to where Colidus is, and I checked a couple of pages for him before. Let's check this one.
All right. You remember the message and call out for Colidus. Oh! What will this mysterious person be like? Will he be there at all? Is he even still alive? You call his name again, and a few moments later you hear footsteps on the rock. From over the edge of the chasm, a short distance further on, a shape appears. An old, bald-headed man in a long, dirty brown robe walks towards you.
Who is calling my name?
He asks. At first you remain quiet. It's fairly obvious who's been calling his name, but he approaches. You notice that he is not heading towards you, but rather slightly to your left. This old man is blind. His eyes have been painted black, and you remember the tradition in Cristatanti. You call him over towards you, and he shifts directions quickly.
Well,
He snaps.
who are you, and in which direction are you heading? And what do you want of a priest with the black-eyed curse?
Will you ask him for information about Mampang Fortress? Would you like to call on his professional skills as a holy man? Or will you ask him whether, as a holy man, he has powers of healing?
Oh boy, ideally we can do all of these because we have a disease.
I mean, I guess
That's it.
if we had a preference, technically, if we could only choose one, we should probably get the Spear Blessed. Because we have a way to remove the curse.
Mm-hmm.
We don't if we can't do both. So should we probably ask him about his professional skills as a holy man on
Yeah.
283 first? Hopefully we can do both.
You have come all this way to look for a holy man?
He asks.
Then indeed you have found one. I am the only lawful priest in this part for many days' journey. What can I do for you?
He seems genuinely flattered you've made such a journey to see him. Do you have a hardwood spear with you? If so, turn to 204. Yes, we do. Oh my word, man. You show him the hardwood spear and explain how you came across it.
Ah, Shahori and her band.
He smiles.
An unruly lot, but prone to bursts of violence. Of that you can be sure, but it is not evil which rules their heart, though at times it is not far away. Pass me the spear. I will bless it as you wish.
Calidus places the spear on the ground and lays on his hands to bless it. From now on, the blessed spear will aid you in battles against some of the creatures of Mampang. You thank Calidus and bring the conversation round to the fortress at Mampang. Turn to 103. So can we not?
The fortress?
He asks.
Why? You're not intending to visit it, are you? For if you are, you will be cursed with eternal damnation. The evil in Mampang is like a living thing which devours all who cross its threshold. You have no business in there. Repent your sins now, and join me in offering our worship to Throth, the one on high, the one true mistress of all beings, the goddess of the earth. Fight the dark demons of Mampang and live in eternal truth. Now! Repent now!
The old man is getting quite excited, and you really do not want to get into an argument with such a fanatic. You explain that you are intending to fight the evil within Mampang, that the purpose of your mission is that, and that you will succeed or die in the attempt. Calidus listens and shakes his head.
None but the gods can succeed rather, in destroying the dark forces within Mampang.
He says.
When I was younger, like you, that was my own mission in life. But the cursed gods within Mampang dealt with me thus.
He touches his eyes.
But I can sense your own will is strong. Nothing I can say will dissuade you from your mission, so I will help you by revealing a sample of what you will face in the fortress. Watch me.
He turns to face the groaning bridge and holds up his hands. Another bridge, looking much stronger than the first, appears right next to it.
The groaning bridge is naught but an illusion.
He explains.
Had you crossed the illusory bridge, its spell would have broken halfway through and death would have been the reward for your courage. If your cause is as you say, then I can offer you 3 treasures to help you on your mission. I have 2 potions which will aid you. The first will restore your strength. The other has been blessed in the name of the gods. My last gift is a cloth skull cap, which may also aid you. Now go, and may the luck of Keela go with you.
You thank the holy man for his help. You would have died had you tried the bridge without realizing its secret. He hands you his gifts, a medicinal potion, a brass vial of holy water, and the skull cap. And his last words were no idle blessing. You may increase your initial luck score by 1 point and restore your current luck to 8. If it's currently higher than 8, ignore this bonus. Now you may cross the real bridge on the other side of the cross on 411. So, with a disease, though, right?
With a disease, though, right?
I feel like a medicinal potion, maybe.
I.
Oh no, that's for the spell. That's the spell ingredient.
Yeah, I do believe we can get this cured if we talk to him in the right order. Which I think if we ask the very final thing for healing first, he will do that.
So should we talk? Should we ask for healing on page what?
I think sure. That would be. He would take us eventually to page 24 on that.
24 is how we can talk about healing? Okay. I see. You tell Calidus about your discovery of the dead creature in the cave.
Ah, the she-satyrs.
He nods.
Finding a cave in which to die in peace is one of their strange customs. The trembling disease is spreading through their race like a plague. Only yesterday I was speaking to Shahori herself about this disease. I am able to cure it, you see, for I am blessed with healing powers. They've promised me their protection if I will act as their medic. Of course, I've agreed, for anyone so blessed must not keep his power selfishly. It must be made available to the poor and the sick everywhere.
You ask him if he'll share this power with you. By healing the disease you may have contracted inside the cave, and he agrees. For a few moments, he lays hands on your forehead.
Indeed, you did have the trembling disease.
He tells you.
But I now have it here, in my hands. You are cured.
You thank him for his help, and your meeting with him has been a fortunate event. Do you now wish to continue the conversation by asking Fortress, or would you like his help as a holy man? Okay, so yeah, the order of operations was quite relevant. Okay.
Yes.
But there's no way we could have. Okay. All right. Hey, so there we go. We are cured. We have the spear. We have a medicinal potion and holy water. That's pretty cool. That I feel like we can now. I've called me wild. I think we could potentially travel back present day stronger and with actual ways to proceed in the book.
I do believe so, because the 411 that we would next go to would be our first division at the Mampang Fortress, which is a path that we had taken. Now, I will note, we still have some of the ill health effects from the first time we went through this path as well. But we also haven't asked Libra to do anything for us.
That's true. So
would we like to full heal before we head into the fortress?
I think that would logically make sense, as we know we're not allowed to once we're there, right?
Yeah.
So I think that makes sense. Because we came here, because we got the spear, because he cured us instead of Libra, we are able to do that, feel much better. And we have the potion, which probably is going to be good, right? I'd assume.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. I think that sets us up quite well for the next step of our journey here.
And we are back again on the other side of our time warp, back in the situation where we are in the middle of the Mampang Fortress, where we have left the room of Valigna the Miser, who was cheating us multiple times. We've met Shadrach, we've left that room as well. Going down our final corridor, we are about to run into Rid the Gnome, but this time we will have a blessed hardwood spear to save us from this situation. As well as, mind I should mention, 20 stamina this time instead, because we didn't have to ask Libra to cure our plague and got to get some health instead.
Yes. We did a little like 2d6 roll situation to figure out how much health to... It is what it is. This is going to be a weird situation unless we go through the entire book again. It's going to be weird. So there it is. But here we are. We did the work. We are ready to finally reap the rewards. So I guess we'll just read through this one again. You pass along the hallway and through the Mucilytic's room, and at the end of the next passageway, you can hear voices in the room beyond. You open the door.
There you are! I told you! The Analander! And when you capture the dog, remember to tell the master that it was I, Rid the Gnome, who gave you this information!
You curse. The little gnome has summoned guards to capture you. In his room are at least a dozen armed guards, and they rush towards you. Do you have a blessed hardwood spear with you? If so, turn to 17. We do. Finally. Your magic and your weapon. Oh, your magic and I was like, raps. We have to go another week. Your magic and your weapon will do no such good against numbers. So is just what I read. I was like, great. As a last resort, you decide to try the hardwood spear. As you thrust it out, the guards gasp. You touch one of them with its tip. The guard slumps to the ground. This enrages one group, and 5 of them charge towards you, using the spear as a bat. What?
Can we not use it as a spear?
Use it as a spear. Using the spear as a bat. Okay, you fight all 5 guards. Eventually, all 5 fall to the ground, dead. But not before they've inflicted 4 stamina points of wounds on you. Great.
We wouldn't have survived.
We
this
wouldn't have
without
even lived
Libra.
this anyways. It's, yeah, God. The others watching this holy magic are now decidedly nervous. Flushed with your newfound confidence, you wait. You advance to attack them, and minutes later, they all lie dead at your feet. You hit them with your spear like you're swinging a bat. Okay? The only one left is the little gnome whimpering in the corner. You pause and think, should you spare his life or not? The poor little thing looks so wretched, but no. He offered you no mercy. Why should you spare him? You drive your spear through his throat. Now we use it like a spear.
Reno, I think we should go back and lose the hardwood spear. I think it
turns
turns
us
us
into
into
a
an
villain.
evil man.
What the hell? You may now leave the room and head for the double doors. Turn to 392. Should you spare him whimpering in the corner? No. Spear through throat. 1 second of thought. That's
Lord.
wild. You step up to the large double doors. Will you try and open them with a key or a password? We have a password. We do not have a key.
We do indeed, exactly. So password on 498.
Do you?
Mhm.
Do you know a password which will open the doors? Is it any of the following raps? You want to read them out?
Alara Latal Lanara, Alara Laman Latana, Alara Lara Malalana. Importantly, one of these is correct. It's the second one. Alara Lama Latana.
Okay. But there's also the option for none of these. If you're like, these are all made up.
Well, I like the idea that we say none of these and then it takes us to a page that's just like Alara la 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 la.
I would
it's
love
just
that.
a bunch of different.
So yeah, 312. That's the one.
Yes, 312.
All right. You whisper your password to the lock in the door, and nothing particularly unusual happens. And now you must grasp the handle and try and swing the door open. Turn to 344. You reach forwards and grasp the handle. You feel a tingle pass briefly through your body, but you feel no other ill effects. You look at your hand. What are you doing this for? You step backwards, look around you in the courtyard. Where are you? What are you doing here? Who are you? You puzzle over these strange thoughts, trying desperately to find the answers, but you will never solve these mysteries for the throw-open door. You have just tried to enter. It has its own defense against intruders, and any unauthorized person trying to enter is subject to the same treatment. Your mind has been wiped blank. All knowledge of yourself and your mission has been erased for good. Your quest has ended.
Now, the thing is, the word that I have written down is exactly the word that we just chose there. So that means we got lied to by someone about what the password is.
Okay, what? Oh, shoot. I didn't write down what page the passwords were on. 498 is what it was. Alara Latana Lara. Alara Lamalatana. That's the one you wrote down. It's
Yes,
exactly
which
that.
means that Valignia lied to us.
Alara Lamalana. Alara Lamalana.
I went back to check on Valignia, and I do believe there is a way that we can resolve that conversation where he doesn't lie to us.
Great. Oh, my cat just knocked something off. So I guess, well, let's go there. What page is that?
Well, we can start at 428 if we want to like actually meet him and then go from there. I know what the path will be.
Okay. All right. 428. You step up to the door. Your hand reaches for the handle, but before you can touch it, a gruff voice calls out from inside.
Inside! Don't waste my time unless you carry gold.
You step inside. The room is elegantly laid out with ornaments and drapes. Sitting behind a fine table is a large-skinned man wearing a turban, perched on top of large bulbous ears. He is very fat. Okay.
Oh-ho!
He laughs.
What have we here? Not much finery, certainly not a merchant. Perhaps a fortune hunter. Do you hide wealth under those tawdry rags? The price to enter the room is 1 gold piece, and we like our payment in advance, do we not, Housey?
He looks down and strokes a large black jaguar, which is sitting under the table. Will you throw him 1 gold piece as he wishes in exchange for information? Ask him his name and what he's doing here, or tell him that he looks as though he could do with a hired sword to protect his possessions.
I think that this might be Valignia the Miser. I'm just having a little bit of a feeling here.
I do have a
I feel
feeling
like we
about
might
that.
need to ask them their name, just to confirm.
Okay. All right, 42.
My name is Valignia,
He starts.
first assistant to the Lord Treasurer of Mampang. I collect taxes and I collect gold. May I now have my gold piece?
He's becoming impatient, and the jaguar growls under the table. Will you give him the gold piece he is asking for, or continue to refuse?
For some reason, I'm pretty sure we should never give this man gold under any circumstances ever.
Okay, 132. Are you just
Every
greedy,
time
rats?
we gave him gold before, he killed us.
That is true. That is also true. Yeah. Correct. You may have a bargain in mind that if he helps you into the inner keep, you'd be willing to give him his gold piece. If you wish to do this, you will find he's a bargaining man and will have to strike a deal. You may offer him 1, 2, 3 gold pieces. Choose your final offer. Roll a die. If you offer him 1 gold piece, you must roll a 5 or 6 for him to accept. 2, roll a 3 or 6. If you offer 3, a roll of 2 through 6 means he'll accept. And if he accepts, turn to 20. If he does not, or you have no gold, or you don't wish to offer any gold, go to 160.
Kick rocks, buddy. I'm not dealing with you. No gold for you.
All right, so 160.
I see we have a visitor who does not like to part with gold. Or perhaps our friend has something else to offer.
Will you offer him something else from your backpack? On 66, draw your weapon and leap across the table at the man and his jaguar, or cast a spell. What do you think?
I think there's a couple different ways we could possibly go here. We do have a brass pendulum if we want to just put this man to bed. But if we also want to get additional information out of him, maybe we should press him.
Press him with...
By attacking.
By attacking. I don't want to hurt the jaguar, though, but okay. 205. You leap across the table and grab the man by the throat. His pet snarls at you, but you threaten Valignia with his life if he does not call up the jaguar, and nervously he just does so. Oh, it was that easy?
Yeah.
You demand to know how you may get through into the inner keep. Turn to 276.
He's an absolute coward through and through.
All right,
He agrees.
I will tell you the password. What do you need to get through the turbine doors?
You stop him and demand that you must have proof that it is the right one, and a quick flash of disappointment flickers over his face, and you smile. You've guessed right. He would have tried to trick you. Oh,
You are a shrewd one, and no doubt
he says.
I will do as you say.
He opens a drawer in the table and pulls out a book. Handwritten on its pages are diagrams of the courtyard and sketches of the lands of High Zaman. It is the drawings of the courtyard that takes your attention. He points to a representation of the double doors. Written in ink next to the doors is a meaningless word.
Alara Latana Lara. And that
He says.
is the password. Whisper it on the lock to the gates, and that handle will turn. Now, be gone and leave us in peace.
You leave the miser's room, but after such an encounter, you're not feeling your most honest. You cannot resist pocketing a small pouch lying on his desk. Outside of the room, you look in the pouch, and your guess was right. Inside is 10 gold pieces. Add 2 luck points for the snatch, and turn to 141. Okay.
Hell yeah. We're up to 10 luck as a result of that.
Okay, so 141 is the mucolytics room, where we started here.
Exactly. So leaving this room will take us to that encounter with Rid the Gnome, and
we do a
can
lot of
rid
murder.
the gnome.
Yeah, we kill him through the throat with the spear, with our bat. We put down our spear, and then we grab a bat, and we puncture his throat with the bat.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Poo!
Yeah.
So
So
that
then
is down on 498.
392 is after we do murder.
498 is where we'll head
And
to
498 is-
whisper our
yeah.
password to the door.
Yeah.
And Alara Latana Lara
It's the first one.
is the very first selection, which is the one that we have as a solution. So page 32 will be whispering that code into the lock.
You speak your password. With bated breath, you wait for something to happen, and a tiny click sounds hopeful. You gather your courage and reach for the large handle, and you turn it, and the door opens. You have now managed to pass through 2 Throbin doors, and you may enter the inner keep. Turn to
I'm
538.
so relieved.
Uh,
We made it through the second door.
You die. Oh, jeez. Damn. Slowly, the door opens. As soon as it is open wide enough, you step inside. That's how doors work. Behind the door is a short path leading up to the inner keep. You open the door. It's not open wide enough. You try and step through, and it doesn't work.
You don't open the door. You try to step through. It doesn't work.
You open it up, but not enough for you to get through. You're still holding the handle, and you're pulling while trying to walk forward. It doesn't work. Okay. Behind the door is a short path leading up to the inner keep. It branches in two directions. To the left, it leads to a solid wooden door, which looks as if must be the main entrance to the keep. But this door is guarded by birdmen. Two birdmen by the door talking to each other and laughing. They have not noticed you. A head appears at the door and beckons them inside. This could be your opportunity to nip inside if you are quick. But then anywhere you find birdmen cannot be safe. To the right, the path leads to a smaller door. Steam is spouting from a window by the door, and noises, clanking, and voices are coming from inside. Perhaps this is the tradesman's entrance? Which way will you choose? The path to the left and risk the birdmen, or investigate the other door in spite of the noises? Great question.
I'm actually kind of keen to talk to them because they seem pretty jovial. They're just hanging out. They're laughing. I feel like we have so many different spells and enough stamina at this point that if we need to cast like a befuddlement or something like that, we'll be able to.
Yeah, I'm down. I feel like the tradesman could be like, don't we need to find like a certain amount of specific like guards people basically? Oh,
There's a torturer and an alchemist, I believe, that are two people that we still need to find.
Wouldn't be surprised if the alchemist was a tradesman in a way. In the eyes.
Want to head the other way?
The Birdman way?
Oh, so I mean, which one did you want to head towards? The crafts people?
Oh, wait, the Birdmen are jovial?
Yeah, the Birdmen are the ones that are hanging out and laughing.
Oh, wait, you're right. Oh, let's do it. Yeah, 565, let's do it. You creep up to the door, listening for any sounds which indicate the return of the Birdman. You can hear voices, Birdman voices, coming from somewhere inside, but the door seems safe enough. You open it, and then you step through it, door style. Inside is a wide hallway which stretches into the keep. Doors, some of them open, line both walls. There's also a weapon stand by the side of the door where swords have been left. If you do not have a sword, you may take one from here. Your ears prick up at the sound of voices coming from further down in the hallway. Somebody is coming. You decide to quickly hide quickly behind one of the doors leading from the hallway. Will you choose the nearest door on the left or the nearest door on the right?
Well, left or right? One or two, Rita? Red or blue?
I'm just thinking, okay, so hallway, I'm thinking about the way doors open, and I would think that the one on the right theoretically provide better coverage from someone coming from that direction. You know what I'm saying?
Because
Depends.
the door would...
It depends.
I guess it depends which direction it hinges.
Yes, but most doors, I don't know about in fantasy realms where the hinges are on average, but it's a guess.
It's got to be right then.
Yeah, it's the right door.
Exactly.
The room inside is empty and you breathe a sigh of relief as you lean back on the door. The clatter of Birdman's talons on the stone floor outside gets louder as they approach. Directly in front of you is another door, which is a few centimeters ajar. Not enough for a person to walk through. High-pitched voices behind the door sound as if someone has heard you. Head pops around the door, and your hopes fade. The eagle eyes of a tall birdman glare at you. He calls to the others, and two more birdmen appear at the door. Slowly, they step towards you. You must think quickly. Will you turn and rush back into the passageway and escape them this way? Will you try and lighten the atmosphere by making some quip about how their mothers must be proud of them, or offer them something from your backpack? They were laughing.
They were indeed. I mean, yeah, but it just feels like that's something that, oh, your mothers must be very proud of you. Like, it feels like rude. It feels like they would be very taking offense to that, perhaps.
Oh, I would assume so, but I also want to know, part of me wants to know if that is the right way, or like a successful way. I want to know that it was, you know?
Let's do it.
Okay. Well, it's not particularly... Okay. Yeah, your quip only serves to anger them further. No way.
Bah!
Says one of them.
Do not mention our mothers in our presence. We were taught how to hunt and defend ourselves by our fathers.
They advance. Do you want to continue a conversation with them on 471? If not, you may either draw your weapon and fight them, or cast a spell.
We have Yaz, which I do not remember what it does. We have Mud to stop them in their tracks with some sand, which we can do. We have Dumb to make them a little bit dumb for a bit. We have God in order to be able to float, I think. And Nap in order to put them to sleep with the brass medallion, which we do now have. Or we could try and continue engaging them in conversation.
I mean, continue in conversation? I wouldn't have assumed we would be allowed to. That's curious.
I mean, the fact that they'll let us. I'm keen.
The fact that they'll let us has me at least interested to see how we die that way. The Birdmen want to know what you're doing in the fortress, as there are few humans within its walls. Will you tell them of your mission or claim to be looking for an escort to take you further into the keep?
Just gambling that they're also, I guess, anti-sorcerer?
Yeah. I kind of want to tell them. I don't think that either
Hell
of these.
yeah.
Honestly, I don't think either of these are gonna work. Is kind of like looking at these are the
Yes.
options that we have. I'm like, this is not gonna go well regardless.
Yeah, it's you got like your whole operation, your heist is set up. You're just starting to walk in through the front door in order to start the actual heist operation itself. A guard near the door stops you and is like, "Hey, what are you coming into the bank for?" And you're like, "To rob it." Oh, damn it! Oh, no, I wasn't prepared for this.
You asked me the tough questions.
I wasn't ready to lie. I was ready to rob.
The Birdmen listen intently as you tell your story. They are fascinated by your adventures.
Of course, we'll help you.
One of them declares,
In fact, I have the seeker just you need to locate that crown. Come with me.
he walks into the back room. Will you follow him in as he motions, or remain where you are and ask him to bring it out?
Well, exactly how gullible are we?
The seeker, eh? I mean, how gullible are we? I mean, I don't think that surely can't be right.
Oh, 100%. That room is danger.
So
Definitely.
let's just go to 23 then. Let's say no.
Bring it out yourselves.
The Birdmen are angry. You are refusing their help, but you are adamant in your wish not to follow their companion into the room. The creatures draw their weapons and advance towards you. Will you face them with your weapon or cast a spell? Well, do we have the same spells or different spells?
We have the same spells, but in a slightly different order.
Okay. And they are, which are these? ones?
They are God, which I thought was floating, but I don't think it's floating because there's a different one's floating. Honestly, I can't remember what God is. Nap, make him go to sleep. Dumb, make him a little bit daft for a bit. Yaz actually might be the invisibility one. And then Mud is the quicksand. So I think like Mud certainly comes to mind as being strong here. Nap as well, because we do have the pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
Dumb might even be useful because it makes them also a bit more cooperative for a period of time as well. So that might even be a way to then be able to have conversation with them after the fact. I don't see the usefulness of God. If Yaz is invisibility, that would just be escape.
I don't see the usefulness of God. Yeah, I'll defer. What do you think, Magic Raps?
We still haven't cast Mud ever. I am interested in that, but the fact that Dumb might give us the ability to then bamboozle them and actually get something useful out of them feels like it's probably the most advantageous for us.
It does seem that way, doesn't it? I agree.
So 790.
Deduct 4 stamina points. Out. You cast your spell towards the strongest looking Birdman. There's a clang as the creature's sword drops to the ground. It looks surprised and bends down to retrieve the blade. This time the Birdman smacks its head against the table on the way down, and it collapses in a heap on the floor. It has knocked itself out. Turn to 462 to fight the remaining 2 Birdmen, ignoring the first Birdman.
It's not exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily... Well, the first Birdman had a lot of stamina.
Dim is the one I thought we were casting. Dumb is make them drop something. This is my fault.
Well, it's okay. Honestly, we probably would have taken 4 stamina damage from this one. Like, that one has 8 skill, 10 stam. That's a lot. That's a lot of health to get through.
Oh, what page is the final, sorry?
462.
460 to 492. Oh, yeah, that would have been annoying.
I think we're happy that we knocked one out. So there's the second Birdman has skill of 9, stamina 8. Third one has skill of 8, stamina 9.
In the
Do you wanna
confines of this
do our
room, they
shocker?
may only attack one at a time.
Oh,
That's very useful.
wait, that's
So
huge.
up against the second Birdman first. Before we start a battle, I will quickly roll to see if the chakram does. It does nothing, unfortunately. I rolled way too high.
All right.
How's a 17?
It beats a 16.
Hell yeah.
So that's 2 stamina off, down to 6.
14?
No, That is a 16 again.
Yeah, I figured this might happen because we are rolling against an enemy with higher skill than us. That one's 17 at least.
Ooh, okay. 16 again. Just keep rolling sevens.
7
Mm.
is 15.
Yeah, 13. I rolled a 2 and a 2. Is that one down or is that?
That's one more strike for that Birdman. We'll take them down. And this is probably not going to be it. 12.
I got 13 again, but that's enough.
Unfortunately, it's all that matters. 14?
13.
Hell yeah.
There we go. That
Alright,
one's
and now
down.
there is one remaining, and we can even use a point of luck to kill it a little bit faster. So this one has one less skill.
Yes, one less skill, one more stamina. Oh, okay.
Another 14.
Okay, 13. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
Hell yes. 15.
11.
Phew. 14 again. Good lord.
11 again. This one's not very good.
This one loves the first Birdman
Yeah.
and is just in grief. Oh, I don't think you're gonna beat this. This is 19.
This is a 16. You're correct.
One
All
last
right.
swing,
Oh my
and that's a 17.
11. Yeah, this one is
Perfect.
this one is in mourning for sure. I feel bad.
This
now.
this is another situation of this Birdman actually wasn't fighting. They were just sitting in the corner crying, and we were just walking up with a hardwood spear, like
batter up.
da-da-da-da-da.
All right, so wait, do we use a luck point or did we use a luck point?
No, just did a normal round of combat.
Yeah. I mean, that guy was a pushover, so it would have been a waste. 365 because we have killed them. Aren't we so proud of ourselves?
I am.
Looking around the room, you find little of interest. The Birdmen carry swords as weapons. If you need a weapon, you may take one of these. Each has 2 gold pieces, so you may collect all 6 coins. One of them also carries some bread and a pouch containing something that looks like dried worms. You may take the bread with you. There's enough for 2 meals, but you decide to leave the worms. If you're
No, I
hungry... Yeah, no, I don't. Pocket those worms. If you're hungry, you may eat a meal now and add 2 stamina points if it's your first meal.
Which
Yeah.
it is, and will do.
We have don't we have 3 meals with us now?
Yeah, we had 3 provisions beforehand, so now we have 5. We've used 1 down to 4. We might actually be able to eat.
We can eat. We can fight. Turn to 479. You leave the room carefully, checking to make sure no one else is about. The way is clear. You creep quietly along the passageway until you reach a T-junction. To the left, the passage ends in a solid metal door. Over the door, almost as a trophy, is a rope tied in a noose. To the right, there are 2 doors to choose from. In the left-hand wall of the passage is a wooden door, and at the end of the passage is a half-open door with a bell pull hanging next to it. Will you turn left and try the door at the end, or turn right and try either the door on the left or the door straight ahead? So what info do we actually have here? So we have a
To the
little...
left, the passage ends in a solid metal door, which, almost as a trophy, has a rope tied in a noose. I feel like that's probably the Torturer's dungeon, if I had to guess.
True, and we do need him for something. Right?
I think
we need them,
also,
right?
specifically, we have information from last book that is, when we meet, because I believe it's Nagamente as the Torturer, when we meet them, we just should respect them constantly.
Great. Let's go.
So,
Let's go to
yeah,
the torture
honestly,
chamber.
I feel like we have some direction there.
Yeah. So, wait, that's turn left and try the door at the end. That's the one?
That would be yes on 6.
The heavy door is locked. Being solid metal, you do not fancy your chances at breaking it down. If you have a silver key, you may try it in the lock by turning to the reference number corresponding to the number cast into the key. If the reference makes sense, the key fits. If it does not, it does not. Otherwise, you can knock on the door by turning to 178. Did we get a key?
No, I believe that's if we had all of the serpents from the previous book down.
Oh. All right, 178 then. Your knock is heard by someone inside the room, and a voice bids you.
Come in.
And the tumblers in the lock turn. You open the door and step inside, and as you do so, you fling yourself backwards instinctively. For above the door hangs a morning star, a vicious weapon consisting of a solid metal spiked ball, hanging from a handle by a length of chain. As you open the door, it took the ball outwards to swing back at your face. Test your luck. If you're lucky, turn to 190. If you're unlucky, turn to 64. have pretty high luck right now.
You're
don't we?
looking to roll under a 10 now that we get 2 additional points from having befuddled Valignia.
Well, I'm very glad we befuddled Valignia, which is a fun sentence, because we are at a 9. Good befuddling. Just in time, you manage to avoid the full impact of the Morning Star, and it swings past your ear and catches you across the temple. Deduct a stamina point for the graze and enter the room. Turn to 251.
Oh boy, and that was luck.
That was lucky, yeah. The large room inside is a fearful sight. The walls are black and festooned with chains. What it lacks in furniture makes up for in traps, cages, racks, and innumerable other amusements designed for torture of hapless victims. In one corner of the room stands a brutally ugly ogre with a patch over one eye and a whip in his hand. As you step into the room, a smile curls on his face.
So,
His voice booms at you.
the Analander, the Master's serpents didn't lie. We've been expecting you. You've saved us a great deal of trouble coming here of your own accord. You would have wound up in this room anyway. No doubt not of your own choosing. Ha ha ha!
He laughs hard and deep and cracks his whip as if to emphasize a joke. What will your reaction be? Will you draw a weapon and fight him? Offer him a rich reward if he will help you? Or will you cast a spell? And those are...
We have telepathy, which I'm not certain if we have the cloth cap for casting that, unfortunately. No, I don't believe we do. That seems like it could have been useful in the circumstance. Zip, which I believe is teleport with the use of the green metal ring. Pop, which is turn a pebble into an explosive. Sun, light up the area with a sun jewel, which I'm also not certain we have. No, we do have a sun jewel,
We got
actually.
that. Yeah, we got that last time, yeah.
Yes. And then also Nif, which is make a very, very, very bad smell. Although we also have nose plugs to prevent ourselves from taking damage to that.
Oh. Well, what's the most
I mean-
respectful way to do this?
Exactly. Is there more respect in offering a rich reward if he will help us? That also seems like it could be considered disrespect.
Yeah, tough.
I feel like telepathy would be the option for getting information that then gives us the ability to respect him appropriately, but other than that, maybe offering something on 373?
Yeah, 373. How much are you willing to offer him for his help? 5 gold pieces, 10 gold pieces, or 13 gold pieces? If you can offer none of these, draw your weapon and turn to 270. I mean,
Well,
contextually.
what's the most respectful amount of gold?
I mean, is it just the most?
I think it might be. It's compare that also to the fact that we are currently holding on to 51 gold.
I mean,
Do you want to see if we can get by with 10?
yeah, 'cause maybe oh shoot, I scrolled past. Which one's 10 on? I feel like maybe
531 would be 10.
maybe that one's more humble. 531.
10 pieces of gold, eh?
The ogre is quite interested in your offer.
And what is it you want to know for this reward?
Will you start by complimenting him on his fine torture chamber and then ask him what he knows about the Throbendors? Or will you ask him which torture he enjoyed the most and see if he knows where to find the Archmage? Oh, these are both respectful.
I feel like seeing if he knows where to find the Archmage, like that feels
Red flag.
it a little. Also, on top of that, I'll add, like, we know that the Archmage is in disguise. Like, that's
True.
a thing that we just know courtesy of the last book. So I don't know if he would even be able to give us especially useful information on that. Whereas we do know that in order to get through the 4 Throbendors,
Yes.
one of them we need to know the torturer's
Yes.
information about.
So I think that we have a lead on that too, and we go to 215 is my take as well.
Exactly.
He falls silent as you pay your respects. You've appealed to his sense of professional pride.
No one has ever complimented me before like that.
He sighs.
Oh, what your business is here, I don't know. But those kind words deserve thanks.
I like
You wish to know about the Throbendors? Well, I will tell you this. If you leave this room on the left, you will eventually arrive at a Throbendor. The door is open. When you open the door, you will seemingly step into a pit of hellfire. Ignore this, for it's naught but an illusion, and will only burn those who believe in its existence. But You must plunge in at your first opportunity. Any hesitation or dawdling will destroy your belief in the flame as an illusion. Let nothing sidetrack you. That is all I will tell you, and tell not a single soul that Nagamente revealed its secret to you.
You thank him for his advice and leave the room. He seems to have forgotten all about asking you a question in return. If you follow his advice and find a large double door, then when you step through it into the fire beyond, turn to 399 instead of the reference mentioned, because you know it's a secret. You know the secret. Continue now by turning to 230. You have a choice of 2 doors leading from the torture room. They are both in the wall ahead of you, leading further into the inner chambers. Will you take the door in the corner on the left or the door on the right? Well, we were just told the left, correct?
Mm-hmm. Unless we were interested in also checking out the other one, but I don't necessarily think we should.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be like in like a levels situation where the next person is going to be found in between the next set of Throbin doors, you know? That's my guess. But maybe that's my video game brain thinking. You open the door and step out into an art... Is this the right page?
I'm also on the wrong page, so
Wait a minute.
I got very confused because the door that it's telling me I turned into is wrong.
230. Go to 236. Yeah, 236. Yeah, this is right. You open the door and step out into an arched cloister. The cloister runs round a sort of yard. You follow it round, turning the first corner and looking for a suitable way onwards, and at the midpoint of the second wall, a passageway leads out from the courtyard back into the main building. Doors lead off on both sides of this passageway, and at the far end, there's another door. Towards the end of the passage, on the right-hand side, a sign swings in the gentle breeze, reading, you know... yeah.
Merchant, open.
Before that, another door reads...
Inner sanctum.
If you wish to try the earlier right-hand door, turn to 140. If you wish to see what the merchant has for sale, 91. If you wish to continue down this passage and leave through the door at the end, turn to 310. A merchant?
A merchant, exactly. We have 41 gold on us at the moment. I think we should probably check out a merchant.
I would love to check out a merchant. If it's a trap, I don't even care. Like, the fact that the risk and reward is too high. Like, the reward is far too great. We have lots of money, and they're a merchant. The door to the room is already open, and you step inside, and as you would expect, the walls are ribbed with shelves on which hundreds of trinkets, artifacts, knickknacks, and treasures are displayed. A plump merchant sits behind a table in one corner and eyes you suspiciously. He seems to be undefended, and you cannot see how he prevents his customers from stealing his wares. Do you have any money? If so, you may purchase some of his merchandise on 494. Otherwise, you may attempt to steal something. I mean, I think we should just go see the wares
We've got
on
money.
494.
We don't need the 5-finger discount.
A number of the merchant's wares are interesting. You browse through his shelves and ask him about several items that take your fancy. He recommends a rusty cutlass, which he claims is an enchanted weapon, and a bargain at 3 gold pieces. He also has a set of 2 candles bound together. According to the merchant, these will light to order. One is a red blood candle made from the dried blood of a firefox, while the other is an ordinary wax candle. These will cost you 2 gold pieces. He has a number of spell artifacts, some of the ones you might require for spells, but they're expensive at 5 gold pieces each. A bird's nest has a single golden egg inside. This will cost you 2. And a pouch hanging from one of the uppermost shelves contains ancient silver pieces, costing you 4 gold pieces. But he will not part with the pouch because it's not for sale.
Interesting.
If you wish to buy any of these, decide which you want, pay the price in gold pieces, then turn to the reference below.
So Rusty Cutlass I'm interested in because, like, if it does turn out to be enchanted and we get to roll with a skill plus of anything, it would be incredibly important for us.
Yeah.
The candles, we know that from the last book, we are told not to use a blood candle. Should we still have our candle?
We're told not to light a blood candle in a specific context, and I can't remember.
Yes. When exploring, I believe it's a dungeon, do not light the blood candle. But should
There's
we
also 2
still buy
candles.
the candles to have the other candle? Exactly.
Yeah, we'll just light the ordinary candle, perhaps.
Number
I feel
of
like we
spell
should
artifacts.
Probably just buy everything if we're allowed, like, right?
Kind of, yeah. I feel like that's the direction we go. Also, spell artifacts, like we could go there and hopefully get cloth cap, maybe? Telepathy? Seems useful.
Let's assume first that we can only get one thing, just in case. Where would you want to go first? The cutlass?
Honestly, probably cutlass, because if we don't have a decent amount of skill, I do feel like we will probably just fall apart in combats.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel?
I like that. The cutlass is not enchanted. The merchant is simply a good salesman. Having rid himself of this piece of junk, if you do use it in battle, you must deduct 1 skill point, for its rusty blade will do less damage than a normal sword.
Yeah.
Turn to 473. But we also have an extra sword in our backpack. Maybe that
We
will
do.
matter.
We have a sword, a cutlass, a rusty sword, another sword if we want it.
Yeah, true. So now turn to 473.
Right, got it. And we have the ability to purchase from there any of the other things. So I'm gonna tally up the amount that we're gonna be spending. Of it's 3 on cutlass, 2 on candles, nests with egg is 2, and silver pieces is 4. Should we just get all of those because they're unique?
Yeah, we should probably head to each page, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just I'm trying to figure out exactly how much money we'd be spending. 2243 is 443 is 11, takes us down to 30 gold before we have to look at the spell artifacts.
All right.
303.
303. As he has told you, the 2 candles are self-lighting. The blood candle will last longer than the normal one. Turn to 473.
I have a change I would like to make to the things that we've done. If he told us that these are self-lighting, I believe I didn't understand what he was intimating
He said
when
by
he was talking about these
command,
candles.
to be
Yeah.
fair.
But if these are self-lighting, that's a problem.
That's true. Does he mean self-lighting in the sense that it's going to light itself automatically, or does he mean we don't need like a lighter? Because that's much different from each other.
I can't tell you.
Why not? You haven't read this book before?
No, unfortunately.
All right.
I would have had more helpful things to say earlier about
This blessed sphere and such.
exactly.
Let's just go to the nest with egg and see what we feel. 108. The nest and golden egg are a mystery. Could they be useful if you come across birdmen? Does the egg have any value, or are they both simply luxurious ornaments? Will you find out? Turn now to 473. Is that the same page? Okay. And then the silver pieces on 208. The silver pieces are worth more than the gold you paid for them, but they will prove to be more trouble than they're worth. The pouch that the merchant would not sell you is capable of magically generating more of these coins, so he has lost nothing. Outside of their pouch, the coins will burn through anything you put them in. You will not notice this until afterwards, when you have lost them. A short while after you've placed them in your backpack, they will have burnt a hole in your pack and dropped out. You'll also have lost 1 item from your backpack. Cross off the 3rd item in your equipment list and the coins, then turn to 473. Our 3rd item? Do you even have it listed that way? Or
I do.
And it's not an important thing, right?
Oh, it's pretty important.
No.
So Rita, you know how we had 30 gold a second ago?
Yeah?
We now have 0.
No, that's
our
not a...
gold pouch is our 3rd item.
No.
Well, look. Easy come, easy go, I guess.
Cool. All right, well, I guess we don't need to look at the spell artifacts then, huh? Well, I guess let's go and look
Yeah.
and see what we could have gotten, so we know for
Oh,
future
sure.
reference when we inevitably, have to...
Revisit this shop.
Yeah. Let's see. He has on his shelf some of the artifacts that you may need for the spells list in your spellbook. Furthermore, he'll let you have 2 artifacts for 8 gold pieces, 3 for 10, and any others you may wish to buy will only cost you 1 gold piece each. He can offer you a jewel of gold, yellow powder, a gold-backed mirror, an orb of crystal, a jewel-studded medallion. Decide which and how many you will buy. So,
The only 2 there that could be relevant were the jewel of gold and the jewel-studded medallion, which we don't have access to yet.
yes. Okay. But notably, it's good to know that those are here.
Mm-hmm.
Conceptually, it's good to know that. If you've now investigated all your purchases, leave the merchant, continue to the door of the passageway on 310. No money.
The merchants always cheat us in some way.
Yeah. The door opens into a passageway to the right. The way leads onwards. The passage widens. To the left, it reaches a dead end. You decide to turn right and follow the passage to 124. Did you write down the flame wall thing?
I did, yes.
Okay, good. It was,
We'll
what,
have to head
$3.99 or
to
something?
page 399 when
Nice.
we are in the flames.
All right. The passageway widens until you reach an open hallway, which is evidently a main thoroughfare. Several passages open out into this area, and the way onwards is a choice of 2 doors. Ahead are 2 heavy wooden double doors, standing 3 meters high. Your caution is aroused by the fact that one of the doors is slightly ajar. The other door is a more ornate affair. A few yards to the left of the double doors, carvings are set in its wooden timbers. Do you wish to investigate the large double doors, or try the smaller door? So we were
I
informed.
mean, we know how to
Yeah.
get through the large double doors.
As far as I'm concerned, I think we should just do it. But like,
Mm-hmm.
usually you're
Every time
not
we get
rewarded
off
for
the beaten
dallying.
path, we get beaten for it.
Exactly. The game book really rewards you for just doing what you're supposed to, and no more.
Mhm.
So, 41. You are naturally suspicious of such an important-looking door being open. It looks safe enough, but are you walking into a trap? You pick up a branch lying in the hallway. It's the length of an oak sapling, which you may keep with you if you wish. Okay.
We can now cast Fix.
You touch the door with the branch and nothing happens. You shove the door with a little bit further and you realize it's a trap. A roaring flame and blast of heat flare up from behind the door, causing you to shield your face. The door opens directly into a burning inferno and your heart sinks. There seems to be no way through here. Do you want to let the door close and try the ornate door, perhaps return here later? Or risk an all or nothing run through the inferno? Or turn 399 is what we know.
Oh, I think...
You think we have to go to 541 first?
I'll tell you, the answer is no. He did tell us that we should be leaping into the fray, but if we go to 541, it's pretty quick to tell us we died. So 399, I imagine, is supposed to be here.
All right. The flames lick your clothes and the heat begins to feel unbearable, but you've seen through its illusion. As you continue through the inferno, its effects begin to die. The flames are cold. There is no heat. On the far side of the inferno is another door, which you walk comfortably up to, turning to 150. That's cute. A sign over the door catches your attention. It reads,
Chamber of Night.
You pause for a moment before you try the door. What can the Chamber of Night hold in store? Night creatures? Sleeping gas? There's only one way you'll find out. You turn the handle. The door opens to a room as black as coal. Not a beam of light comes from the room. Even the dull light from the area where you now stand cannot penetrate its blackness. Do you have a candle which you can use to light your way through this room? If so, turn to 13. If not, 308.
We do.
We do. I'm hoping that it's like, do you want to use... I feel like it's going to be, do you want to use this or that?
Yeah, that would make sense in retrospect because they tell us the blood candle lasts longer to try and bait the hook. But if they are
Exactly.
self-lighting,
Yeah, let's just go to 13 and we'll die. If we die, we die, but I think that we have a choice, is my guess. Yes. Which candle will you use to light your way? The blood candle or the ordinary candle? The ordinary candle.
absolutely.
You take the candle from your pack and concentrate, because suddenly a flame flickers and appears at the wick. Just in time, as the door behind you slams shut of its own accord, you're alone in the room, but your candle lights up some of the way. You gasp as you look at the floor, as sharp blades protrude through the wooden floorboards at irregular intervals. Your balance will have to be perfect as you pick your way through the deadly maze. Will you be able to keep your footing? Choose your next few steps by turning to either reference 87 or 239.
I'll tell you, 87 is much closer to turn 2, so let's check that one first,
That's
because there's no other reason.
That's a great idea. No. You inch your way slowly across the room. For your next few steps, choose either 488, 341, or 359. Let me just make sure I'm writing all these down.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be essential. It feels like we're in another one of the Mucilytic dungeon kind of situations.
So should we just, try the...
341, it's the nearest by.
All right, I like it. Beads of sweat appear on your forehead. The going is difficult as the candlelit shadows sway across the room, but so far you've not touched any of the blades. To take your next few steps, choose between 262, 239, or 52. 262, 239, 52. 262 is the closest, if we're going by that logic. Oh boy. You inch across the room slowly. For the next few steps, choose either 87, 488, or 52. Notably, 52
Now, you said
is...
choose... Yes.
Yes. That was one of the ones we could have chosen last time.
Mm-hmm.
Which is that good or bad? Probably bad.
Probably. Seems more likely. So nearest here, I guess, would be 87?
Yeah. All right. You inch your way slowly across the room. Cool.
And this is a loop, right?
488 we've been. 341 we have not been offered. And 359 we've not been offered.
Okay.
So
Well,
probably
let's
not the
head
one
to
we've been offered.
341 then.
Beads of sweat appear on your forehead. The going is getting difficult as the candlelight shadows sway across the room. But so far, you've not stepped on any of the blades. Wait, have we done this one?
Yeah, I think we might have, because this offers
I
us
didn't
the
mark this.
52. I think 262 is where we came from as well. Maybe there's a duplicate of this page.
That could be the case. Yes. I think okay, so we've been to 262, 52 we were offered before, 239. Yeah. It's
239 might be new though.
it's was offered to us before, yeah. But
Right.
wait, I think you're right. We've either been on this page or an exact duplicate of this page, like with the same options.
Mhm.
So I guess 239.
I think so. 52 is the one that was offered like in multiple different areas, so it feels like it's more likely to be a dead.
Yeah. You step carefully between the blades. The flickering candlelight makes it difficult for you to see the room clearly, but your next few steps are safe. To take a few more steps, choose 262, 359, or 488. We've been to 262. We have not been to 359. We were offered it once and didn't take it. 488, we were offered twice and didn't take it. So by the old logic, 359 sounds safer.
Sounds great to me.
The room seems to shift in the candlelight, but this is a natural trick of the flickering light. You manage to keep your balance and step safely across the room. Next few steps turn to either 52, 488, or 262.
So
All
262
We
we've
have
been
no
to
choice.
before.
We have to
Yeah,
do what
it's
the ones
488.
that's been dupes. So 488, I guess, seems to be the case. You inch your way across the room. For the next few steps, choose either 52 or 341. We've been to 341.
Mm-hmm.
So we
All right,
have
they
to
just
go to
keep
52?
rounding us on 52.
So we have to go to 52 now, basically. At last. Oh, okay. Well, we could have been here a long time ago. Wow. We were just bad logic by us,
outgamed
I guess.
ourselves.
Yeah, we outgamed ourselves. At last, your hand touches the wall ahead of you, and feels the outline of a door. You grasp the handle and turn to 33. You breathe a sigh of relief as you step out of the darkness and into a brightly lit room. Your eyes smart in the light, and you are forced to close them momentarily to adjust. Hurried by relief, you step through the doorway, perhaps a little too quickly. Caution should have been your watchword. As you step into the bright room, hands grab your wrist. Guards, you've been captured. The two sentries march you proudly over to the two doors in the left-hand wall. Their gruff voices cannot conceal their excitement as they bundle you through one of the doors to present you to their captain. Khartoum, captain of the guards. Is this one of the people we need to know? No, right?
I'm not sure.
Not familiar. Sits behind a wooden desk, which is covered in papers, and you're surprised to find that he's no beastman, as the other guards are. He is tall, slim, and his long hair, falls down to his shoulders. Although he is a human, he is not from Analand. Most probably, he is a renegade from the lands of the east of Kakabad. Will you face the captain to see what he has to say, or would you rather try and make a break for it before the doors close behind you?
How likely do we think we can just run away from guards who just seized us?
Seems not likely, but maybe that it'll be so surprising that we try. They're like,
They never run. Well, I don't understand. I'm
why do
not
they
prepared
never
for them
run?
To try and run.
Why do they never run? Wait. Oh shoot. We should probably.
I know. I could see talking to this guy. I could also see trying to run because I imagine we'll probably end up talking to the guy anyway.
Sure. I mean, let's just talk to the guy. We can. Worst comes to worst, we can get data
Mhm.
that we can use in the future.
The Analanda!
Exclaims the captain in a high-pitched voice.
You've done well. This capture will be reported to the master.
The two guards shift their positions and grunt proudly at each other. The captain stares deep into your eyes and sits down at his desk.
But now,
He says,
we must question our prisoner.
You look round the room while he studies you. Turn to the illustration opposite reference 375 for a view of the room, and study it hard, for there may be a clue which can help you. The captain asks your intentions. Will you tell him that you have a private message for the Archmage? Will you tell him you have come to destroy the evil within the fortress? Or will you offer him something from your backpack, perhaps as a bribe? So we should look at that reference at the very least first.
Interesting. So there is a shelf up and behind this character where we can see multiple different vials, a bottle, perhaps an apple. The bottle seems to be marked death. There is a portrait next to him as well of what seems to be quite a beautiful woman with a love heart imprinted on her cheek, maybe a birthmark. His table in front of him has IZVQ on it.
As far as I can tell, that's what it says as well. Unless it's like 1250, and it's supposed to be like some kind of weird like code thing. I don't know. Some weird, I don't know.
Or maybe it's I equals VQ?
Oh yeah, it could be that too.
Not exactly
Okay.
certain what we're supposed to be gleaning from this.
But maybe it'll become clear. There's also the portrait of the lady. Seems
That
of
certainly
note.
seems the most relevant.
It seems the most clearly put.
Mm-hmm.
508.
So what do you think? Private message for the Archmage? If we tell him we've come to destroy the evil within the fortress, I feel like there's two paths. Number one, he immediately realizes, oh, you're here to kill the Archmage, go to jail forever. Or number two, he's like, oh, you're here to sort out the union that's starting or something like that, right? Like, he believes we're even more evil.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to get anywhere bribing him, maybe.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know what we would have from her backpack that would be appealing here.
Like, I don't know, booze, but we don't have really booze, I don't believe. Med potion, holy water, vial of sand. Maybe you'd be interested in, sorry, not 2 pebbles, 1 pebble? I can't spring for 2. What do you think?
No,
I'm
no.
made of pebbles?
Are you made of pebbles?
Look, don't tell anyone.
Oh my god. You're
I mean,
1,000
keep it a
pebbles in a
secret.
trench coat?
I flew to Turkey recently, and I've had every single one of my atoms and molecules replaced by pebbles, of course.
Wow. Good for you. Why not? Okay, I private message feels like the most, it feels the logical one to do.
Yeah.
The question is
100%.
if logic reigns or not. I think we just give it a shot. 43.
Yeah.
A message for the Archmage?
He asks.
I am Khartoum, captain of the Archmage's guards. Don't try and hoax me with your puny story. You've come to seek out our leader. Is that not true?
Will you admit that you've come to destroy Mampang, or will you continue with your lie?
I am the captain of the Archmage's guards. Do you want to confess to me that you're here to kill him?
I mean,
Absolutely not. We're double down on the lie.
yeah. Huh.
What do you think?
I feel like I thought we were told, did we already pass that thing? We were told
Which
to
thing?
we were told at some point to tell someone that we come to destroy the evil of the fortress. Did we do that already?
Oh, I don't remember that. That would have been
Or did I make that
Shadrach
up?
saying that.
I either made that up or, cause I'm pretty sure it's just, this book has been over the course of like a month. So
Yeah.
So it's hard to keep it all in place. So I don't know if I made that up or not. So I kind of want to try and tell him that we want to destroy, especially after he says that. Like, don't hoax me. You've come to see.
I mean, yeah.
it feels
I'm-
so forward.
I'm
Like,
down. I'll give it a go.
why wouldn't he just be like, if he knows it's a lie, wouldn't he just be like, no? I think he's trying to get us to, yeah, I don't know. Let's try 122.
Hell yeah.
Your bold announcement does credit to your bravery, but not to your intelligence. How dare you? That's rude. For you're hardly in a position to issue threats. It wasn't a threat. It was. The captain and his guards laugh loudly.
Take this miserable half-orc to the dungeons!
Commands the captain. His guards obey. You will now spend the rest of your life in captivity. Mercifully, this will not be for long. Okay. Well, okay, cool. Okay, fine. That checks out.
The other might not even be too different from that, to be fair.
Yeah. Do you want to just let's try and continue with the lie on 243, I guess?
Seems the next thing to check.
The captain becomes angry. He motions the 2 guards holding you as they shove you forwards into the desk. But you are nimble-footed. As you are flung over the desk, you kick backwards with your feet, catching the shins of both guards, and they howl in pain as they release their grip. Your arms are free. Will you now draw your weapon and prepare to fight your captors, or cast a spell, which are...
God, which I still don't remember what that does. Far, which is see the future using a orb of crystal, which we do have access to. Dim, which does what dumb I thought did. Dim makes them a little more cooperative and befuddled. Zip would be teleporting with our green metal ring. And finally, Jig would be using our bamboo flute to play a tune that will make them all dance. Now, I will note, Jig is the only one of these, I believe, that targets multiple people at the same time.
Oh. Interesting. I mean, that seems like a pretty good sign.
Mm-hmm. I like it. I like it a lot. Also, like, I for a bamboo a bamboo flute that we bought very, very early on in the first book, I feel like we've not had many opportunities to get to use it. I would love to, because it seems so fun.
Yeah, let's do a little jig. 642. If it doesn't work, we at least got to play the flute. Deduct a stamina point. Do you have the bamboo flute? Yes. If you have the flute, go to 610. You raise your flute to your lips and begin to play, but before a note can come out, the captain knocks it from your hands and the guards attack. Turn to 145 to resolve the battle. During the fracas, one of the guards steps on the flute and it cracks and breaks under his heavy feet. You've lost this artifact.
Yep.
Teleporting back just a minute. I would love to use this. We haven't been able to use this. Crunch.
This should allow us to go unlock capital S, capital M sicko mode and respond like with an enraged attack or something like that. Like, you broke my flute, buddy. I'm gonna break your you.
Yeah. All right. The two guards immediately spring on you. Fight these two together. In each attack round, choose whichever you will direct your attention towards and conduct the fight as normal. The remaining guard will inflict a normal wound only if his attack strength is higher than yours, but you cannot wound him. Okay, so I roll 2, and basically the first one is the only one that matters for us doing damage. The second one is if we take extra damage. First of all, definitely do some chakraming. First guard has 8 skill, 7 stamina.
Yeah.
Second one has 7 skill, 7 stamina. No?
The 2d6 needs to be under our skill, not exactly our skill.
Unfortunate.
That should be a good hit against the first one. 16?
Yes, let's see here. 5, 8, yep, 13, yes. And then the second one is 15. Also good.
18.
All right, first one is 17. Oh. And then 11. So first one is down to 3. We should definitely use a luck to finish this one off. Right?
Should we?
Oh, should we not?
We can. No, we absolutely can. But if we're rolling luck, yeah, is there a possibility we do badly and it's not advantageous for us?
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot about that part.
If you have just wounded the creature, you may test your luck. However, if you're unlucky, then you restore 1 to their stamina. So, which actually means it would still take us only 1.
Which is irrelevant, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it just comes down to whether or not we want to use the luck.
Do we have anything to restore luck? We don't, right?
Not anymore, no. We fully restored it once with the Lucky Charm.
They're after me, Lucky Charm. Okay, yeah. All right, let's just go for another round of combat first. We have to do that regardless anyways.
Oh, sorry. I just re-rolled the thing that I already had, but thankfully I rolled basically the same number. 18.
15 and 12. I don't think we... These guys suck. We might not even need to worry.
That's what I'm thinking. 17.
14 and 13. Yep, so one's dead.
First guard is down. The second guard has less skill as well, so it's
that
significantly less likely to
been
hit
really
us, but
bad.
that might do it. 12.
18.
That's the highest you can roll.
them.
One
no,
less. One less.
Yeah,
than
you can go
last.
19.
15.
13.
14 against it.
And then a 12.
16.
Okay, we're down to what?
They're down to 3 stamina at this point.
Okay.
Oh no.
There's a 16.
Yes. So they matched our 16?
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear you say yes. I guess they matched it.
Oh, right. Cool. So just a whiff on that round.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. That's
16 again.
13.
Perfect. One last round of combat.
10.
That is 13.
10. Easy peasy.
Ease.
If you
All
kill
right,
the
Captain.
guards, you may turn your attention to the captain. If you wish to spare the captain's life, you may turn to 347 when you reduce him to 6 stamina. If you wish to continue the fight, turn to 391 when you reduce him to 6 stamina.
I see. So we only need to do 3 damage to him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's handy. That's 19 on our first swing.
With 18. And that was a good time to roll a 19.
Good lord. If we want to, we could try and use our luck point now to push so that we don't even have to go through another round of combat with this guy.
Sure. Seems fine to me. Sure. Should I just roll 2d6?
Yes. Under 9,
6.
if you please.
Got a 6.
That'll do it.
Do we want to spare his
Oftentimes
life?
that is under. I think possibly that is a good idea.
The same person who pierced our spear through the gnome's throat for being rude.
Yeah, this guy only tried to imprison us and broke our stuff and our legs as well as our bamboo flute. You know, so he hasn't really trespassed as much as being a nasty little gnome guy.
All right, 347. The captain thanks you for your mercy and promises that you will be rewarded for sparing his life. He steps behind his desk and opens the drawer. You wait to see how you will be rewarded. Your gift is not what you expected. For inside the drawer, the captain pulls out a small hand crossbow already loaded with a deadly dart. The bowstring sends the dart shooting forward towards you and embeds itself in your chest. The tip is treated with a fast-acting poison. You have died.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think we can kill this guy.
Oh, yeah, no, actually, that does seem like a good idea to me now. What page do we murder this man on?
391. You decide wisely that the captain is still too strong to be spared. If you wish to spare his life when you've reduced him to 3 stamina, turn to 445. If you decided that this will be a fight to the death, turn to 463. I gotta be honest, Raps,
Interesting.
I do want to try it, if for no other reason than to see what trick he pulls on us at 3 health instead.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So we got to continue the fight. He's down on what? He's already
Should
on
be at
6,
6.
is it? So we could try one more lucky hit to get him there.
We could.
Ugh, 13. I think he's probably going to hit us.
Oh, what is he? He's got 8, right?
Yep.
11. He rolled like Garbans.
11. Should we do another luck roll? I'm mentioning this because our stamina is 6 and I'm trying to conserve it.
I didn't know that. Well, I will say, let's just say yes because I already rolled the next thing. So,
is your luck roll under 8?
Oh, luck roll? I meant I already rolled for combat.
Ah, right. Okay, never mind. Oh, that's actually a good roll for us. 9 plus 8 is 17.
13. Which is why.
Hell yeah.
Which is why I was like, hey, let's just keep going with this one.
Let's give it a go. Let's see.
I'm feeling fine.
So now he's on 2 health. 445. Do you respect us now?
445. The captain is grateful for your mercy. You threaten him with the final blow unless he agrees to help you.
My life is now worth nothing.
He sobs.
But not only have I allowed you to escape, but the Archmage is a cruel master. My only hope is now that you succeed in your mission.
He pulls a key from his pocket with the number 17 cast into it.
This is the key which will open the throne doors at the foot of the Archmage's tower. Without it, you'll get no further into his private chambers.
You take the key and tie the captain to his seat. You cannot afford to take chances with his loyalty. When you reach the next Throbin doors, you may use this key by deducting its number from the reference you arrive at and turning to the new reference. Turn to 463.
Hell yeah.
You leave the room and walk across a bright chamber towards a door on the far side leading onwards. You may open this door by turning to 580. The door opens and you step into a large open chamber with dark alcoves along the walls. Torches set into the wall light the room with a flickering glow. The floor is marbled, as are the walls, and across the room you see 2 large double doors. Although there is no one about, there is something in the center of the room. Standing on a pedestal, a few feet above the door, is a large marble sculpture. It faces towards you, but the dim light you can only just make out its shape. It is about the size of a large shaggy dog or perhaps a sheep. But apart from the sculpture, the room is empty. Will you walk across towards the double doors, treading carefully, or will you cast a spell?
We have Sun. Use the Sun Jewel to light the area, I think. Fall? Can't remember that one. Sap? That is...
Isn't
that is
fall
something
to stop us from a fall? Am I mistaken?
Yep. Fall 100% does make sense. Yes, yeah, it's like Featherfall. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sap is a 1. It is demoralization, I think. The one that just like makes them uninterested in doing anything.
Yeah.
Mud is the sand, and rock are okay.
Sounds relevant.
Oh, that's the sprinkle them in stone dust and turn them into stone, petrify them.
Are we trying to petrify the statue? Oh,
I mean, that-
because maybe it's not actually a statue, but we turned it into a statue. Like it's secretly not a statue.
Yeah.
That's kind of cute.
I like it.
I like that,
I
and
think
I
we
hope
should
it's
turn it into a statue.
I like that, and I hope it's right. that it's not actually a statue, and we make it into one. Deduct a stamina point. Do you have any stone dust with you? If not, you cannot use a spell. If you have stone dust, you may throw it over anything that you wish in the room and use your spell to petrify it. Turn to 504. After 5 steps into the room, you freeze. This may be a trick of light, but you could swear that the shape in the center of the room is moving. A creak confirms your suspicions. The sculpture is coming towards you, coming to life. It turns on its pedestal to face you as you move forwards. You are to take 2 more steps. Its legs move, and it steps down from its plinth. There's something unnatural about the movements. They're abnormally quick. Stepping down onto the floor took the statue less than a second, but its bulk is considerable. Then, without warning, it charges. Lowering its head, it races straight for you at tremendous speed, its legs barely seeming to move. Test your luck. If you're lucky, turn to 329. If you're unlucky, turn to 255. It told us we could petrify this thing.
Yeah, we needed to, I guess, wait for it to unpetrify itself before we then repetrified it.
Yeah.
It's like casting a sleeping spell on someone who's asleep, and then they wake up, and it's like, oh, damn.
Unless it means that we can just, I guess we just test our luck, though.
Yeah, I think we have to.
And just, so what do we need? We needed an 8 or less? Well, I got a 3. It doesn't matter.
8 or less, yes.
I got a 3. I know that's enough. 329. You fling yourself out of the way just in the nick of time, but the creature thunders past you and into the marble wall behind with a blow hard enough to kill an armored troll. But this tremendous impact has not even disturbed it, and it turns again to face you on 58. I'm sure hoping we can petrify it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything you may be able to use against this creature? If so, turn to 152. Or if you want to simply run for the double doors as quickly as possible, turn to 363. I would think that sure sounds like, did you do the thing? If so, do the thing. To me.
Yeah, I think we've got to check out what we can use against them.
152. You may try... What? You may try a yellow fruit skin, a parchment scroll, an enchanted compass, a glass vial of liquid, or none of these.
Now, Rita.
Yeah?
I am also dismayed that it appears that our stone dust has done nothing in this situation. I can understand it exclusively through the lens of it's already a statue, so I guess maybe it doesn't care about that kind of thing. However, something I have been curious. Something I've been curious about ever since book 2 is why that guy with the squid head who we broke into his house outside the city of Kare, why he gave us a parchment scroll, because he didn't give us any information about it. It's just a scroll of parchment.
Yeah.
We got a parchment scroll. We also do have the glass vial of liquid, which I imagine is probably just for casting the glue spell to be able to stop them from charging. But
yes,
we might actually figure out what the parchment scroll does now.
Worst comes to worst, I want to find out. Which page is that?
71.
You pull out your scroll and start to unravel it, but before you can do anything, the creature is speeding towards you. Turn to 296. You try your best to avoid the creature's blow, but it's no use. Its head slams into your side and hurls against the wall. Your skull cracks against the marble, and you slump lifelessly onto the floor. So near to your goal, you've been stopped by perhaps the Archmage's most dangerous servant, the Sleepless Ram.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess we don't know what that parchment scroll does.
It gets you killed, silly.
Evidently.
I guess the vial of liquid on 92?
Vial of liquid on 92.
How did you come by this vial? Were you given it by a woman, a man, or you found it on your own?
Well,
I don't remember.
We got it after we removed the trembling disease from ourselves. We got a vial of sand as well as a vial of glue. The item we got immediately after that was the rusted sword -1, which was in the mucolytics area. So did we get these from the Sight Masters? Did we get these from Libra? Or did we find them ourselves?
I really don't remember.
I also don't. I didn't know in my inventory I was going to have to write down where we got each of the things as well.
God. I don't know why I think it was a woman, but I just don't know. I just don't know.
Mm-hmm. I honestly won't be able to confirm or deny any of them, unfortunately.
Yeah. So like, and it can't be like, well, then let's just say we found it on our own, because that might also be a lie. All of these could be a lie. Should I just? No, I was gonna say, should I just roll a d6? And it's, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I don't know which one of these is true. Let's think. So where do you think we got it?
So it has to have been after we entered Mampang.
Okay.
Because before that, we got the password from a conversation with Libra, and we had the trembling disease. And then she cured our trembling disease. And then After that, some amount of time after that, we picked up a vial of sand and a vial of glue, as well as a rusted sword -1 after that. So the rusted sword -1, I believe, was from the Mucilytics area, the Mucilytics dungeon. So it's before we go through the Alara La Matana Throban door. So in that area were the Sight Masters that we interacted with. I'm trying to think of other characters in that area that we did interact with, though. Like, how could we have gotten the vial of glue? I feel like it was from, like, a corpse. I do feel like it was from a corpse. But maybe it was Libra who gave it to us. Maybe Libra was just like, here, you might also need a vial of sand and a vial of glue.
Yeah. Oh God. What? It feels bad because I don't want to cheat, but also I don't know what reality is, and this is like that was so long ago for us.
Mm-hmm.
That was so long ago that we got it. Like I don't even know if we got it in this book or if we got. You think we got it in this book?
Yes.
You're confident we got it in this book. We haven't talked to many women in this book, unless it was the Satyr women.
It wasn't them who gave it to us, no.
So I feel like it was a man then, because I don't think it was Libra.
Which would take us to
278. You quickly hurl the vial at the speeding creature before it can reach you. The glass shatters, spraying the liquid all over the statue, but to your dismay, it has no effect at all. Now the statue is almost upon you. Turn to 296.
Well,
we die. Okay,
another set of death for us.
that's fine. It happens a lot, in fact. So should we try none of these? Maybe we should try none of these on 363.
Yeah, I guess we have none of these as the solutions for this puzzle. 363.
You panic and run for the doors as quickly as possible. Test your luck. If you are
You're
lucky,
looking for
turn
an
to
under
5.
7, or 7 or under, rather.
Well, that's great because I rolled a 7. Turn to 512. The creature slams into you and knocks you sideways towards the middle of the room. You wince as you feel your ankle. It's seriously strained. Nevertheless, you must try and hobble across towards the doors, deducting 4 stamina points. Are we dead?
We are on 1 stamina point now.
The statue is now ready to charge again. As you pick yourself up, test your luck again. If you are lucky, turn to 25. I need to roll a 6 or under.
6 or under.
I rolled a 5. My lord. 25. You try your best to reach the double doors before the statue can attack again, but it's no use. In your state, you're no match for your opponent's tremendous speed. It slams into you again and knocks you, as luck would have it, over towards the doors ahead. But the blow has caused you quite some damage. Deduct 4 stamina points and turn to 224. This is for a lucky outcome, by the way. We die.
Yeah, our lucky outcome is death.
Yeah. So,
given the fact that we know that having to start rolling luck means we will die, I'm saying that I think that we should go back to our very first encounter with this character and cast a different spell. I don't think we should cast rock on them. I think we should try something else and see if we can actually get a result that doesn't take us down a line where we are inevitably going to lose all of our stamina.
Yeah, so 580. 580 is, yeah, so we're not going to do the rock. So we can get that stamina back that we would have cast or used for that as well. So you think mud seemed like you thought might be
mud?
Good?
Mud probably the most likely comes to mind.
Yeah, like slow them down.
Sap or sun.
I feel like mud makes the most sense to me. What?
It does, because the rest are about affecting a thing that, as we realize, we can't affect it yet, because currently it's a statue. But we can affect the area around it.
Yes. So, yeah, I like that. 719.
719 sounds great to me.
Deduct a stamina point. Do you have any sand with you? Yes. If you have sand, go to 681. You throw the sand in front of the statue as you cast your spell. A small pool of quicksand appears on the floor. You may now make your way across the room, turning to 504. But your trap will only slow down your opponent, not prevent it from reaching you when you're told to test your luck. You may ignore it and go to 329 instead, as if you had been lucky.
Right, which is a path we've already been on.
Yeah, which takes us to 58. And then maybe we just try and run for the... well, if we try and run for the double doors, doesn't that just bring us to the 363? Yeah, that... Are we in a death spiral?
It's certainly looking like it right now. Yep, there will be 2 luck tests that follow this. So if we do not have 8 stamina, that cannot be the way that we try and resolve this puzzle.
I mean, I guess we can go back and check spells again, is
the
only logical thing.
I think so.
I mean, we never tried to tread carefully across the room to the doors as well, I guess, technically.
That is true as well.
I just assumed that was just not possible at all. I thought that was just like a, of course not kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's an early decision. Let's try and waddle across the room.
504. I see. After 5 steps
This
into the
takes
room,
us-
you freeze. It takes us back to the same loop. Yes, it's the same thing.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, what other thing could we cast that would be more relevant than making mud ground?
That seems the most relevant here, to be really quite honest. Especially seeing that it
Mhm.
works. That fills me with even more dread about the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm wondering, I'm just like, did we just, am I wrong about how we got this vial of liquid? You know, like, I'm just like, am I wrong? I don't know.
Mm.
Was it Libra? Was it,
That's, you know what? Probably the easiest way to find that out is to very
go
quickly
there and see if it,
find the
passage
reference
makes
for
sense?
Libra. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's also a way.
Like, if it just doesn't make any sense, then it doesn't make any sense.
I'm gonna say you should check that, and I'll check our conversation with Libra had much earlier in the book.
Okay. Well, it does not give us information about where we got it. I thought it might be like, you throw the vial you got from, you know, but no. I will say, I hope that we got it from a woman.
It's a good result. Got it.
Hope we got it from a woman, but I don't know if we did.
I'm having trouble finding this Libra passage. Libra did not give it to us.
And we don't have any way to restore health?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Quite a pickle. Quite a pickle. All right, so basically, we really have like one choice.
Mhm.
We're in a death spiral that we cannot get out of or progress unless we had more health or a potion or a vial from someone from 2 books ago or
Yeah.
something.
So
So
it's
we have nothing.
a vial from 2 books ago, or we definitely need to lose 8 health in order to succeed
Yes.
this, which means we can't do it unless...
Unless we do know that we have a health potion that we can cast a spell to use to restore our health to full. We do have
This
the medicinal
was-
potion we got from the healer.
Yes, exactly. This was offered to us by Kalitas
Yes.
outside.
So what we are going to do to break the least amount of things is use this potion at this juncture. At this spell encounter, we are instead going to be casting Dock, because it's the way we can break the least amount of things. We would have just had to have cast it at some other encounter before, I guess. I don't know. We cast it here.
I
is
haven't
what we have to do.
seen Doc offered to us yet.
Yeah. So, and we do it here, and if we get offered it in the future, we can't do it. We've used it already. Like, that's, I think that seems like the fairest thing we can do, because otherwise we just don't have enough health to progress in this book. And we don't have the puzzle piece from 2 books ago that we wouldn't have known we were missing. So I think that's the only way we can do it. So we glug, 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 glug. We chug the medicinal potion to restore, and it restores our HP to full. It's like a huge thing.
It does, yeah.
And the question is it's probably, we probably chug it at the spell casting screen, even though it means we're going to be taking 8 damage. So like, even then, it's still not even good. It's not an optimal use of it still. So,
And that's
But-
if we're lucky.
and that's if we're lucky. That's, you know what? You're right. I didn't consider that maybe it just does like 10 if you're unlucky. So how do we get there in the safest way then? So we were at full health. We're at what's our full health?
23 is our full stamina.
Okay. So the safest way is the mud safer?
The mud is the only safe play. It gives us the ability to succeed in one of the luck rolls without testing it. Other than that,
Yeah.
we've got 2 luck rolls. We just have to still roll.
All right. So 719, we cast the mud. That costs 1 stamina. And then we go back to 681. 681 is throwing sand in front of the statue. We may ignore the test your luck and turn to 329 instead. So I think we could just go to 329. We know all about what that sucker does. We know about it. It's nothing. You fling
He
yourself out of
starts
the way.
bounding down in our direction.
Yes. You fling yourself out of the way just in the nick of time. The creature thunders past you and into the marble wall behind with a blow hard enough to kill an armored troll, but the tremendous impact has not even disturbed it at all, and it turns to face you on 58. Do you have anything you may be able to use against the creature? If so, turn to 152. If you simply want to run for the double doors as quickly as possible, turn to 363. So we just don't.
We don't know.
We just
It's
don't.
got to be 363.
Panic and run for the doors as quickly as possible. Test your luck. If you're lucky, turn to 512. So what is our current luck at?
So,
Canonically. It would be
yes,
8?
because we've had to reset from the line where we came here in the first place, because that killed us.
Yes.
It should currently be 8.
Well, I rolled Snake Eyes for the first one, which I wish I would save
Hell
for the
yeah.
next one, but whatever. Turn to
We're
512.
lucky, so we only
We're lucky.
break our ankles.
Yeah, 512. We're lucky. We break our ankles. Deduct 4 stamina points. You wince as you feel your ankle. It's seriously strained. Nevertheless, you try and hobble across towards the doors. Deduct 4 stamina. Test your luck again. That is a 5, which is still enough, right? Yes, we're at 6.
Yep, we're at 6 now.
Oh, okay. Turn to 25. You try your best to reach the double doors before the statue can attack again, but it's no use. In your state, you're no match for your opponent's tremendous speed. It slams you again and knocks you, as luck would have it, over towards the doors ahead. The blow has caused you quite some damage. Deduct 4 stamina points, turn to 224. The tall double doors are closed. You scramble up to them and must decide quickly what to do. Time is short. The ramming statue is picking up speed towards you already. Will you turn the handle and step through the doors, or try and avoid the creature speeding towards you? Well, we do know it's locked,
We do know it's locked.
so
We also know we have the silver key that asks us to turn 17 pages earlier than this to 207. And if that makes sense, that was the right key.
this is where we would do that. Okay, we can do that right now, right?
Yes.
Does it make sense? Yes, it makes sense.
I think if we test the handle, it would just be like, it's locked. Do you have
Yes.
a key? But
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
time. You die.
Yeah. So 207 does make sense, so this is the time to use it. Your heart is thumping as you open the door and you slam it shut behind you to keep the marbled ram out. You pause to collect your thoughts. You're about to come face to face with the Archmage. Your mission is almost done. If only you can take the Dark Lord of Mampang and rescue the crown. The door opens on the foot of a spiral staircase. You climb the stairs way up into the tower until you reach the top. The door is unlocked and you open it. You're expecting an elegant study, well decorated, lined with books, but what you see is exactly the opposite. Turn to 321. You see a gym filled with muscular dudes.
Oh, hell yeah.
The room inside is sparsely decorated. It's a bedchamber of some sort. Narrow window slits in the bare stone walls provide a little light. Although the sun has nearly left the sky. There is a desk in the room, but it's cheaply made. The room seems empty. No one's about. You step into the room. A sound comes from behind the door, followed by a sobbing. You wheel round quickly. Standing behind the door with a large brass pot in one hand is a balding, plump man dressed in long undergarments.
It's no use.
He whimpers.
I just can't bring myself to do it.
Presumably, he is talking about using his pot to knock you senseless as you entered. What will you do now? Will you calm the man down and try and talk to him, or threaten him for daring to contemplate ambushing you? Well, I mean, we think this is probably the sorcerer.
Yeah, so
in
I think
disguise?
they're
But
trying
what does
to
that
do
mean for us?
Exactly. I think they're trying to do the pump fake of like, you'd expect it to be the sorcerer, but it'll look like a sorcerer. So maybe it's not, but like we know they're in disguise, so maybe it still is. I guess we don't want to let him know that we have the drop. Maybe just talk to him a little bit, see if we can get them
Yeah.
to sit down in a chair in front of us and then slice their neck, like wait for an opportunity.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Is it feels like I don't know. We'll go to 7. We'll see. Maybe we'll be betrayed, but we'll know that we're supposed to not be. You both sit down on a hard wooden bench, and he composes himself.
I've no wish for all this violence and treachery,
He starts.
for I'm a man of peace. It's that god-cursed Mampang that causes all these problems. I can't even trust visitors anymore.
You assure him you will do him no harm, and he tells you his story. Turn to 79.
I can assure you
He says,
that I am not a native Mampang, for I am from anywhere in Kakbard. My name is Farron Wide, and my kingdom's Rattlestone, way over the west beyond Zanzunus. My profession is the art of science, and specialty is in weaponry. In my own kingdom, I was renowned for my discoveries. My most important discovery was a flash powder that could be used to propel a missile further than any arrow can be fired. It was this cursed discovery which attracted the attentions of the Archmage. His allies, the hook-billed Birdmen, were sent after me, I was captured as I slept and brought to this hell pit in these very clothes. Since that time, his threats have only kept me working on my project, but I fear that his own ambitions will only see its use for conquest, not in defense or peace.
You tell him a little of your own story, but only that the Archmage has similarly wronged your kingdom by stealing the crown of kings. The old man nods.
I have heard of your crown. The Archmage is said to keep it with him at all times.
You ask him where he can find the Archmage.
Oh, now that is a secret I can help you with. Come with me.
He leads you over to a window and points out.
The Archmage does not often visit the Mampang fortress.
Your jaw drops. Wait. Yeah, your jaw drops. Has this journey been wasted? Far and wide continues.
He considers the place unsafe from his enemies. He leads the world to believe that this is his home, but in fact, it is there.
You follow his finger. It points out to the peaks of High Salmon at nothing in particular. You groan. Must you find your way safely out of the fortress and start another journey?
Do not despair, my friend. Let me show you another trick that I have learned.
Far and wide cups his hands round his mouth and calls 3 words in a language you've never heard before. You watch dumbfounded as the enchanted words cast their spell. And outside the tower you're in, a shimmering haze disturbs the air. As it rises slowly, the old man's story makes more sense. Another tower, concealed under its spell of invisibility, forms before your eyes. Far and wide looks at you proudly.
There is the Archmage's tower. That is where he stays.
You realize you must now reach this tower and quickly before the light fades. Will you ask the man for his advice or cast a spell? Notably, one of the spells is Dock.
Bing, 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 bing.
Dock, the very first spell, which was at 587, which I believe is where we found the rules for using the Dock spell. That is to say, yay, at least that loop is tied up now.
Yeah, so
Medical potion used.
we're basically just using it a little bit. We used it a little bit early. That's the only way we could, I guess, technically do it.
Exactly.
So 587 brings us to, we can actually deduct a stamina point. You have the medicinal potion. If not, the spell will not work. We do. If you have either of these, you may use the spell to replenish your stamina, restore it to the initial level. It turned to 245. We're not going to restore it to the initial level here because so we're at 245.
I can offer you a little help,
He says.
but whether or not you'll be able to make use of it, I don't know. Outside of this door, to the left, is a solid wall. A secret doorway is hidden in that wall. It's released by a password, but it's well protected against all unauthorized people. The passageway behind the door runs down the stairs to the outside of the fortress. When the Archmage did live here, that was his private escape route. Now, I know what you're thinking. Does he know the password? Alas, I do not. For if I did, I'd have escaped certainly long ago. Your only other alternative is to work your way back out through the fortress and find your own way back outside.
You thank him for his information and hurry outside. Will you turn left and investigate the stone wall or head downstairs to make your way back through the fortress? I don't like that we are unable to assume this guy is bad.
Like, would casting other spells be, like, us trying to take an offensive stance against him? Like, he just cast spells. He knows about he just cast a spell in front of us, and he's like, I don't know about this sorcerer fellow anyway.
Magic words, magic words.
Yeah, it's very odd.
I suppose perhaps we're not supposed to be able to.
To immediately aggress against him.
Yeah, I guess that's the only thing. Or, I mean, it's possible it's not the guy, but, like, it does not pass the smell test here.
Yeah. Unless they introduce another very obviously disguised man.
It's like we kill this person and then like someone wearing one of those disguises with the big noses and the mustache.
It's the Groucho Marx disguise.
Okay, well,
You know, I had to kill an intruder in my pajamas. What he was doing in my pajamas, I'll never know.
so I guess we have to play along. Turn left and investigate the stone wall or head downstairs to make your way through the fortress. I feel like we should investigate the stone wall before leaving entirely, because maybe we'll be like, wait a minute, he lied. Or something.
Maybe, but the thing is, we already know that, yeah, there is an exit here. And yeah, it is in the stone wall. And yeah, if we go there and speak the password of -92, we can escape. But, like,
Where's our crown?
Yeah. I feel like we should investigate the stone wall, though, right? Like, just to.
Let's do it.
I feel like it's good data.
Mm-hmm. Where will we be doing that?
546. You feel around the bare stonework, looking for a clue as to where the secret doorway is. You can find nothing. You may try a password. There's 2 passwords. It's neither of the passwords, right?
Does not appear to be Alara, Latana Lara, or Ganthankamonta.
If you don't want to try either of these, turn to 486. But you're saying
If
we subtract 19?
If we subtracted 92 from this, we
92.
would be using the password given to us by Libra.
And okay. What page is that? Math is.
So that'd be 454, I believe.
Should we just try?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. You speak your password and wait. A creak in the rock is followed by the appearance of a crack which splits along the rock face. A door is opening. Your heart beats quickly as it swings open to allow you through, door style. And judging by the commotion you can hear at the bottom of the stairs, this was not a moment too soon. You step through the door and it closes behind you. You find yourself in a narrow tunnel with stairs leading downwards. You follow them down and down, zigzagging until you reach the bottom. At the bottom is a door, and it squeaks on its hinges as you open it. This door cannot have been used for many years. The dust and debris that have built up around it makes it very difficult to open. Your spirits rise again when you find the door leads, as far and wide has told you, outside the fortress. But what of the hidden tower? Has it now resumed its aura of invisibility? You look and breathe a sigh of relief as it is still visible. Perhaps the old man's words render the invisibility spell ineffective to anyone who once sees the tower. You step across towards it. A heavy door leads into the tower. You try it, and find that it is firmly locked. Roll 2 dice and compare the total with your skill score, and if you roll a number less than your skill, the door will open and allow you inside. If you roll greater than or equal to your skill, the door will hold fast. Deduct a stamina point for every attempt, including your successful ones. And when you open the door, turn to 102.
With a roll of 5, it costs us exactly 1 stamina and 1 attempt to open this door.
All right, to 102. The door bursts open and you fall headlong into the chamber inside. You roll over on the straw-covered floor and take in your surroundings. The room is not at all elegant as you would have expected. It is simply a bare room. 2 doors lead from it, and you must now choose which to take. You may try the one on the left or the one on the right. I don't think we have any information on that.
Not at all. Left or right?
Let's go left first. Well, only one right way. If there's one thing that may remain solid throughout all of turn to page, how about that? 465. It's also further in the book. Sometimes that means something. The handle turns and you push the door open, and expecting the worst, you peer inside the room. It's dark, but there's no sound coming from inside. As your eyes adjust to the light, you can see that the room is circular and thankfully empty. There's no furniture, nor any windows. The walls are smooth and stony, with long scratches stretching from the floor to the ceiling at several points around the edge of the door. On the far side, you see what you're looking for, the foot of a staircase. Will you enter the room and look around, head across the room for the staircase, or ignore the room and try the other door? Scratches?
Yeah. Probably some sort of beast housed in this area, if I had to guess.
That or like a staircase. This staircase moves or something. I don't. From floor to ceiling, several points around the edge of the door. What are you thinking?
Which was the first option again?
There is enter the room and look around, head across the room for the staircase, ignore the room and try the other door.
Definitely not ignore the room and try the other door. I guess look around. Maybe we want some more information, because it really does feel like this tower is a very tall trap that we've been placed in by far and wide, and maybe having more information to try and avoid those traps while we're navigating it is a better idea.
I suppose, yeah. All right. The floor of the room is covered in dust and straw. You kick through this, and occasionally your foot touches something solid. Mostly they're stones, but one particular object feels light. You bend down and pick up a face mask. It's black in color and carved to resemble a grotesque face. Do we have the black mask?
No, we do now, though.
Oh.
That's for casting Gak.
Placing it in your pack, you continue to disturb the straw to see whether you can find anything else of value, but suddenly you stop in your tracks as your foot has kicked a much more heavier stone. And immediately a deep rumbling noise comes from under the floor. Turn to 284. The rumbling continues. You lose your footing and stumble forwards, and it's then and only then when you realize what happens. For that stumble was no clumsiness on your part. The floor is moving. Quickly, you glance towards the archway. The dark staircase has disappeared. You can only see a solid wall within the arch. You wheel round to consider your other way of escape, but as if in answer to your question, the door slams firmly shut. Only now can you understand the scratching on the walls. The floor is rising up towards the ceiling, and you are about to be crushed to death. Will you search through the straw on the floor in hope of finding something that may help you? Wait to see what happens in case the floor does not rise all the way? Or will you search your own equipment for something to use?
I mean, honestly, I want to look at our own equipment because we got a lot of things.
We got
like
so
the
much
oak
stuff.
sapling, fix. We can stop things from moving. Like, we got to have something we can do here.
Yeah. So let's go to 16. You can find nothing which will be particularly useful, but there is one idea which occurs to you. If you have a strong weapon, such as a sword or a spear, you may try and wedge it between the floor and the ceiling to try and hold the floor down, but the floor seems to be powered by some sort of mechanism that is a good deal stronger than a mere weapon. Nevertheless, you may try this if you wish, and you had better hurry up. The floor rise is already causing you to kneel down. If you wish to try wedging a sword, turn to 55. If you wish to use a spear, turn to 134. If you don't want to risk breaking either, turn to 269. I mean, so it's sword, probably using like one of the bad ones that we have in our backpack, or the blessed spear.
That's the thing, right?
But, like-
does the blessing mean it won't break at all? Or does the blessing mean we lose something more valuable when it does?
Yeah,
We have a rusty sword that I think we should probably throw into this mechanism first.
I think that's probably the best idea. You wait for the floor and the ceiling to get close together and then hold your sword between them. The sword catches and bends. It's doing nothing to halt the trap. The sweat is running down your forehead and into your eyes as you watch in desperation. Finally, the matter is decided, and with a sharp snap, the sword breaks in two. You've now lost this weapon. If it's your only one, it's not. But probably this will be no real cause for concern because within the next few moments, you are likely to be crushed to death. Turn to 269.
We've lost our rusted sword.
No! Slowly, the floor continues to rise, causing you further agonies in your hopeless situation. You must now lie outstretched on the ground, and you close your eyes to the sight of the rocky ceiling inching closer and closer. In a last desperate attempt, you raise your arms to press against the ceiling, as if your own strength could halt the floor's progress, but it's no use. You are not destined to die like a fly swatted against the ceiling in a floor trap chamber. The purpose of the trap is more cunning than that, for the archmage can gain no useful information from dead enemies. Much better to frighten them witless and then interrogate them. With the ceiling inches from your chest and in the heat of your own panting breath reflecting back in your nostrils, another noise sounds from above. This one, again, mechanical and similar to the floor's motor. But it is one which you are truly relieved to hear. A crack appears in the long center of the ceiling, and the light floods in. Turn to 561. It was a big, silly elevator.
A big, scary elevator.
When you have calmed down from your close call with death, you sit up and look around. Straw lines on the floor, but charts and maps are pinned to walls. Some of these are charts of the heavens, and a strange contraption is pointing from the window at the sky. Sitting behind the table across the room is a scrawny-looking fellow with spiky black hair. He looks up at you over half-moon glasses and smiles a sinister smile. Could this be the Archmage himself?
And who is it that has been caught in our trap?
He asks.
As if I did not know. The Analander. I wondered if you would make it this far. My congratulations, of course, on your skill and courage, my friend. But here is where your luck comes to an end. For now you face no cowardly dark elf, no brainless clatterman.
You state defiantly that your journey will not end until the Crown of Kings has been returned to the rightful guardians of Analand.
Ah, yes.
He says.
The Crown of Kings. What you say, I give it to you now, and you be gone. What say, I give it to you now, and you be gone. For I am anxious to get that cursed thing away from here.
This is a strange offer. Will you accept and ask him for the crown, or would you prefer to draw your weapon and fight him, or cast a spell?
Our spells are Gob. We can summon goblins. Mage, which might be important as a magic shield against the next magical effect that would otherwise strike us. Fix, for trying to hold him in place. Kid, for turning an illusion into something real, which, if he's offering us an illusion of the crown, can we kid it into a real crown and then take that? And then Walk is use a coin, which we don't have, to defend ourselves with a shield.
We could also... Wait, so Kid turns an illusion into something real?
Yes,
That's-
it's using the the bone bracelet. It's using the bone bracelet to turn an illusion into real. Maybe it doesn't turn it real.
I thought
Maybe
it was
it
the
just looks real?
reverse. I thought it was.
It looks
I
non-real.
thought it just creates an illusion to. I thought it made an illusion. But maybe I'm wrong.
It might do that. That makes more sense.
Like you're kidding
That makes
them.
much more sense because another one would be an illusion maker if Kid is then for bolstering illusions. But no, I can't remember an actual illusion creating spell. So maybe Kid then. I don't think Gob is right. I think it's magic or
Goblins,
it's
get
magic
him.
shield or it's Kid. Just immediately.
Yeah,
just
I'm with you. I'm
goblins.
with you. I feel like Magic Shield or Kid make the most sense to me as well.
Magic Shield, I believe, is one of the default 4 spells, so it costs a lot, whereas Kid is not. So, should we start with Kid?
Yeah. Deduct 1 stamina point. Do you have a bone bracelet with you? Yes. If you have the bone bracelet, you may place it on your wrist and cast a spell. You've thought of your illusion well. The desk at which he's sitting begins to heave and crack. He jumps back, startled, as he watches the wood becomes alive and forms itself into a gnarled wood golem in front of him. A scrawny arm reaches towards him, but his reaction is immediate. A ball of fire swells up in his hand, and he flings it at the golem. The creature shrieks as it catches fire, and a sly smile spreads across the man's face. Holding his hand high up in the air, he swirls it in a circular motion above the blazing golem. Drops of water form in thin air, and moments later the fire is out. You watch in amazement, and as your concentration lapses, the blackened golem reforms once more into the burnt-out desk it really is. Realizing how he has been tricked, the man's temper bursts.
Trickery!
He screams.
I've had enough of these games.
Turn to 552. I mean, it sure seems like he's outed himself as the sorcerer there.
Well, this is the sorcerer, right?
Yeah. Has he never, I mean, like, has he not said that he, it is not said that he is, but he obviously is.
That is true.
But when is
The fact that he was
disguise?
talking to us casually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's in his disguise as far and wide. I don't think he's disguised at the moment. I think this was like, oh, go over to that tower, and then he like disappears and like immediately changes his clothes and gets into the top of the tower to wait for us.
Yeah, I guess. He stands up and shouts a single word.
Gods!
As soon as he calls, a hidden doorway opens in the wall behind you. 3 guards rush into the room, and before you can react, they hold you tight. They bundle you off through the door and up a narrow staircase to the top of the tower. Unlocking a heavy door at the top of the stairs, they fling you inside. Turn to page 4. The room you are in is at the top of the tower. A single window lights the room, which is bare except for a shiny plate on the floor behind the door. The remains of a meal are on the plate. Except for a shiny plate on the floor behind the door. The remains of a meal are on the plate. Your immediate thought is worrying. Are you alone in this room? And the answer, quite clearly, is no. And this is confirmed when you feel a slight tugging at your elbow.
Are you all right? Have you been injured?
A squeaky little voice is addressing you. You whirl around, and a smile spreads across your face as you recognize Jan, the mini-mite you met outside of Biratanti.
The gods be praised!
He says.
My friend from Analand! Oh dear, I hoped this wouldn't happen. I'm sure your capture is all my fault.
Your smile drops as you remember how troublesome the little creature was. You were quite happy to rid yourself of the mini-mite at the time, and perhaps his reappearance will be bad rather than good fortune. Nevertheless, you certainly want to know how he came to be trapped in the Archmage's tower.
Our departure was a sad time for me.
He starts.
I felt I'd found a good friend, and one who certainly needed my help in crossing Kakbad. I came after you. I missed you in Kare, for I won't venture into the city port, and I searched for you in the backlands. Finestra the Sorceress is actually one of my good friends, and she told me about your movements. I almost caught you at Lake Ilklala, but you crossed in the boat before me, and I couldn't fly that far without rest and had to skirt the lake.
You notice the creature's wings, or lack of them.
These swill-bellied butchers!
He moans.
They cut my wings! I was captured by the Red Eyes and brought to this place. My wings were clipped to prevent me from escaping.
You ask Jan why the Archmage himself should want to bring you into his own tower.
No, my friend, you have it wrong.
He shakes his head.
This isn't the Archmage's tower. This is a prison tower. The Archmage's most prized prisoners are kept here.
You're astonished. Are we? Will you tell him far and wide's story, or do you think you ought to try planning an escape? I mean, does telling the story of far and wide lead us to be able to be like, that was the guy?
I would not
guy.
be surprised, because otherwise, why are we talking about it?
That's kind of where I'm at. I think that's what we do.
Mhm.
You tell Jan of the aging weapons specialist who revealed the tower to you, and the Minimite smiles.
Farron White is no weapon specialist at all.
He snickers.
That man was the Archmage himself in disguise.
No.
Ah, I see.
Wow, blow me down. And what a crafty demon he is. He's persuaded you to enter his own prison and become his prisoner, almost of your own accord.
Almost. You cannot believe your ears. You have already met the Archmage, and you've let him go. Oh, no. This is valuable information. Should you once again meet far and wide, you will know his secret. Deduct 111 from the reference you are at if you come across him again, and turn to this new reference to expose him. Now you better plan an escape from the tower on 98.
I see. So we did have to fall for it in order to get the information to not have to fall for it.
Yeah. Classic. Your situation looks hopeless. The door is sturdy, and you've already seen the size of the lock on the door. The window is one possibility, but it's a long way up. A jump would certainly kill you. Perhaps you could plan to ambush one of the guards when you are brought your food. Will you try and break the door, ask Jan his opinion, use something from your pack, or cast a spell?
Our
And the
spells would be
are-
Nip, using yellow powder to move very fast. We've got Wall, creating a wall of force. We've got Zen. That's the jewel-studded medallion, which we don't have, so I can't even tell you what that does, and it wouldn't be relevant either way. Fall for Featherfall, and Zip for teleporting with the green metal ring. Now, I don't know if you have to be able to see where you're teleporting to be able to do it.
I will note, if a jump would certainly kill you, but you'd feather fall. Surely
That sounds great.
it won't, right?
Window's a good possibility. Let's Featherfall our way out of it on 604.
Deduct 2 stamina points. What are we at, by the way?
Currently, 12.
You cast your spell to protect you against the effects of a fall. Do you now wish to try jumping out of the window or consider another option? No, I just wanted it for fun. Shoot.
Yeah. Right.
Ah,
Yep.
yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Forgot about that?
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's been a while. Yeah, that'll do it. Jan shakes his head but wishes you luck as you step Jan as you step up to the window, placing your faith in the spell you've cast. You climb to the ledge, looking down. The height is frightening, but you pluck up all your courage and then leap inside. Ordinarily, this would have been an excellent plan, and you would have floated down to safety on the ground, but unknown to you, your spell did not work. Minimites are protected from magic with a defensive aura, which prevents all the most powerful magic spells from working in their presence. Your courageous leap is to no avail. Your own screams are carried by the wind as you plummet down to your death. Oh yeah,
Right.
that's right.
We couldn't
That's-
cast it halfway down as soon as we get out of his aura.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta admit, it's peak comedy. Like
Yep.
that is peak comedy. Like introducing the character, having them be very annoying, have this effect, and then, I mean, for us, it's funny. It's extra funny because it's been so long since that's happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yes, okay. So we can't use any spells. So break the door. Ask Jan. Use something from your pack. What do we have in our pack?
I guess we should check.
I guess, yeah. 259. Do you have a silver whistle? Do we?
Oh boy. Is that one? Is the fairy whistle the silver whistle?
I feel like it's probably not, right?
I figure probably not, but maybe, because that was the thing that we used to summon the fairy. I thought it was a silver whistle. I could be wrong about that though.
I'll tell you, 274 makes no sense if that's the case.
Gotcha.
So,
So it's
a different
not
whistle.
that then.
So we do not have that. We don't have anything else of use. You may either ask the Minimite for his advice, try breaking down the door, or you may plan to ambush on the guard when he comes to bring you your food. I mean, that's the classic one, you know?
Yeah. Should we go classic with it?
I mean, like, this is an old book. Maybe it's classic for a reason, you know?
Let's see. 476.
An hour or so later, a guard comes in through the door to give the two of you a meal. You may, if you wish, try attacking the guard on 142, or you may eat your meal and wait to see what happens, for surely someone will want to ask you a question soon. Will they?
I don't know.
I feel like the phrasing of it makes me think it's just going to be like, oh, you thought? You know?
Mm-hmm.
I do also like the idea of eating.
Yeah,
Eating food.
food is good. We haven't slept though since the last time we ate, which
So-
would.
I mean, we still get a
I
stamina.
think we still get one.
Yeah.
Let's
The
go
meal,
eat.
yeah, the meal is fairly basic and not at all appetizing. Cornbread and grits do not make a banquet. Nevertheless, you may add 2 stamina points if it's your first meal, 1 if you've already eaten. Then you sit down and wait on 214. At last, a commotion outside gives you hope. The lock rattles and 4 guards enter the room. You rise to your feet, and a sergeant steps forward and addresses you.
Analander,
He starts.
I have special instructions from the Archmage himself.
Already your mind is planning how to break free from your escort as you enter the Archmage's chambers and leap onto him, but the Archmage's instructions are not as you expect. The sergeant continues.
The Archmage considers you are too dangerous an enemy to Mampang to be able to live. You are to be executed immediately.
You are crestfallen, and in a state of shock, the blood drains from your face, and the room spins. You slump to the floor in an unconscious state. The guards are merciful. They carry out their order immediately without waiting for you to regain consciousness. Your journey ends here. You die. Okay. So that ain't it.
So I guess trying to get the drop on them then?
I guess that would be on 142 would be that. That doesn't seem very smart either, to be quite honest.
It certainly doesn't, but it's the other alternative here.
You start your battle with a guard. You have the advantage of surprise, but the guard has the advantage of reinforcements. As the struggle commences, the guard bellows loudly with 6 more guards racing into the room, and before you can react, they pull the 2 of you apart and are holding your arms pinned to your back. A sergeant walks in and looks at the scene. His own guard is nursing a sore arm. The sergeant roars angrily at the guard for his incompetence, then looks at you. He nods at the two holding you captive, and turns to leave the room. The sergeant's back is the last sight you see in the world, as an unseen sword slides through your chest from behind. The journey's ended. You die. That sounds like what I would expect, so we just don't do that.
Yeah.
So
All right, so no escape plan that way. Should we ask Minimite, like, Jan his opinion?
I
like,
guess.
I've been kind of avoiding it because all he's done is lie to us and kill us.
If you want my opinion,
says Jan.
even the thought of escape is futile. Perhaps we could ambush the guard as he enters the room, but you can bet your worth that the whole company will be not far behind him. An escape plan aided by magic is impossible because, as you know, Minimites are protected from most magic by an evil invisible and invisible shroud of protection. Only the most powerful spells will work while I'm here. And I'm sure as Corrigan not going to oblige you by jumping out of that window to get out of your way if that's what you're thinking. Other than these, the only possibility would be to see if anyone sent for you. Someone's bound to ask for you before too long.
You consider his advice. Will you plan to ambush the guard, consider a spell to cast, or see if anyone sends for you? Well, we do know that Jan's telling the truth about the other things.
We do,
Because
yes.
we died that way. So
That's how we know.
we know because we died that way. So 214 probably is the only logical thing to do here if we're going to follow this line.
They do keep mentioning only the most powerful spells will work while I'm here. I don't know
That's
if there is a
interesting.
spell that is powerful enough that we're being offered that can do that. I don't really want to just check every single one
What
of the
it-
spells
wait,
to
but
see if they resolve correctly.
Hold on. Okay, so what is... Shoot. I lost the page. Where's the page that said we should go to 214? 476?
I think 214 is after we plan to ambush the guard with the food. And then we just choose to eat the food instead and wait.
414. So what if we try and consider a spell to cast and see if that gives us a different...
Yeah.
'Cause it doesn't say cast a spell. It says consider a spell to cast.
Yeah. Let's do it.
You start to concentrate to prepare a spell, but Jan keeps on breaking your concentration.
I'm telling you, you're wasting your time.
You tell him you are trying to find a spell which will not be affected by his defensive aura.
There are a few who know spells which Minimites have not been protected against.
He smiles.
And I have no wish for you to waste your strength.
Do you have strength to waste, as he puts it? If your stamina is 8 or more, turn to 356, is it?
Our strength at the moment, our stamina, is 13.
Oh,
Now, when I'm thinking about powerful spells, and I'm thinking about having 8 stamina or more,
Yep. The
I'm
big
thinking
one.
about the one spell
The
that
one?
no one has ever told us about. Yep.
Yes. 100%. What was it called? It was
Zed. It was
Zed?
the final one.
Yes.
Zed. Z-E-D.
Yes. 356. I don't even care if it's right. 356,
Tell me one of your strongest spells,
says the Minimite.
and I'll tell you about whether or not it'll penetrate the defenses.
You run through your most tiring spells, and the little creature shakes his head at every one until you reach the last.
The Z spell?
He shrieks.
You know the Z spell? If that's true, I think we have our solution. That spell is certainly too powerful for me to stop.
You are astounded. No one knows the powers of the Zed spell. How does the Minimite know so much about it? Turn to 374 to listen to his story, or turn to 427 to cast your spell.
I think every additional piece of information we can get before casting the spell is probably worthwhile.
Yeah, probably. 374.
If the truth be known,
Jan begins.
we Minimites know much more about the arts of sorcery than most magic users themselves. We have outlawed the use of magic within our own race, for our experiences were bad. Whether it's the magic itself or our own characters, we don't know, but sorcery and ambitions of power went hand in hand with our people. Eventually, it split us up into a race of nomadic individuals avoiding each other like the plague, and all because of sorcery.
The Minimite sighs for a moment, then returns to the subject at hand.
It's thought that the Zed spell originated from Throbin. That's not true. It was originally designed here in Mampang by the sorcerer priestess of Granada, god of time. One of my own race stole the secret and brought it to the Minimites. When our people dispersed, the spell's secret was taken by its thief to Throbin, then given to a necromancer in exchange for favors. It's the ultimate secret of travel. Travel across distances and travel through time. But it carries its own dangers. It demands perfect concentration. If you can achieve this concentration, then you may be able to send yourself forwards and backwards through time and space. But before you cast a spell, you must concentrate hard on where you want to go. You must have this image firmly in your mind, or the spell will work randomly. As with the Throbin Necromancer, you may arrive at any place in any time. This is all I know about the Zed spell. How to cast it is a secret that I haven't learned, nor would I have any wish to. Ugh.
Now turn to 402. The conversation has been enormously enlightening. You now know the secret of the most powerful spell in your book, and you know how to control it. Turn to 427 to cast a spell. If you choose to cast the Zed spell, ignore the reference you are told to turn to, and turn instead to 631. This is your bonus for knowing the secret of the spell. Turn to 427 to cast a spell. If you choose to cast the Zed spell, ignore it and turn to... Okay, yeah, so 427. You got that written, the other one written down, though? I went past it. You ignore the Minimite's reservations about using magic and choose to use your spell to cast. Zed is 753.
Zed is here listed as 753. We'll be turning to 613 instead. The other spells here are similar to the spells that were offered to us previously, but obviously with the understanding that Minimite was probably going to block them anyway.
613?
Is it... What? I thought it was 613, but that entry does not seem correct. I wrote it down in everything.
I mean, it just happened, too. I thought it was 6... Okay, wait, hold on. 402, 631.
Oh, 631.
As quickly as it started, the spell wears off and you return to Earth in new surroundings. The prison tower has disappeared, and as your feet touch the ground, you must fight to keep your balance, for you're on a spiral stairway. Behind and beneath you is a large set of double doors, and ahead of you, at the top of the stairs, is another heavy door. You climb the stairs and try the handle, and it turns on 321.
I will note, it didn't actually tell us to use 8 stamina at any point.
And it did not. It just asked if we had that.
It asked if we had it.
It didn't say...
It did not make us use it
cast
at any point.
Yes, correct. Okay, so it teleported us back in time to this page. We've been here before.
We have indeed.
The room inside...
Standing behind the door is an old plump man. It's no use.
Yep, it's no use, he whimpers.
Hey, Farron Wide. We know your secret on page 210, I believe.
You confront the sniveling creature before you. You have learned the Archmage's secret, and you tell him so. Far and Wide steps back, aghast. His whimpering cease, and his expression changes as his eyes narrow.
So,
He exclaims.
the Analander knows our secret. Our foe is more competent than any of us had imagined. I offer my admiration for your skill. Such skill should be well rewarded.
You've come for the Crown of Kings. No doubt you would like to set eyes on it.
The old man moves towards the desk and opens a drawer. From within, he pulls a shining golden crown and lays it on the desk. The Crown of Kings. You recognize instantly the treasured crown, and your eyes widen in awe of its beauty. At last, it is within your grasp. But while your concentration is focused on the crown, you have taken your eyes off far and wide, and a transformation is taking place. You wheel round towards the man, far and wide, dressed in his long undergarments, lies on the ground still as death. Standing over the man, a fearsome creature is forming before your very eyes. Your thoughts of the crown disappear, and you must quickly decide what to do, for the creature forming before you is a netherworld demon of some sort, with a huge bullish face, hoofed feet, black hairy body, and smoke curling from its nostrils. You must attack quickly before it fully forms. Will you draw your weapon and attack, or will you cast a spell? What are our options?
Our options are Zen, which dual-starter medallion we don't have. Res, which is using a potion or holy water to resurrect something. No, it's Doc is potion, Res is holy water. We do have holy water, and it says Farron White is dead. Huh? I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Zap, Lightning Bolt, Gak, which now we do have the Black Mask to be able to cast, which is Fear for our enemies, and then Hot, which is a Fireball. Zap and Hot both being 4 stamina to cast.
I mean, there's a couple interesting options here for sure. Would the mask work on this creature? It doesn't seem like it would to me.
It absolutely seems like it wouldn't. Yeah, this thing's scarier than the mask could possibly be.
Yeah.
I also don't really know what Res would do. Like,
unless
now there's a demon
that
and
guy is secretly, maybe he's secretly actually a good guy, and he was just like possessed.
Oh, he was being piloted. I see.
I think we try.
Yeah, I honestly 628.
All right, 628.
Try and bring him back.
Deduct a stamina point. Do you have any holy water with you? Now the spell will not work. If you have any holy water, you may throw it on the creature. Oh, and cast your spell. Turn to 608. I mean, like, honestly, that also makes some sense to me.
Yeah, I'm glad the book corrected us there.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The demon bellows loudly as the holy water burns its skin. Steam rises from the splashes that you've made. You watch hopefully as the creature writhes in agony. Will your plan work? Have you used an effective spell? It sounds like it. Turn to 172. Your effort has been valiant, but in vain. The demon now stands fully formed before you. You rush up to strike a blow with your weapon. A blast of fiery breath from the creature's great nostrils hits you full in the face, and in agony, you hold your hands up in your face to stop the pain. Your hair is on fire. Your face is scorched beyond recovery. You drop to the ground, dead as death takes you. Your journey's ended. So very close to your goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What I actually meant was to target the holy water to throw it up in the air, so as soon as I get killed, the holy water lands on me, and then the spell is finished casting, and I come back up.
Yeah. What was Zen?
Zen. I don't remember, but it requires a dual-starter medallion, which we don't have.
We don't have it anyways. I think we just have to fight it. We're not going to shoot a fireball or zap. I guess maybe we could zap it, I guess. But I assumed that sounds silly.
It does. That does sound silly. What is the very final one?
Wasn't it hot?
Oh, sorry. The hot zap. There's Res and Zed. What's the last of them though?
Okay. 210. I wrote down 210. Zen, Res, Zap, Gak, Hot. Gak is no way in hell.
No way in hell. Let's just draw our sword, I think.
Unless you want to. I mean, okay. The other potential is like the thing is you must act quickly before it fully forms.
Mm-hmm.
The fastest thing we could do is go zap. You know?
That is true. Yeah, zap is a lot of damage.
How much stamina do we have?
We have 11 currently. Zap would cost us 4, taking us down to 7.
How much would I assume we'd lose in a fight? I think let's just fight. Let's just fight, right?
Let's do it.
107. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. The Archmage's transformation is nearly complete. If you can attack the creature quickly before it is fully formed, then you'll stand a chance. If you're not quick, you will have little hope against a netherworld deity such as this. It has a skill of 7 and a stamina of 7. If you defeat the creature within 5 attack rounds, turn to 351. If you don't, turn to 172.
Got it. So he's a weenie at the moment. We have to deal with him before he becomes a big boy.
And he has 7 stamina, so a luck. Oh, it's Chakram.
Damn it, 0 chakram hit. No chakram. That has worked in one battle once, so that was fun.
Yeah, that was cool. One time. But the good news is he doesn't actually have that high of stamina.
No, not at all.
It's actually kind of bad because he's forming.
Yeah, exactly. He's 3 swings to go down if we make the last one lucky. That is a 18 for our first swing. Sorry, 18, 17, 15. 15 is the number I'm looking for.
Okay, good. 14. As long as you don't go any lower.
15 again.
10. This guy sucks.
We still have to roll the next hit and then decide whether or not to roll luck.
11.
That's 12.
Still beats an 11.
Damn. Do we want to try and roll the luck, or do we want to just roll another round of combat?
I mean, this guy seems so bad that I feel like we could just do it, but now I'm like what if that's when he starts actually swinging?
We've got 2 more rounds to defeat him.
I'm down to do it. We got multiple rounds left. 13 is all he, like, seems fun.
I don't think you're beating a 20.
Yeah, I definitely don't. No, let's hold on. Let me just get my calculator out to see if 13 beats 20.
Yep. A
It
skill of
does.
7 plus a double. Oh, what? This changes everything, Rito.
Oh, no. If you defeat the creature within 5 attack rounds, turn to 351. That is what we have done, and that is what we shall do. The hideous demon drops to the ground. Its shape shrivels and disappears before your eyes, returning to its god-forsaken home. You are now alone in the room with the Crown of Kings and the body of Far and Wide. You check the old man. He's dead. You walk over to the desk and touch the crown, and in spite of it being made of solid metals, it's remarkably light. You wrap it carefully and place it in your pack. Now you must return it to Annaland. Will you leave the room and step carefully down the stairs, open your pack and look for something to use, or will you cast a spell?
Interesting. We have Rock, Petrify. We have Res to bring back Far and Wide, I imagine, at this point. Nap to go to sleep. Law, I think, compels someone, but it costs 4 to do. I think it's one of the first spells. And then 6. There are now 6 of us. Maybe one of my clones will know what to do. It's still offering us res. I'm still looking at it like...
Now it feels like it makes more sense now, right?
Yeah.
This context seems to make more sense to me. All right. Yeah? You want to try?
Yeah. I do also believe this is the kind of book where we could possibly do this and he'd be like, oh, you brought me back. Die. Like,
yeah.
In which case, it'll be fun to see that happen.
You accidentally brought back the Nether Demon. 743. That is very far in the book. That's usually a good sign. Do you have any holy water with you? Yes. You may now cast it on the body of Far and Wide. Turn to 537. You step over to the old man's body, sprinkling on the holy water. You wait anxiously to see what effect it'll have on Far and Wide. Turn to 526. The old man's eyes start to flutter and muscles twitch around his mouth, and slowly life returns to the corpse, which he has recovered sufficiently to sit up. Far and Wide sits and looks up at you, his expression blank. He remembers nothing about the room or you, and you take some time to explain some things to him.
My friend, if all that is true,
He says finally.
then I owe you my life. And more than that, every person in the Femfree Alliance owes to you the prospect of future peace and prosperity. But all your efforts count for naught if you're unable to return the crown to your own king. Perhaps there is a way that I could repay your bravery.
He steps over to the desk and draws out a velvet bag from the lowest drawer. Inside the bag is a ball of clear crystal, and the old man peers into it.
If they are still alive,
He says.
the Samaritans will help you. Yes, there's crew now.
You look into the ball. Clearly formed inside is an image of an angry Birdman barking orders.
This
Says Far and Wide.
is Peewit Crew, chief disciple of the Samaritans of Shin. They will help you return to Anland, for they hate the power of Mampang as much as you do. You may summon the Samaritans with this.
He gives you a silver whistle. Turn to page 800. So this is the silver whistle.
We got it.
You step over to the window and you blow your whistle. A shrill warbling sound comes from the silver piece, and you wait for it to summon its masters. A short while later, nothing has happened, and you begin to get anxious. The end. But
This book is such a great metaphor.
But sure enough, your call has been heard. A fluttering of wings can be heard at the window, followed by a familiar face. The head of Peewit Crew appears.
Do you have the crown?
He asks. You nod and tell him of the struggle, patting your backpack to indicate the crown is safe.
Excellent. Then let us go.
he cries.
For both our missions are now done. Without the crown, Mampang is powerless. Give me your hands, friend.
The Birdman takes you, and you fly around the fortress and across the peaks of High Zaman. You have succeeded in your mission. The Crown of Kings will be returned to Analand. The Archmage is dead. Perhaps sometime soon another warlord will seize power in Mampang, and your country will once again be threatened. Okay, let me enjoy this. But for the time being, you hold your head high in pride. Yours has been the most difficult task ever completed, I agree, by a native of your country. Yes, you have firmly written yourself into the history books of Analand, and your adventures will become legends passed on through generations of your people. Your journey is over, and you have earned your rest. You don't know how true that is.
Woo!
Ow, baby! We did it!
We did
beat
it!
Sorcery! We only fudged
got
it
the
a
crown of
couple
kings.
times and did a little bit of time travel. But honestly, I'd say like remarkably close to faithful. Like obviously we died a lot and like our tally is probably really high on that regard, but
For sure. I stopped counting at a certain point.
I think we kind of had to at a certain point.
I had tallied 7. I think that's probably less than half of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But like what's up?
I am really impressed by how much this series like interrelates to itself. Something that we scrolled past in this book that I didn't yet get an opportunity to talk about because we never landed on a page that did it, is it seems like using Zed as a time travel spell can send you to other books.
Yeah, so maybe it's like maybe you could send you to other books to like pick up old pieces that you otherwise wouldn't have gotten.
Possibly, but
So-
after the point that you get to cast Zed, I can't imagine any of those being especially relevant to your journey as much as like it is so cool that like, oh, you don't know how to cast Zed? Well, go back to book 2, page 400.
Yeah, so in that regard, whenever we needed to fudge time, we were just casting the Zed spell.
Exactly.
We have
We
a canonical
didn't have
reason.
a Blessed Hardwood Spear. We Zedded our way back to speaking to Shahori. We picked it up.
So yeah, we didn't. No, it's not that we fudged things. We were just more powerful sorcerers than you expected.
Yeah, exactly. You just couldn't perceive the spells
You
that
just
we were
didn't get
casting,
it.
manipulating the time stream to end up with this most glorious of events, the destruction of the Archmage and of the fortress of Mampang and the freeing of the Crown of Kings.
The spell we cast goes to a different school. You just don't know it. It's just.
It's really cool, though.
It's
So,
really cool. Yeah, it's
It's really cool. It's really strong, and actually, it gets around mini might shields as well. So it's you can't countercast it, you can't counterspell it.
Yeah. I mean, all in all, was it a tough and arduous journey? Was this like the most challenging, pathway so far? Yes. Was there multiple situations where we were screwed because we just didn't take a left or a right? Yes, that did happen indeed. Boy, did it ever. But all in all, like, I get it. I get why this one is very important, considering how early it is and like how creatively it like interconnects and how ambitious it is to like plan things from book 1 through book 4 and having them interconnect and have them be that set of 4 like that is very impressive. And like the writing is good. Like
100%.
there is a
if
lot
I
of
was
go ahead.
If I was a kid, like reading this at the
Oh,
time
man.
as it came out, like
Oh,
I
man.
can 100% understand how this would have become my personality for a very
Yes.
long time. And let's say I become someone involved in the field of games making or games books or anything like that, I can see how this would be so instructive to the way that I approach other things after that, which has also been borne out in the way these books develop after this.
Yeah, and like obviously as time goes on, clearly we've learned that like there's seems like there's some quality of life and some not like some things that other books probably do to like iron out the rigidity, but I think that there's also I would wager a guess that many people really like that rigidity and like that crunchiness and punishing nature. I would imagine that there's like a huge subsection of people who like that and like, oh man, I can't believe that they would time travel it. The integrity, Like, I get that. And it seems like it's really, really good in that regard as well. It seems like very crunchy, and like if you really just wanted to sit down and like you're not doing a podcast, first of all, like that, taking that out of the equation, you could really just look at these and I think have an even better time than we would engaging with them as intended and getting so much mileage out of it. Like, you got these books, you bought these books, you're like, I really want, to just sink into this world for a long time. You can. Like, I bet you you could go about things like us doing a second playthrough, knowing everything that we know now would be like a really interesting concept, I'm not saying I'm interested in that right now.
Full 7 serpents.
Yeah. Like, I think that's the thing, is it's the first one where like I went through it and I'd be like, I get it. If I read these, like you said, when they came out, I could really easily see myself being like, okay, I'm going from Go and I'm going to do a completionist route. Like, I could actually see that and see that feeling really rewarding, because it does a great job. One thing it does a really good job of is when you have the answers, which you can get, you feel really good employing them, because they are, it's like, oh, you know the secret? This thing is dead then. Like, it feels
exactly.
so good. It's not like, oh, you get +1 on your rolls because of this. It's like, because you listened, you figured out how to connect what we said in this book to this book. Because of that, this thing just dies. And that, I think, is really good. Like, that's really smart to have that level of reward. And I could see how that could be so formative in the satisfaction of this.
I have to say, it feels like the fact that there is that kind of like inverse of I did this thing that seemed like it would be painless and I immediately died for it. The kind of like the punishing brutality that it can have at times also amplifies the effect of knowing something that gives you the additional information. Like, there might have been things that we just missed constantly along the way that were like, hey, when you're in Kalkabad, go left. Always go left. Left is always correct, right? And if we had that and were employing it, it would feel incredible.
Yeah, or like if we were told, here's a little vial that completely invalidates, the sleeping ram, which turned to be one of the biggest like death spiral checks we've had. Like we could have. If we just had a vial that we got in book 2 or whatever, and we just threw it and is like, it's done now, that would be like, boom. That mind explode, very, very satisfied. Like, but also it's weird in that situation. Like, and that's what I'm saying is how you could really appreciate it on a second playthrough is in that situation, you might not know how terrifying it would have been for you to not have had that. Like, how many times did we poof something out of the way and we didn't realize that we dodged another sleeping ram or something? Is
exactly
really interesting to me. And that's why I could definitely see multiple playthroughs being fun for someone.
Like, something about that specifically that comes to mind is in chapter 2, book 2, the Seaport of Kare, we picked up a silver ring from a merchant stand where we were just like, well, whatever, we'll just clear out all the stuff he has. This might not be relevant. And then the next book, they tell us, oh, you can use that in order to get all of these secrets from all of this different subset of characters.
Yeah.
Those secrets were then relevant in this book, through to the degree of like, our entire engagement with that torturer was through, hey, how do we respect you the best? And as soon as we did, he was like, oh my God, you respected me. Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Like,
and it also leads to fun dialogue and stuff too. And it's just, it's just, I get it. They're good. These books are good. Hot take.
Great fun.
Good books.
I'm so glad to have now read each of these.
Yes.
Because I'm really interested in playing the video game version that exists. And
It's
I could
very
not,
well
of
reviewed.
course, do that yet.
Sorcery. That would be kind of interesting at some point to do.
Could well be.
That could be potentially a thing that maybe that we do, in fact, if people are interested. That seems really, really interesting. To go through it, because from what I gather, it's obviously like it's close to the books. However, it's also, I think, they adjust things. I think there's a lot of extras, things added, changed, tweaked, so that if you read the books, you're also going to get more out of it. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
There's multiple.
I know
there's
that-
like 1 and 2, and then there's 3, and then there's 4. Like 1 and 2 are together as the same game, books 1 and 2, and then book 3, and then book 4. Those are all separate games. There's 3 games.
I know that like one of the key and most obvious differences would be that like in a book like this, you obviously can give someone an inventory, but you can't then track them constantly using inventory items outside of combat. You kind of need those to be directed by the book, which is why we had to go outside of that a little bit to be like, we're going to go use a potion right now. Whereas the game would just give you the ability to use a potion from your inventory.
I guess that was Steve Jackson's Sorcery. A little task that we embarked on.
Not 5 years ago.
well over a month ago, and the complications of how difficult it ended up being in no small part why we had to take so much time before these got released. So, but I really liked it. I'm so happy to now have the context of this and to have done this. It feels important to have done, and we tried.
Fully agreed.
So, hey, there's a podcast that we're wrapping up now. Want to give a thanks to a lovely supporter?
Absolutely. I will give thanks specifically to the executive producer of this episode of Turn to Page, Katrina. Thank you very much, Katrina, for executive producing this mammoth episode of Turn to Page. Of course, you can support Turn to Page podcast over on patreon.com/turntopagecast. At or above the thank tiers for the wait, no, hang on, that's my thing. At or above the producer tier, the hardback tier for the executive producers. Of course, we appreciate everyone who's supporting the podcast over there. But a special thanks this episode to Katrina.
Thank you very much, Katrina. Greatly appreciated. You would like to help out the podcast in a free way, you can do so in a couple ways. Just reviewing on any, podcast site that you use, very helpful. You can also head over to youtube.com/@turntopagecast. Likes, comments, like that kind of stuff, very helpful. Subscribing so we can get to 1,000 subscribers, very useful. All of that. And hey, what's next? Great question. Great question.
We'll tell you when we know.
We'll tell you when we know. But there's some things on the horizon, I'm sure. But for the time being, go check out some other stuff that we've done. Tons of other series. If you're just popping in here, hello, welcome. Go check out those other things. But alas, that is that. It's gonna do it here for today. Thank you for listening, and we will see you next time. Bye bye.
Adios.